Coming up on the LCS preview show, we rate the rookies, listen in on the pros, and turn your fantasy into a reality with some tips that will improve your points. Keep your hands in sight. The LCS preview show starts right now.
And now Mbappe is in trouble. Froggen gets on towards him. He gets himself another double kill. He's now 5-0-1 on Anivia.
Yes, Bird is definitely the word in the Alliance camp.
CLG invade gods.
CLG invade gods.
There's the speed up, the ultimate comes out, and he bites down onto Crumbs to get that red buff for himself.
There is the Lancer coming in, flash as well. They managed to lock up Genja. He's going to flash away. The hook misses, but it doesn't matter. SK following through, and Spence going and gets the kill back.
Got him.
More. Evil geniuses are going to take down Cloud9 and start to work their way back up the standings.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to a brand new episode of the LCS preview show. I'm Rivington Bism III, and today we're going to talk...
Wait. You're definitely not Rivington Bism III.
Yeah, I just thought if I talked fast enough and still had the beard, that it would just go right over.
You can't get anything past our fans, dude.
You know what? It's fine. But you know what? Thankfully, we've still got tons of puns ready for the show.
No, didn't you see the email? There's no more puns on the preview show.
You know what? That's just your opinion.
Oh boy. Anyway, we're here to break down the LCS action from week 3, and I'll also help your fantasy team generate some real points by telling you who should be in your lineup and who should be polishing the bench with their backsides.
And as a reminder, you can always check out the previous episodes of the preview show right under the tab at the top of lolesports.com. That's where you're going to find VODs of our past shows, but unfortunately, with a lot less puns in them. But now we're going to turn our attention to week 3 in the European LCS, where the teams continue to battle their way through a table that had more ties than a wedding reception. Our first highlight comes from Thursday's face-off between Alliance and ROCCAT.
Yeah, and Freak, this one was just a top versus bottom matchup. ROCCAT had fallen off so far. They're hoping to get something back against Froggen and Anivia.
And thankfully, this actually is a pretty decent gank. They managed to egg Froggen to the, front of this fight, and Shook actually just oversends a bit. It's a really good play by Yankos. Honestly, ROCCAT still got great individual skill.
Yeah,
and they can start things out well.
Big exhaust by Vander there when they flashed in, too. A 2v3 is not what Shook wanted to be involved in, and it looked good early for ROCCAT. 4 kills to 0, but a lot of farm for Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance have gotten a lot better with their team coordination. Their mid-game shot calling is awesome as well, and this ends up being a really great fight for these guys. Froggen just kites them around through the jungle so well. Wicked shows up on Jax, and they start getting tabs fed, and that's a big deal.
This was a very late game focused team composition for Alliance. So when they got those kills, they really just had all the momentum.
And I love just how good Anivia is at protecting these new frail, squishy backliners like Cog and Twitch, because tabs really never gets touched at all in this game, and it's old Froggen style. Play late game, pick Anivia, and your carry gets fed at the end game.
I mean, maybe Alliance is going to make a run with more of these late game picks. It is definitely when Froggen and Wicked were most successful as players.
Yeah, so Alliance starting at 6-1, ROCCAT at 1-6, but next Super Hot Crew battling against Fnatic in sort of new upstart versus the old number 1.
Yeah, Fnatic struggling, Super Hot Crew looking really good, and this was also the second longest game in LCS history. First highlights at 44 minutes for each.
Yeah, it's only 14 kills right now, 44 minutes in, and you're seeing these guys go back and forth, but really, it's Fnatic getting a little bit too strung out there. They're a poke team. They don't keep fighting that well.
Yeah, and even though in the game they landed hundreds of spears, that one hook early on here catches Fnatic out, and they get collapsed upon by the superior team fighting a Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, there's no Trundle really to speak of to kite the team back, so it's the ability to just keep going in. Just flash from Selfie to go over the wall was huge there.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew over 100,000 gold after that fight. It was a long one they had to get through. Look at the relief on Rawls' face right there.
So they go 5-2, but now after beating Fnatic, they've got to beat the new number 1 in Alliance for a first place battle.
Yeah, you would not expect this to be a first place battle at the start of the year, or even a couple weeks into last split, but oh, have times have changed.
So right here, you're seeing them try to start it out, but again, it's Froggen on Anivia, and he's pretty good at the champion. Picked up another double kill for himself on this one, and he just keeps destroying phases.
Yeah, and then he comes down bottom for what? Another double kill. He ends up after this fight 5-0-1 on Anivia. We're going to be seeing a whole bunch more of this bird.
Yeah, Anivia mechanics are a whole bunch of fun to watch. I like, Crepo gave kind of a rundown of how he plays the champion at All-Stars. You're going to want to go watch the analyst desk after one of the games there. But Froggen continually just destroys everybody, kites the team's way, Glacial Storm's still on. You can't run away from him that way. And you even got Wicked on Aurelia. It's a whole bunch of callbacks.
really old school week for Alliance, and success all throughout for them.
So then Fnatic versus ROCCAT, two teams who were awesome during the spring split here, neither having the season they really want.
Yeah, ROCCAT in particular just keeps struggling, but the starts of their games honestly aren't that bad. It's the mid game here where they get caught out 5v2.
And they've got Reckless there going gigantic on Twitch, picking up all these nice stealth kills. Celiver as well, caught out a little bit too far.
Yeah, the Lulu also enhancing the damage from Reckless. That is the game he wants to be playing.
And it just makes the team so tanky as well. Soaz on Lulu this game keeps Cyanide safe in the front line. The follow-up there from Nami as well. And even though it's not hard to engage, it's enough to pick the fights that they want and to leave their backline to the backline to deal damage.
Yeah, real nice team comp there from Fnatic. Even with a minimal gold lead, they could still roll over ROCCAT in those late game team fights.
So very impressive stuff by these guys. Honestly, a very, very good team overall. But now let's take a quick look at the standings in Europe. Now that Week 3's games are in the books, looks like most of the multiple ties were actually eliminated as the teams spread things out a little bit. And sitting ahead of everyone else is Alliance, who rode Froggen's Anivia Wings to a 6-game winning streak and a near perfect record through the spring split at 7-1. Now, our top story of the day is that the Copenhagen Wolves will be forfeiting today's match against ROCCAT. Due to an illness on the team and the Wolves' failure to field an eligible player in time for today, they'll have to forfeit and ROCCAT will get the win. But now we're going to turn over to the power of technology and call on someone a quarter of the way around the globe who can give us a bit more insight into the European LCS. Trevor, Quickshot Henry, what's up?
Not much. Thank you for the call, but it's actually you who are 9 hours in the past, freak.
Well, that's because time travel is awesome, so I'm going to go ahead and fix your mistakes right here in my presence. So anyway, let's talk about Alliance, who are dominating the European LCS right now. Now, we've seen this before. In every split in the history of the European LCS, a team starts 7-1, but then those teams falter in the weeks after. Can Alliance actually break that 7-1 EU LCS curse?
Ooh, I'm not sure. The curse is definitely real, though. In 2013, in the spring split, Fnatic went 7-1, then they lost 2 games and needed to pull themselves back. In the summer of last year, Alternate went 7-1, and then they plummeted to 6th place. Now, just in the last split in spring, Fnatic went 7-1 before they lost 8 games in a row. Alliance are on the cusp of being the 4th team to go 7-1 in Europe, and we'll see if they can break the curse today.
And we'll see if they can. So in your opinion, Quickshot, what can Alliance do to avoid falling victim to that curse?
Well, they really just have to do what they have been doing for the last couple of the weeks. Alliance has just come together this split. They've been a dominating force. And in fact, their last match of week 3, they easily defeated Selfie and the Superhot crew, which is the only team that's beaten them this split. Besides being at the top of the table, Alliance is also leading the European LCS in several key statistical categories. Their average goal per minute as a team is the best in Europe at 1,700. They've got the least deaths on their team. They've got the most Barons. They lead the European LCS with Team KDA at 6.3. Tabs and Froggen have over 9.5 KDA each. Not only that, Nif has got the most assists in Europe. I could rattle off even more stats, but what it boils down to is that Alliance are playing phenomenally. They do sometimes take their time to close games out, but that's not because they're unsure, they don't know how. That's because they play patiently, they play coordinated, and they take advantage of their opponent's mistakes. And while I think as a team, they're very happy with their first 3 weeks of games.
And they're certainly doing really well. And honestly, it feels like Alliance have kind of cracked the code to their potential. They've really hatched a plan for success. Is this kind of the expected result? Or is this just Froggen kind of allowing his feathers to nest?
No, you can't. I can't believe you're talking about Anivia that way. Too many puns. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. The bird is the word for Alliance. We saw Froggen pull Anivia out at the All-Star game. He went 11-0-14. He spoke to Shox in an interview, and he actually said that the Cryo Phoenix would not be featured in the LCS. He's a liar because we saw it last week twice. He only died once, going 8-1-13 in his 2 performances. So far this split, though, Froggen has also proven time and time again that he can play more than just Anivia. He's got the highest average CS at 10 minutes of 83 from either the European or the North American LCS. You could put an argument for that he's the best mid laner in the LCS. He seems more focused, more determined, and if you compare Froggen and Alliance last split to Froggen and Alliance this split, it looks like he has the support of his team behind his plays. He's not just relying on individually carrying games. I think last week, it was just a story of a boy and his bird, and I wouldn't be surprised to see teams actually banning Anivia away from him this week.
I know that makes a whole bunch of sense. Nobody wants to be left with egg on their faces. Yes, I know, that was an amazing yoke. So before we completely fry your brain with Anivia-related puns, let's talk about the Superhot crew. This is the team that has gone from the bottom of the spring split and now in the summer promotion tournament as well. They've now got a spot near the top of the standings, thanks in part to last week's epic win over Fnatic.
Yeah, and it really was epic, Freak. The Super Hot crew proved that they have the staying power to go toe-to-toe with Fnatic in the second longest game in the history of the LCS. At 1 hour and 4 minutes on the clock, it rakes in just behind the 2013 record-setting game between Dignitas and CLG, which lasted 1 hour and 11 minutes. Now, beside being a long-running game, there's some huge stats that we want to talk about. The total gold was just short of 200,000. 3,438 minions were slain during the course of the game. 313 wards were placed. Even more interestingly, both teams actually finished with 11 kills, 11 deaths, and 31 assists. Now, while the Super Hot crew have improved their game, they demonstrated they still have work to do. It took the Super Hot crew nearly 50 minutes to figure out how to force Fnatic's hand and how to actually close the game out. And in the end, it was finding picks and diversifying through the lanes that allowed them to take down Fnatic. Remember that Fnatic's a team that's won the last 3 splits of the LCS. In general, though, if you step back, the Super Hot crew just continue to impress, and I'm looking forward to seeing them compete for the rest of the split.
All right, well, Quickshot, once again, you've proven your brain rivals Heimerdinger's in terms of sheer girth. Thank you for dropping all that knowledge on us.
If only I had his hair as well. It's my pleasure, Freak.
I wish we all did. Anyway, guys, let's move on to our other European expert who's been busy gathering information for the preview show. How you doing, Shox?
I'm good. Always happy when I'm talking to you, Freak.
Always happy to see you as well. So, Alliance has been soaring. Rockets, though, they've been going in the opposite direction. They definitely don't look like the team that finished in 3rd place in the playoffs of the spring split. So even though they're going to receive a win today because of the Wolves forfeit, they have to be worried about their record. Shox, you've been talking to the team. How do they address their current situation? Are they planning on making any changes?
Well, Freak, ROCCAT's top laner Xaxus shared with me that he thinks that their current problems don't stem from lack of individual skill, but rather from how they execute their plans in the mid-game. He added that for that reason, and I quote, lineup changes are not even being discussed. Xaxus added that now with their coach Veggie back in the house and them changing the way they practice significantly, they can definitely bounce back. I also asked some of the other LCS players what they think has been the issue for ROCCAT. Gambit's Edward thinks that some teams only play good if they play non-stop when they don't take a break between the LCS splits. And in his opinion, ROCCAT is one of those teams. They did take a break and they lost all of the work that they did before. Edward added that of course ROCCAT will return to form, but it will take some time. Now, Alliance's Nif agrees that ROCCAT is slowly catching back up and believes that last split they were much better prepared in comparison to other teams, and they often got their preferred picks. He mentioned that the meta changed this season, and they haven't been able to adapt properly yet, especially when it comes to lane swaps. Now, Fnatic's Xpeke mentions that he feels like ROCCAT's decision-making isn't that good anymore, and they were better aware of how to trade objectives before. He adds that the scene has improved and that teams learned what to prioritize and when to fight. He compares them to Fnatic, actually, in the sense that, and I quote, they're a bit like us. They have fallen behind some of the teams in knowing what to fight for and what to give up. Now, Xpeke also mentioned that in his opinion, Overpow isn't playing as great before, and I quote, before you would see him win his lane, but even if he didn't, he would roam or create pressure elsewhere on the map. As for Celiver, Xpeke adds that before ROCCAT's ADC would sneak kills every fight and become a late game carry, and he just doesn't see that anymore. So while the LCS pros expect ROCCAT to bounce back, not everyone agrees with Xaxus that their individual skills are still strong.
Well, thank you for that, Shox. We're going to see a bit later when the European LCS gets underway if they can fix those issues.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the European LCS will kick off just after the preview show concludes with 3 matches. Things get started with SK Gaming facing Fnatic in yet another El Clasico. That match will be followed by the Super Hot crew versus Millennium, and the day concludes with Alliance versus Gambit. And on Friday, 4 more European LCS games will head your way, beginning with another shot at redemption for ROCCAT as they face the Super Hot crew in a rematch. While places like Summoner's Rift might not actually exist, and unfortunately the Trinity Force is not actually something I can buy in real life, it's nice to know that the Fantasy LCS has helped turn owning your fellow players into a reality. So to bring us a look at the Fantasy studs, duds, and sleeper picks, let's head over to the guy with the crystalline orb, Jat.
Thanks, Freak. And yes, I did melt down my crystalline flask and turn it into a ball, which does seem a bit more useful. But this week, we're going to look at last week and who were the top performers. 3 guys from LMQ were the 3 highest fantasy performers of all of the LCS. No Name In the jungle of all places, 53 fantasy points was the most for a jungler. Xiao was the most of all players. That included his 14-0-5 performance on Nidalee. And of course, Ackerman, this was probably the most impressive one because he had 24 more points than the second highest top laner. So if you had anyone on LMQ of these three, you probably did pretty good for that week. But let's also take a look at the guys who didn't perform very well, the duds. Out of the 16 junglers in the European and North American LCS, Crumbs was kind of stuck in the brush all week, apparently. He only scored 14 points, which is not only the lowest for a jungler, it was also the third lowest in the LCS overall. But on his heels, surprisingly, was Amazing, who only managed 17 points and was the second worst jungler behind Crumbs. And then another big surprise was actually Dyrus. He was started in 84% of the fantasy leagues and had his second lackluster week in a row. As an example, Youngbuck, Westrice, and Inox all scored 30 or more points, but were started in 3% or less of the leagues they're in. So it might be time to start reevaluating your top lane starter, at least until Dyrus starts turning his season around. But guys who are going to have a big week this week, now that we're looking at the future, probably going to be Mimer a little bit, because not only has he had a summer split with decent fantasy numbers where he started off, and he's kind of dropped off a little bit in the previous 2 weeks. This week they face Millennium and ROCCAT, and I expect him to do well, especially because Rengar, his favorite champion, is enabled this week, and it hasn't been previously. Link is another guy who has not been great lately points-wise, but since COG is facing the two bottom teams in the standings this week, he should turn into a nice fantasy points earner, which is honestly the same reason that you should take a look at Dexter this week. This year, Dexter is yet to put up numbers, but this may be the week he picks up a lot of kills. And if fantasy had existed last year, a similar week was week 6 for him. He went 13, 2, and 14, which would have been enough to earn him 15 fantasy points if we had it back then. And then we also have a pretty big fantasy alert for you guys. The Copenhagen Wolves, they're forfeiting their game today against ROCCAT, which means anyone who's on your lineup with the Copenhagen Wolves or ROCCAT, unless you only want to get one game worth of points, you should swap them out for whoever you can. So definitely go and do that right now if you're watching this show, because it's very important. And we're not providing a money-back guarantee that our predictions are 100% correct, but Fantasy LCS is free to play, so we don't really have to. So those are our fantasy picks, and we'd like to hear yours. Send us a tweet to @LOLesports with the hashtag LCS Preview, and let us know which player you think will net the most fantasy points during Week 4. But now it's time for some completely legal and court-approved wiretapping as we eavesdrop on the pros from last week in the LCS. That's right, it's time for another ROCCAT.
5, 4, 3, 2.
League of Legends!
Ganja, hello. How are you?
You wanna do Nash? We could do it really fast if they don't have a war. Do you think we do Nash really fast?
Don't do Nash, don't do Nash. We can sneak the Nash.
We don't have pink on it.
I'm just pressing. Can't they be on banner right now? No.
But they're doing Nash, or like...
I can steal Nash easily. No, we cannot.
Nice.
Now we do it. Okay, now we can get Nash.
I have TP up.
Dragons, not tigers.
Dragons.
Embrace your inner dragon.
Dude, you know they had a picture of you and a dragon, right?
Did they really?
Yeah. It's just like,
oh, really?
the chat was like, nerds.
You just want to be on that like all chat thing, right? You just want it to be like 5 minutes of Pro Belter going. I'm on tonight.
Hips don't lie, and I'm starting to feel this right.
Getting the Drake. Nice guys, nice one.
We have TP here now.
Nope. YOLO in this. One goal, one dream.
Finish the game.
Okay, finish the game. Good job, guys, good job.
Yes, no, I wanted 7.
Hell yeah.
Let's go Afro.
Shut up. Let's all do it. Let's go Afro.
Nivea is still open, guys.
Yeah.
We have the free win if we wanted.
I don't think Nivea makes sense.
Froggen, what can you pick where we would actually win teamfights here? I don't think he does anything.
Nivea did. I just think to handle it, Mal is the 2 carries in teamfight 6.
Nivea and Aurelia. Oh, Chris fucking really predicted this, guys.
The solution to all life's problems, just say Nivea, dude. Now, with the summer split more than a quarter of the way complete, it seems like the perfect time to check out where we stand with all the champions that have been played so far. It's time for the champion countdown. Now, after 64 combined LCS games, we've seen 57 unique champions take to the Rift, including 3 who made their debut last week. We've heard a lot about Froggen's and Nivea since he brought the bird out last week, but we also had Sona bringing her musical pain to the lane for WeWillFailer. And it's surprising that it took this long, but Pantheon also man-dropped in for the first time when he was selected by I Will Dominate this summer. So I do have some sad news, though. Heading into week 4 of the spring split, we'd already seen 70 different champions, 13 more than we've seen this summer. So players, we're going to see if we can kind of pick it up a little bit this week. Now, if you think you know who the next champion is going to be, then please share it with the rest of us. Hit us up with a tweet, use the hashtag LCS preview, and we'll test your powers of extrasensory perception. Now, before you tweet, there is some more information you should probably have. This week, both Rengar and Braum will be enabled. So, okay, yeah, we're kind of doing some of the work for you by letting you know what to tweet to us, but you just don't say we don't love you. Now, let's turn our attention now to the North American LCS and check out some of the highlights as the teams clashed on the Rift. Our first matchup was pitted with the 3-3 TSM against the 4-2 LMQ. More specifically, Bjergsen versus Xiao.
And it was a showdown. The first time they really interacted as far as fatality is concerned was in all places the bottom lane. And Xiao just destroyed Bjergsen here, clearing the minions with his Hydra and then finishing him off.
Excellent play by him, but next up we've got even more battles. Amazing. Ends up really face-checking to this one. He had just seen Xiao down there.
Yeah, there's a pattern of all this. It's TSM going places by themselves and dying.
Hey, look at that. Threshold over the wall, and another team fight. LMQ starts out pretty nicely.
Yeah, this game was really about LMQ playing together as in a team, and TSM going in one at a time. Even there, they didn't combo the Yasuo and the Shyvana ult. That was a story throughout the game. LMQ picked up a very nice victory.
And a lot of unfortunate individual plays. Ackerman also, we talked about him being a big fantasy point earner. He went pretty big in that game, and TSM, of course, continues to struggle in this matchup. So LMQ looking good. Next up, though, EG versus Cloud9, and this one went a whole bunch of ways people didn't expect.
Exactly. There were tons of assists from many people on EG. Crepo played fantastically, but mostly because he was protecting Altec's Twitch, who went off this game.
Yeah, he was massive. And when you have an actual frontline who will peel for you, a Thresh that plays as well as Crepo did, it is very nice to be able to play Twitch in a game like this. 9-0-6 during that clip.
Yeah, surprisingly standard team composition here from EG, now 10-0-6, and everyone just wants to kill Altec. They eventually get him, but at what cost?
Yeah, exactly. Cloud9 goes super hard for this one, but Snoopy gets a nice ulti, and you've got Trundle there for Inox also, just dealing plenty of damage. So while they finally kill the AD carry, there's not enough left to win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, Snoopy chases everyone else down. He still team fights very well on that Evelynn, and the triple kill from Twitch before he even dies was enough to seal the game.
Yeah, so Evil Genius is making things look a little bit better. They were 2-5 after that game. Cloud9 sank to 4-3, but then Dignitas versus Counterlogic Gaming, two teams at the top of the table. Very interesting game.
Yeah, marquee matchup for sure. And the bottom lane is where we thought CLG held their advantage. Double it from Nafamu, making a counter.
Just barely picking up the kill on that one. Unfortunately, Cutie Pie could have walked a little bit farther down and tanked some shots for his support. Maybe would have guaranteed the kill on Doublelift as a result, but
just about got him, but the dangerous game mastery saved Doublelift. Doesn't save him here, however.
No, a little aggressive. He flashed in, didn't call for a black shield, got cocooned. Not proper play. And so Dignitas do have ways of fighting battles. They've got this Shifter Kassadin, which is super scary.
Yeah, it looked like Dignitas was going to be able to find a fight, but COG just avoided them the entire game until Dignitas just tries to panic initiate here, reversed from their own base.
And so, yeah, you dive in for an AD carry, a mobile one with a black shield with Afram appealing for you, and you just kind of peter out in damage. You can't kill him, assassins kind of fall off. So Counterlogic Gaming, team fighting very well that game.
Yeah, the highlights don't do this game justice. It was a rotational masterpiece by COG right here to pull out a win.
Great by them, but then Cloud9 versus CLG, gonna see if they can pull off a similar win. And they even start this game out with a lead.
Yeah, but then this Baron was almost the greatest play a Nidalee player has ever made until he missed the swipe. But it was still really fun to watch.
It was cool to watch, and at the very least, Elimination's gonna get one on the backside here. Walks back and then says,
yeah,
no! Gets one for it. But yeah, CLG starts out so well.
Yeah,
but
crazy
they don't
thing
always
about
get
this game is it's a big gold lead by CLG, and they're still picking up kills on a Doublelift, but they're actually the ones that had some bad rotations this game, and in particular, a bad team fight right here.
They look to try to force it, but no one caught out Sneaky, a great engage, and then you've got a backline Twitch that no one's touching, and he just destroys people this fight.
Yeah, Balls was a great zone control man in this game as well with the Shyvana ultimate to really open up that fight so Sneaky could go in. That was Cloud9 scraping a win together.
It is. It's always been kind of their team fighting, their biggest sort of selling point, and they got some there in that game. So the North American standings look like a complete copy of the table used to be over in Europe in the summer or spring because there's a tie in nearly every single position.
Yeah, Team Dignitas and LMQ are leading the pack, both with 6 wins and 2 losses. Things remain close until we get to the bottom of the board, where Curse, the Evil Geniuses, and Complexity are the end of the first place Yang, as they all have 2 wins and 6 losses.
Now, one reason that Team Dignitas is sitting at the top of the standings is because their mid laner Shifter has seen the movie Highlander one too many times. Either that, or he's found the Holy Grail, or maybe he just made a deal with the devil, because he just won't die.
Well, he's not completely immortal, but the other teams are definitely having a hard time killing him. In fact, he's only died 3 times this split, giving a whopping KDA of 26.33 thus far this year. And to put those 3 deaths into perspective, the fact that they have come across 8 games means that he's only died on average 0.375 times per game. If he continues to play on this level, he's on pace to end the split with only 10.5 deaths. And that is seriously impressive when you compare it to the current record holder for least deaths in the split, Meteos from Cloud9, who died 29 times in the 2013 summer split. And Shifter could beat that number by 18.5. Dig's mid laner is actually on pace to break that record, and one of the key factors is his positioning. Let's take a look at one of the big fights he's actually had on Ziggs and why it was so good. Notice how TSM used all of their initiation right there to jump in, and Shifter just peeled over to the side, so he was still in damage range, but was a huge deviation for TSM to try and get to. Once the fight is turned, the fact that he is getting hooked is pretty much irrelevant because his spells were on cooldown and he could continue to lay out the damage. This was a clean fight from Dignitas, but Shifter undertook almost no risk in order to get involved in all those kills. There could be a possible downside to Shifter's safe play, though, that has been brought up by some of the other mid laners. He might be playing too safe. Not dying often means that when you are ahead, sometimes it can be very, very good because you're a high threat target the other team wants to kill and they can't get. But you might not be doing the most efficient damage you could in the team fight, which means in close games, it could be to Dignitas' detriment. We'll have to keep an eye on that as the split continues.
So now tied with Team Dignitas for the top spot in the standings is LMQ, and their position is due in no small part to their mid laner, Xiao. I haven't seen a freshman performance like that since Will Smith became the Prince of Bel-Air. So is this the best LCS rookie performance ever?
Well, right now he is definitely up there among the best of all time. His cumulative KDA right now is the second highest in the North American LCS at 8.45, only behind Shifter. He has the highest average goal per minute in the NALCS at 426, and his average CS at 20 is the highest for both the North American and European LCS at nearly 200, 199.38, which handily tops Froggen's second highest number. And if we compare Xiao more importantly with some of the other top rookie performers over their first 8 games in the LCS, you can see that he is right near the top of that list. And his numbers aren't necessarily the best ever for a rookie in their first 8 games, but right now he's dominating the veteran players in the North American LCS like no rookie has really done before. And I would argue that the NALCS has never been stronger than it is now. So the fact that he's kind of carried LMQ into a tie for first place makes his performance even more impressive.
So while the North American LCS has gotten stronger this summer, one team that's gotten weaker is Team Solo Mid. Even though they won their final game of Week 3, it was against one of the bottom-ranked teams, and TSM is sitting in the middle of the pack. How concerned should they be?
Well, with more than a quarter of the split behind us, I would say they should be very concerned. Even though they managed to secure a win against Curse last week, they don't look like they're coming together as a team like they were supposed to. Last summer split in 2013, Team Solo Mid actually had very similar issues at the start of that split. But there was a big difference between last year's TSM and this summer's TSM. Reggie, the Odd One, and X Special were there. There were 3 veterans to keep the entire team focused. All 3 had been around since the start of LOL Esports, and they were able to rally the troops, take second place in the LCS playoffs, and then earn their 3rd trip to Worlds as a group. But this year, Team Solo Mid is lacking that leadership. Instead of veterans, they have a rookie at support, an intercontinental transplant in the jungle, and even though he was the MVP of the spring, Bjergsen's kind of yet to display leadership with this new team. Even Reginald himself said that this summer's roster suffers from a lack of leadership and shot calling. So therefore, they've actually added a coach mid-season. Locodoco, they recently announced that TSM had hired him as a coach to serve for the team. He has extensive experience in both the North American and Korean scenes, including a trip actually to the OGN Champions final as a player. So a very experienced coach. TSM's hoping that his experience can lead to success. To be honest though, he has made a lot of mistakes in the past, so we'll have to see if he's learned from them and if he can apply that wisdom to Team Solo Mid and provide them the leadership that they are currently lacking.
So Locodoco and TSM will be tested earlier as our Week 4 coverage of the, they'll be tested later, I should say, as the Week 4 coverage of the North American LCS kicks off with Team Solo Mid taking on Cloud9, team they've only beaten once in 15 tries.
Yeah, on Sunday the LCS action will continue as Curse takes on LMQ, and later in the day, Team Dignitas faces Cloud9 in what's shaping up to be a top-of-the-table matchup in the North American LCS.
That'll be a bunch of fun, but now it's time for the top 5 plays from last week in the North American LCS, or as Pentakill Karthus likes to call it, the Penta! Coming in at number 5, Crumbs crawls away with 1 HP.
Another clutch bind from Afro. Oh, the spear! He's not going to make it out alive. Wait, the potion? Oh, he lives! He lives! Oh, I've never seen someone chug a potion so good.
At number 4, Xiao goes toe-to-toe with Bjergsen.
It's still an extra
Oh, Xiao. You can see Bjergsen's vision as he disappears. Tries to go for the ultimate, pops him up, going for the last one, doesn't get the hit. Xiao with the lifesteal, keeps himself alive.
At number 3, Svenskeren quickly closes the gap on Genja.
There is the Lancer coming in. Flash as well. They managed to lock up Genja. He's going to flash away. The hook misses, but it doesn't matter. SK following through, and Svenskeren gets the kill back.
Nothing Genja can do at this point here. Once the flash play hits, you're dead.
At number 2, WeWillFailer hops a ward and hooks in Reckless.
Yeah, onto Mr. Ross as well. There's the ultimate coming out with Failer. The wave comes through. It was flashed by WeWillFailer, who gets the hook and the play, and they lock up Reckless. That was fantastic out of WeWillFailer once again.
And the number 1 play this week comes from Doublelift, picking up a flashy double kill.
He is denied from the fight. High is low in mana. Doublelift knows it. That is not the first time he's dashed straight into enemies. Doublelift wants the kills, and he knows he can get it.
That's why this fight was about 80 carry positioning. Doublelift with a great reactive flash at the death sentence of Lemon to secure that double kill.
Well, it looks like my work here is done on the LCS preview show. Now, Riv, I'm sorry about that, bubblegum I stuck under the desk, but don't worry, I'll get it later. But before we go and send things to Cologne, sit back and relax as Cloud9's mid laner gives everyone else the shaft in our last hit. Oops, High did it again.
These teams ready to get into our second day here in the third week.
It's a very interesting choice. We'll have to see how his spear accuracy does this game.
High is going crazy with these spears right now. Doublelift not safe. Oh my gosh.
And High is just playing fantastic on Italy. Holy crap. How many are they going to land? High is an assassin right now. And he keeps landing the spears.
That was a spear. That was a shot. This could be game. You can hear the crowd absolutely loving these spears coming in.
Oh my God, Rip, I have to see that again.
Previously on the European LCS.
Conan goes down, and Raging gets himself another, and they are just motoring through the Millennium defensive front line now. The satchel charge, and John finishes the job. Fantastic stuff from Alliance.
ROCCAT now 1-7 in the league. They put up a good performance this week, but again, the problems persist.
The tidal wave's not going to be enough. They've got 2 kills. This is surely game for the Super Hawk group.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm here with Trevor Quickshot Henry once again as we kick off the week 4 of the summer split action.
Yeah, well, we ended last week with the teams actually starting to spread out in the table just a little bit, but I would honestly not be surprised to see those gaps closing as we head into today's matches.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at the standings before we head into week 4. First off, at the top, it is Alliance. Top of the table, currently riding on a 6-game win streak, and that takes them to 7 wins, 1 loss. And the only current tie in the European LCS is 4th place, where Fnatic and Millennium both have 4 wins and 4 losses, which is not really where we expected to see either of these teams after the spring split.
Definitely not. And sitting in last place, we do have ROCCAT. 1 win, 7 losses. They have actually lost 6 matches in a row, and they will need to turn things around in terms of their performance if they want to salvage the splits at all.
And of course, those standings will change as we start the day with an El Clasico match between SK Gaming and Fnatic. The next match, well, it was to be ROCCAT versus the Copenhagen Wolves. However, the Wolves have had to forfeit due to one of their players falling ill and the team failing to field an eligible substitute in time for today.
Yeah, it is a frustration. So instead, we will head into the Super Hot Crew versus Millennium, and we will end today's LCS matchups with Alliance versus Gambit Gaming. The action will continue with the European Challenger Series semi-finals as Alex Sitch and the Ninjas in Pajamas take on Ocelots and Gamers 2.
And after looking at the matchups, these are the players we'll be keeping a close eye on this week. For me, first off, it has to be Svensko, and he was MVP last week and is the man that makes things happen for SK Gaming. He had a 94% kill participation against Gambit Gaming, ending at 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 9 assists. If he can keep delivering performances like that, SK will win games with ease, that's for sure. Second up, it is Selfie. Since replacing Moops in the mid lane, Selfie has grown from strength to strength. He faces Kerp and Overpower this week, so will certainly be tested. But the way the Super Hot Crew are playing right now, those are 2 games they should win.
I completely agree with you. For me, I want to start with Yellowstar. He's the man that places the most wards of any European LCS player, with a total of 462 wards placed. That's in 8 games. That is 50 more wards than Vander, who has placed the second most, and over 100 more than Nif at 358. Then, talking about Alliance, it's Froggen, the man in the mid lane. He's got the highest European KDA. He pulled out a Nivea twice last week. He's an absolutely dominant force on any champion, and I want to see if anyone else in Europe can challenge this man, because the answer right now is no. For me, the final player to look at is the silent hero of the top lane. It's a man who always delivers a strong performance. He goes unsung on the side of the Super Hot Crew. It's Mime. He's got the highest KDA in the top lane. He always delivers, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he continues to hold off all of the rest of his opposition.
And if you guys want to track stats for these players and the rest of the LCS, head over to lolesports.com, where you can also watch VODs of the past games, read articles, get team information, and much more. You'll also find the complete schedule where you can vote on who you think will win today's matches.
Yeah, submit your choices and we will check in before each match to see who you guys picked. And you can also visit the tickets link at the top of the page to get seats and come see the European LCS live and in person here in Cologne. Come watch your favorite teams and players and be part of the action right alongside us.
Yeah, you can also join us on Twitter as well. And today we would like you to know, we want to know as well, which European LCS team do you guys think has shown the most consistent teamwork so far, and why?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to answer, but I imagine the top of the table.
Probably got to look at the top of the table.
We'll definitely get some favorites. For you guys at home, be sure to send those to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag LCS so we can actually read some of your responses later on in the show.
So, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get the games underway with our first match of the day between SK Gaming and Fnatic. During the spring split, SK led the head-to-head against Fnatic 3-1. But during the playoffs, Fnatic flipped that around to go 3-1 and, of course, gain first place, taking them to the All-Star game in Paris. Now that we're into the summer split, though, SK Gaming faced Fnatic in the opening game of the season, where Fnatic pushed SK to the limit. They gained a 6k gold lead before SK turned it back around again and secured themselves another win.
Yeah, SK definitely played well in that matchup, and from then on have gotten better and better, especially in the earlier game. And the easiest way to demonstrate SK's strongest starts is to look at how quickly they take advantage of getting the first dragon. Now, the league average for the first dragon is around 12 minutes and 49 seconds. And last week, SK secured an average first dragon time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds by punishing and taking advantage of their strongest starts. The standard laning phases have also played into SK's favor, as they're ending games 13 minutes quicker than Week 2. One of the only teams in Europe that is ending games quickly. They averaged 27-minute games last week in comparison to 40-minute games in Week 2. So a very strong start leading to a very strong finish for one of the tabletoppers here in Europe.
On the other side of the dice, Fnatic have not been living up to expectations this split. That's the feeling you get when you look at their 4-4 record. But Fnatic are actually mirroring their Season 3 performance, where they started well in the spring, but stumbled at the open in the summer split.
Yeah, that's right, D-Man, because last year, 2013, Fnatic went 7-1 in spring. It's a performance they repeated this year, 2014 spring. They started last year's summer with a record of 4-6, and playing SK and Alliance and being 4-4, they may go 4-6 again. It's an interesting trend when you look at Fnatic, and by the historical statistics, they will pick up the game as we get closer to playoffs. I do want to highlight the carries for Fnatic, starting with Peke in the mid lane. He holds the second highest CS at 10 minutes, the third highest CS at 20 minutes in the game. Reckless shares the exact same accolades, sitting second and third at 10 and 20 minutes. And when you consider that their team's in the middle of the table at 4 and 4, these two carries are actually punching above their team's placement. The story's not the same for Soaz. He is struggling. He's got the lowest amount of CS at 10 and 20 minutes, which tells me that he's struggling to adapt to this top lane meta, this buddy jungle system, and his negative tweets regarding the teleport, the 1v1s, and his distaste towards the champion pool is backing up those claims. He needs to figure out this meta if he wants to be more relevant.
Well, with SK, of course, demonstrating a stellar level of late-game play compared to the rest of the field, Fnatic's Peke knows how important coming out ahead in the picks and bans will be in this match.
We won the first match against Fnatic, so going into the second one shouldn't be too much trouble.
I guess SK, like any game we played against them, we are not really worried about them. It's mostly about us doing like wrong things in the game.
SK is just this team that doesn't really make mistakes. We have to be focused before the game starts. During pick and bans, I think we already have to be really careful then, because the moment they have a strong lineup, we have to play perfect the whole game.
Most of the time we had great early game, but they just like do better rotation than us after laning phase / mid game, and they just capitalize better on mistake than us in mid game.
Sana is kind of selfless jungler, so he'll buy like 3 wards on his first base and then delay all his items for like really long time just to ward up for his team and stuff. I'm kind of more like selfish jungler.
We're having a bit of a slow start to the split, like we had always before as well, and I hope we are going to pick it up.
We've been doing okay this split, great start, so yeah, we have a lot of confidence.
We'll see how it goes between these two teams. Jungler styles different. We talked about Soaz's stats. He's up against Freddy. It's a big matchup.
It is a big matchup, and I think the junglers are going to be the interesting story considering the patch we're on. But we'll get to that in picks and bans.
So let's check out the starting lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means that Freddy122 is in the top lane. Svenskeren in the jungle. Jez is in the mid lane. Candy Panda the AD carry, and then Rated on support.
And on the red side for Fnatic, it is Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke playing mid, Reckless on AD carry, and Yellowstar playing support role.
So before we begin this game, let's check your predictions out according to lolesports.com. You have voted Fnatic to win this game. 53% though, that is very close.
Performance-wise, that's not the way these teams have been trending, but that's a vote you would not have seen 3 months ago, and that's not a vote that you're seeing very often. These very popular teams starting to fall out of favor with the viewers if they're not delivering.
Yeah, we're starting to see the swing of the old guard. We saw TSM lose a fan vote just the other week. It's crazy.
What is the world coming to?
What is happening in League of Legends?
Just before we jump into picks and bans, it is 4.9 as far as the patch is concerned. Yes. Braum is available, so I'm expecting to see
but we'll be banned.
I'm expecting to see that. And also, I think with the changes to Kha'Zix, the no longer damage reduction in his ultimate, I believe the champion pool in the jungle is now limited to Lee Sin, Elise, and Evelyn.
Yeah.
And it's a sentiment that is shared by many of the European junglers. So I'm very excited to see what gets banned by which team and where they're going to emphasize.
Yeah, who has the advantage? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway for El Clasico. SK Gaming as the blue side up against Fnatic. So first pick and bans coming straight through. LeBlanc and Kassadin removed there. There is the Lulu ban. There's the Braum ban. Surprise, surprise. I will be pretty shocked if we get to see him this week.
I agree with you. The Elise ban followed by SK is what interests me now. Fnatic need to decide, do they ban away Lee Sin, which is Svenskeren's most played champion at 6 games and 5 wins, and they're not going to, instant first pick. But now where does he go for jungler? Fnatic have Nidalee open, they have Nunu available, and they've run a poke sort of comp like that in the past. It is something that I think they'd have to consider.
Fast pick and bans here. Jax was that final ban, as you said. Lee Sin was picked up, of course, Svenskeren on that. 8-2-9, as I mentioned, against Gambit just last week on that very champion. But Reckless will get his hands on Twitch, the stealth assassin, and of course alongside him will be Morgana for Yellowstar.
So Fnatic have got a lot of options available to them. A lot of mid lane champions are still up. The Ziggs is there, which is a priority. The Nidalee is available if they want to go for it. Soaz has trended towards locking a Trundle in for his top lane pick and pairing it with that Nidalee. It gives you the zone control, it gives you disengage power. But the problem that Fnatic ran into in running those champions against the Super Hot crew is no clear way to make a play happen. They needed to get ahead, they needed to siege with Nidalee, and it wasn't effective enough for them. Subaku ran them down multiple times.
So SK Gaming choosing to basically force Fnatic to make the first move. They've gone with their support and AD carry, which is Lucian Thresh, the most popular combo back in the spring, and of course that forces Fnatic to make the first move with that top laner or mid laner.
Super safe picks from both of these teams. SK have not revealed anything about how they want to play, but they have the ability to make picks, they have the ability to engage and disengage, and they've got Candy Panda on his most played ADC. He's undefeated on Lucian this split. He's got a 12.5 KDA, so it's a very safe pick from them. Fnatic right now have actually gone for a much more heavy engaged sort of flanking composition, and they've got the makings of a split push team for the time being.
So that means we're going to see Soaz on Shyvana. It will be Cyanide, on Evelyn. And we wonder what Freddy is going to play this. He's got Aatrox currently hovered over. It is a champion he's played, and he's played it against Fnatic a few times.
Yes, he has. It's one of Freddy's sort of go-to champions. I think it would be okay because you can trade with Shyvana. We've been seeing a lot of other top laners running Irelia into Shyvana a few times when the matchup
as well
has been available. Top lane Kayle was something that was talked about last week.
It was played in Korea a couple of times.
We've seen it a few times. So the options are there for SK, but I really like the Ziggs because this denies it from Fnatic. Had they got the Ziggs, it would have been safe wave clear. It would have allowed them to get the poke and buy time for Shyvana and Evelyn to find the flank. Fnatic now need to find good, safe wave clear because they don't have it amongst the rest of the champions. If they ever get into a siege situation, they're at a very big disadvantage because none of their champions can deal with that Ziggs harass and poke.
So will it be the Kayle? Will he switch across? Orianna would fit as well, of course, the jump in.
I actually prefer Orianna.
Bombs. Yeah, the stealth delivery system, the ball delivery system. We saw it a couple of times last week in the North American LCS, working to great effect. And of course, with that Ziggs in there, SK Gaming played it very safe. I'm interested to see how Freddy's going to work. Of course, we heard him last week. 100% record on Renekton. Didn't choose to go with that one. It will be a switch for Peke. He is going to go with Twisted Fate.
So let's quickly highlight the Fnatic comp. They've got the ability to flank for team fights with Evelyn, with Shyvana. But what I do like about their solo lane champions of Shyvana and Twisted Fate, it gives them the option to split push and play the map very effectively. The thing is, Fnatic have to punish Jez's when his Mega Inferno Bomb is down. Because while Fnatic have the tools to play the minion waves in the map, Jez's on Ziggs can clear them very effectively. Neither team has safe engage. You have to land a Lee Sin Q. Shyvana's going to flank from the side. Evelyn's going to come from behind. Aatrox has to, go for a knockup. So when these teams engage, I think it could be very tentative because they have to land a perfect skill shot on the right target. Otherwise, there's no Leona, there's no Vi, there's no clear standard heavy engage that we're used to seeing.
See how this works out, ladies and gentlemen. With the champions now locked in, who do you think has the lineup advantage? Tweet hashtag SKWin or hashtag FNCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think came out ahead in just a few moments. I just want to keep my eye on Peke and wait for him to load up to see whether he switched last minute, because he had Cleanse selected there. Flash Cleanse, he has changed it to Flash Ghost, I was going to say.
Ghost Flash on Twisted Fate is your more standard.
Yeah, I was like, why has he got Cleanse? There's nothing really that warrants it.
And this is something that we were discussing internally regarding last week's games. You've got the Shyvana that's going to need some items and wants to become tanky to eventually affect team fights. Evelyn can affect the psychological presence during the laning phase, but again, needs items to be a big relevant matter in team fights. If Peke gets a good Destiny off early on, he can affect his side lanes and accelerate the rate at which Fnatic can gain control. So those very first ultimates out of Peke are going to be game-changing.
That's how it works out for him, of course, because he needs to get some pressure and up against the Ziggs in the mid lane for Jez. It's a champion he knows all too well. Here we go, though, ladies and gentlemen. SK Gaming starting out as the blue side up against Fnatic on the red side. The first game of week 4 between these two teams. Last time they met, SK Gaming came out on top, despite Fnatic having a very early lead.
We'll have to see how SK handle pulling themselves back into this game. You could argue one of the reasons they pulled themselves back the previous time was the experience gained from the jungle camps. One of the big changes in 4.9 is the bonus experience on jungle monsters from the average level of champions has been removed. So what that means is, as Fnatic were accelerating further and further ahead, SK could farm their jungle up and get larger chunks of experience than Fnatic had because of the fact that average level was higher. That catch-up mechanic or snowball mechanic is no longer available to junglers and teams, so it should even out teams that get very far ahead and obviously prevent teams that are far behind from catching up as quickly.
Well, as we mentioned, we are on 4.9 here. If you have just joined us, this is the first game of the day. It is only a 3-game day as well because, of course, ROCCAT have got themselves a forfeited victory over the Copenhagen Wolves, unfortunately. However, in this matchup, it doesn't seem... Are we going to have a late invade from Fnatic? They are setting up for it. SK is sitting back, and it's Fnatic that are going for it.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to try and second-guess Svenskeren on that Lee Sin. You do see Lee's starting at red buff from time to time, but because of a smart ward by SK, they've got full vision and full information of what Fnatic are up to. So it's a safe start for SK in the top half of the map, and it looks to be SK going for a counter invade, but Soaz is on the red buff himself, so this could get scary.
Oh, Soaz has walked straight in towards him. He's going to try and run past with a burnout. Good flay comes out of N-rated. There's a lot of damage going down, but without the death sentence, Soaz should escape no problem.
Yeah, Svenskeren actually started with that Sonic Wave on his Q, so going to slow down his jungle clear just a tiny bit. Needs to take a little more damage. And there's the fan vote swinging heavily in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, 76% of you liking what Fnatic have picked up here. Freddy himself is having a few issues with Fnatic as well in this jungle. Svenskeren does manage to come around and get that red buff stolen away.
So something I want to highlight about Freddy locking in the Aatrox. It's a smart pick in the current top lane meta because Aatrox can actually sustain and jungle very effectively. Whenever we look at the top lane matchup, it has evolved from a who does better in 1v2 in CS to now who can sustain in jungle, who can get experience, what's your wave clear, what's your sustain. And Aatrox is a champion that has very high marks in a lot of those regards. He's already got an experience and a CS lead over Soaz, but we need to see how he makes it work, obviously, once they eventually come toe-to-toe.
Yeah, and you can see being gifted a bit of experience. Meanwhile, the buddy system in action here. Cyanide level 3 up against his Soaz, his level 1 still. Meanwhile, Freddy is about to hit level 2, but it's another good invade coming from Fnatic here. Going with that 4-0 push. It's going to keep on the buddy system, keep on pushing. They can only go for the one golem, of course. One was stolen away by Freddy a moment ago.
The question is, what does SK do to respond? They haven't seen Fnatic's members going for the bottom tower. Aatrox is 1.5 miles away, moving with Svenskeren to this bottom tower, and it actually looks like Soaz and Cyanide have gone for the counter jungle route instead of the tower. They're going to catch a low health Freddy. He's in trouble.
Freddy comes in. Freddy can just flash across. That's exactly what he had to do. Peke wasn't quite there, but that was a double summoners used by SK.
Massive advantage to Fnatic because of the fact that Peke, when he has Destiny, is going to have 2 targets that he can try to shut down. Not having Flash on Freddy and Svenskeren is going to limit their aggressive plays and open up opportunities for Fnatic to punish them.
Okay, so we've got a difference in playstyle as well between the duo lanes. You can see down the bottom, you just got a glimpse of it. That tower almost down. Fnatic pushing hard on that one. Meanwhile, the top lane, you can see Candy Pan is just freezing the lane out there, holding it still. Hasn't really pushed.
They're going to catch Jesus.
Jesus is going to get caught out. Stun card comes in there. It's a good play from N-rated though. Here comes the teleport. Freddy's going to join this party. Dark Binding does not land. They can turn it back around. Freddy doesn't quite get the knock up in time. 4 members of SK continue to chase. Svenskeren does land the Sonic Wave, but they don't choose to follow on Cyanide.
Ghost and Flash burned by Peke. It looked like Fnatic had caught SK out, but a very quick response by the teleport on Freddy and landing the skill shots by SK counters the play. So no first blood secured, but very strong start by SK. They've been pretty proactive in response to Fnatic, considering the counter jungling Fnatic put down.
You can see, of course, Yellowstar still only at level 2, hasn't been absorbing too much of that experience, and Rated in the meantime has been roaming quite heavily. We just saw him around that mid lane there. He was involved in that mid lane fight. He's leaving Candy Panda all on his own in that top lane. In terms of 280 carriers, they've pretty much unhindered both of them. You can see in terms of farm, both doing very well.
Yeah, but you've already pointed out that Reckless has done a better job at putting damage on that bottom tower. So once Fnatic decide to take the objective down, they will get the experience to gold and they'll open up that portion of the map. You touched on N-Rated's roaming. This is a trend we have seen from European Thresh players for the last 3 weeks. Threshers are roaming to whichever lane needs more assistance or wants more control. We've been seeing them with top laners. If we look in the mid lane, there are so many members collapsing. SK are looking for a fight here.
There's a party going down, and Jez is happy to keep throwing out those bombs towards him. Satchel charges away from Yellowstar. Dark Binding comes out. Lantern was thrown, wasn't required. And SK going for the invade, taking away the Wraiths and keeping Fnatic on their toes here in this mid lane.
Yeah, the question is, how much does it hurt Fnatic in the bigger picture. You compare levels in the top laners and junglers, they're even. 80 carries are the same, supports are the same. So even with SK roaming and moving around the map, they're not losing out on CS, they're not losing out on experience, and it's actually Peke that's falling behind. Because of how much time Creaton's been in mid, he's losing out on CS, and it looks like they've caught Freddy. He's just going to dark flight to safety.
Yeah, just jumps away from that one, no problems there. As you mentioned, Peke falling behind a little bit. It's a 17 CS differential right now between Jesus and Peke, so it's a big start. And this is what I talked about with Twisted Fate. As soon as he selected it, he was up against the Ziggs. He's going to be pressured in the lane, and that Destiny is going to be tricky to use when the minions keep pounding on your turret.
Yeah, Curve in particular, his Ziggs play can 1v1 most Twisted Fates that we've seen. Very good reaction time from Yellow Star on that Black Shield. But I think, you know, it's always a difficult matchup early on. Once Peke gets some more items and gets some more wave clear power under his belt, he can counter push Ziggs back and obviously can also impact those side lanes through the use of Destiny. But the question is, who pulls the trigger first? Right now, Fnatic, they've showed a very clear focus on shutting down the red buff of SK Gaming. There's multiple members moving to this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, good ward placement from SK there. Gave Vision well ahead of time for that one down the bottom. That means Freddy will not get caught out. Red buff has spawned. We could see a smite fight between the two junglers here. Cyanide is lingering off the side there. We do see just coming around the side. Yellow Star joins him. Yellow Star gets hooked in with a death sentence. They try to slam on towards him. But now Fnatic are going to turn this one around. Peke comes in. Mega Inferno Bomb lands. That is going to be Reckless with the first kill there on towards Svenskeren.
Very well played by Fnatic. They had SK on the back foot. Even though SK landed the death sentence on Yellow Star, Fnatic had more members available, and the Destiny from Twisted Fate was very, very impactful in that game. Landing the CC, so red buff stolen, first blood secured, and a dragon. That is a very big swing of control, which is actually somewhat reminiscent of what Fnatic did against SK in the very first game of the summer split 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, we heard Soaz talking around it. They need to be more decisive in when they make these plays. Get the kills off the back, need to move in, take a advantage, and exactly what they've just done. See if they can keep it up though, because this is only the early game. This is where SK generally always fall behind. Only last week was the first time they started to turn it around. And again, you know they're a strong force in the mid game. The fact that they've got a Ziggs in there, in Froggen's own words, he was surprised they managed to beat a Ziggs inside 40 minutes. This could be a long one.
I completely agree. And not only because of Ziggs and, of course, Twisted Fate for the defensive capabilities, but also because neither team necessarily has the strongest engage. If Soaz and Cyanide are revealed, if SK have got good warding, it means the flanking opportunities are reduced by Fnatic. So the onus is on SK to make sure they have proper warding and make sure they have the information to work with. Now, this is a 3v2 in the top lane, but Enrated misses the death sentence and nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, Cyanide is making his way up. Doesn't look like he's needed, as you mentioned. It was a 3v2. They had the number advantage. SK going to continue putting the pressure on. Destiny is not available for Peke, but of course he's being held prisoner in the mid lane by Destiny.
So I do want to highlight the fact that Enrated has played 3 games in a row now on Thresh, and he's definitely improving since the spring split performances. Oh, that's the culling being thrown down just onto Yellow Star for poke. Sven setting himself up in the mid lane. So SK, they're trying to find something, trying to find an opportunity. SK maybe feeling the pressure of losing that first blood in the dragon. Candy Panda gets away with his life. That was close. You can see Sven, he wants to make something happen. He hasn't been as dominant as he was against Gambit last week, and it's because Fnatic have been invading the jungle. Fnatic have forced SK to respond to Fnatic's movements, and because they're dictating the tempo, they're keeping control of the game. I do feel if they let up, SK have the tools, they have the death sentence, they have the Aatrox, they have the Lee that can regain control and force Fnatic onto the back foot.
Of course, Freddy, with his passive, his Bloodwell, he should be able to 1v1 up against Reckless for a fair period of time here. Of course, it gives him that safety net once that Blade of the Rune King is built.
Yeah, there's a 2-level deficit though. So theoretically, from a stats perspective, I would probably agree. There's a knock-up, a slow, Freddy's got built-in sustain.
At the moment, there's a big difference,
but yes,
but coming late game,
2 levels between them is a very big problem, and the item difference. I mean, you know, if you compare Reckless, he's got that Bilgewater Cutlass, he's got his Berserker's Greaves. He's playing a bit safe, a bit risky. There's not enough wards from Fnatic to be pushing that deep, but for the moment, there's full vision on the rest of SK, so we need to see if he gets punished like he was last week.
Yeah, when that Blade of the Rune King gets complete, both of them probably will go for it as well. We'll see Freddy, I'm absolutely certain he will head towards it, gone for Longsword. Hasn't gone for his traditional triple Doran's Blade, but then again, he's not on a traditional champion right now. Top lane, pressure still on Soel, still being forced back, which is giving Freddy a little advantage. We keep seeing Yellowstar constantly paying visits to this mid lane, wants to land that Dark Binding, wants to get the kills on Jesus to slow him down.
Yeah, the problem is the defensive capabilities from SK are still very strong. Oh, Reckless with a cheeky Golem steal. So the only tower that's gone down has been in this bottom lane. And Fnatic, they're diving Freddy. Look at the support they've got from both Evelynn as well as Yellowstar. If a Dark Binding connects, which it doesn't, Freddy is going to be in trouble, but I think he can Dark Flight to safety.
Side steps in, like I mentioned, he has got the Bloodwell still up, but look at this, SK Gaming, 4 members in the mid lane. Peke taking a fair burst from the culling there. The rest of his team are collapsing in and around SK Gaming. Can they get in towards him? Cyanide puts the ulti, lands on 4 members there, and Rated will be the focus target. He's the lowest. Svenskeren gets caught with the Dark Binding. There's the Mega Inferno bomb coming out. It's going to hook on towards Soes, takes a tower hit. Ignite running, but he should be safe, and everybody so far is alive. Reckless trying to get some rat-a-tat-tat damage down on towards it. Freddy's going to teleport in, but as you mentioned, he's only level 7 right now. He's simply doing defensive duties. SK Gaming trying to go aggressive, got forced back by Fnatic.
If SK Gaming didn't have all of the summoners that they actually have available, they would have gone down. Look down the left-hand side of your screen. Every flash, every heal, exhaust, everything was burned. And SK, I think, were a little lucky to come away from that one. A perfect flank from both Cyanide and Soaz, hitting multiple members of SK, and that was a very, very good positional play out of Fnatic. They didn't hesitate, and they responded quickly by having the members in the middle lane while drawing SK into their own turret. They managed to make the play work. Destiny's available for Peke, so let's see if he's going to use it. He may be the one that's in a little bit of trouble now from SK.
Takes a bouncing bomb, has the Satchel charge away from Yellowstar, didn't throw out that Dark Binding, will absorb some of that damage. Peke can avoid that death sentence. We also saw Freddy in that top lane. Remember, he's already used the teleport, just used his ulti as well to keep Soaz at bay. Soaz doesn't have teleport either, so this is going to be a 4v4 engage if they go for it. Sidon and Yellowstar looking to steal the red.
Yeah, there's something more interesting. Fnatic have got 4 sweepers and a blue trinket. They want to be in SK's space like they're doing now.
Reckless and Rated in all sorts of trouble. That's going to be Peke that manages to secure that kill away from Reckless.
So the point that I'm trying to make, with 4 sweeping lenses and the Scrying Orb, Fnatic wants to constantly be in SK's jungle, constantly be denying vision, and forcing SK into risky moves. If they can keep making SK, jump in their face or move through the jungle unsafe, it opens up Peke and his Destiny ganks to make even bigger, even flashier plays. So I think it's very smart from Fnatic, but we need to see if they can keep this level of aggression. It's not something we've seen them do at all this split.
The roaming abilities that Twitch offers you is actually opening up avenues for Peke to start looking for kills, and that's exactly what is working out for him. 1-0-1 currently ahead now in CS, and that's a big difference because he fell, 17 CS behind it in the early game, but he's managed to gain that ground up. Pink ward being cleared by Unrated, almost got caught out again there. You can see Fnatic with gathering, but with the Dragon alive, this is going to be the fight they're looking for.
Yeah, now Unrated still does not have access to the box because he's been roaming a little more and has not been sitting in a lane by himself. He doesn't have access to his ultimate, whereas Yellowstar does with those Soul Shackles. Teleport is not up for Freddy either, and you see Soaz coming down. So Fnatic instantly with a numbers advantage and the level advantage for the following team fights.
Candy Panda caught out there. They didn't decide to go for it, but there's going to be the Destiny. Peke's deep though. The rest of his team haven't really followed through on this one. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. The death sentence lands, but it doesn't matter. The damage is there. SK Gaming haven't quite got enough to rattle them down, and Fnatic come out with 2 kills. Very lucky, I feel, there. Peke and Yellowstar so low, but they get the kills.
5 versus 4, and there was no top laner from SK Gaming, so Fnatic were always going to have an advantage. Sven does have Smite available. He's looking for it. We'll see if he's going to go.
He's going to land the Sonic Wave. He's going to run out. He's going to have to go any second. Now he's left it too late. Yeah, that's going to be the Dragon. So, Tower was picked up by Freddy in that top lane. It wasn't all lost for SK, but it's a good turnaround once again. More kills and another Dragon.
This is what we talked about in the pregame. Fnatic had the ability to play the map, and they can deal, or they can play like a split push game. But they knew that Freddy had used his teleport, and they punished him for it. Look at your minimap. So many members of Fnatic coming from multiple angles. It's actually very difficult to pull off this sort of pincer type of move, because if SK had got all the damage down into Yellowstar, instead of playing retreat game, they could have killed him. But they didn't, and even though Peke was hooked, they'd already killed Candy Panda. So no more bombs, no more auto attacks. Fnatic get away from it.
And I'd also question that Mega Inferno Bomb. It went directly up to Pekka, yet if it just gone a couple of centimeters to the right-hand side, it would have been on 4 members of Fnatic. Could even picked up a kills, could even turn that fight around. Wasn't quite on point though. Enrated and Yellowstar once again going at it. Another Dark Binding lands. Yellowstar starting to find his eye on them, starting to put the damage down. Reckless. And look at this, the rest of Fnatic all moving in towards the top there. Freddy has to back out.
This has to be the 5th or the 6th time that Fnatic have grouped up to invade SK's jungle. Enrated can't even, get his wards down because there's 4 sweeping lenses on the side of Fnatic. They've got a numbers advantage in the top lane, and it does look like they may make a move on the tower, but keep your eyes on Candy Panda. He's pushing the bottom lane as well. So SK even on towers, but they are 4,000 gold down.
Destiny used, that's going to be Pekka coming down to the bottom, purely defensive Destiny this time around. Will wipe out those minions there. Candy Panda fancies putting some damage down. It's a good turret trade, but 2 turret hits is not exactly what Candy Panda wanted there.
No, it really wasn't. Uncharacteristic misplay from Candy Panda, putting himself in turret range and eating that gold card. It was very apparent that Pekka was looking for it. Good pink ward place there by SK. Actually, Reckless ran straight past it. Didn't manage to clear it out. It looks like Soaz is going to miss it as well. So SK with a good vision game. And if you look at the wards, they also have better vision in the northern half of the map. They have to. SK have been defending the onslaught from Fnatic this entire match, and they can't afford to let up in the vision game because Fnatic will just keep punishing with those flanks from Shyvana, with the teleports to the Destinies from Peke.
Speaking of punishment, that top lane may start to become a problem. We've seen Aatrox, if he can go strong, if he can get a lot of farm, he can be a beast. He's now built up a 30 CS differential over Soaz, but of course Soaz has got a kill, has got the 2 assists, has got the 2 dragons all on his side, which is just about keeping him in there in terms of gold. He is a level behind. Candy Panda in this bottom lane, he's being flanked by 2 stealth assassins.
This is going to be so scary for Candy Panda. He does have flash, he does have heal, but I think it's too late. Here comes Reckless, here comes Sinai.
And a catch on towards him, Bladed Rune King, insta-pop, rat-a-tat-tat comes down. No doubt about that kill.
Rat-a-tat-tat, and that's a dead Candy Panda. He didn't have the vision in the bottom half of the map. SK had all of the wards in the top half, and Candy Panda is the one that's pushing completely blind. That was just risky. Jez is now trying to get zone control in this bottom lane, but when Reckless is 3-0-2 on Twitch and he can assassinate 4 very squishy champions, this is a scary place for SK Gaming.
Well, we just saw the top lane. We got a brief glimpse of it there. Soaz having to back away. He can't trade with Freddy. He's now 2 levels behind in that top lane. Freddy continuing to push on the top tower. Meanwhile, Cyanide in the jungle. Once again, Reckless looking for another kill. Gold card comes out and Rated goes down. Reckless on a mission now, 4-0-2.
So much vision and so much presence. Fnatic have spent most of their time in SK's jungle, and this is very confident play from them. It's going to allow them a potential siege in this mid lane, but keep in mind the defensive power from SK and the type of composition Fnatic has, they don't necessarily want to tower dive. They want to find a pick, they want to get kills in the jungle, and then take uncontested objectives. For the time being, SK have defended their outer turrets, mostly because Fnatic haven't actually looked to really siege them out.
Yeah, still just that one bottom turret that went very early on for Fnatic, and of course the top one that Freddy's worked himself down. Look at the goal between them though, you can see it's actually Soaz in the lead, as I thought, because of those global objectives. He has managed to get himself level 10 and has continued to push a big wave. Mid lane, we see the trade between these two. Big advantage picked up by Peke now, 2,000 gold over Jez's.
Yeah, he's farming well, he's got more objectives under his belt, and of course the Twisted Fate passive for gold. So we'll keep our eyes on this Freddy versus Soaz duel. But I do want to mirror the fact that in game 1 of the split, Fnatic had a 6,000 gold lead, and it was thanks to SK's ability to find picks under towers and responding to Fnatic's pressure in that game that allowed them to win. It was also Soaz with some questionable plays. He was caught out in the top lane. Right now, SK are being flanked, and we'll see if Fnatic can do anything.
Dark Binding doesn't land. Mega Inferno Bomb misses. Jez's goes down. It's another great flanking move. Yellowstar, though, gets caught out, hooked into the tower. Rat-a-tat-tat running from Reckless. Not going to get the mark this time around. Freddy comes into for defensive duties. Probably wasn't needed. But Fnatic again come out, get a kill.
Yeah, Fnatic get the kill. They do trade 1-for-1. Kill lands in Candy Panda shoes, which is very important. But what SK failed to do in that situation was keep Jez going the same direction. He tried to pull members of Fnatic away from him towards the river. Got punished for it. There's also a teleport down from Freddy. So Fnatic can now leave Soaz to try and farm up that top lane and try and make up the CS deficit that he's fallen behind, and we'll see if it actually comes to benefit Fnatic.
Dragon due in 15 seconds. We'll see who sets up for that one. It seems, of course, with Soaz up there, has got that flash teleport available if he wants to join in. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they want to get this middle turret down. That would be a big advantage to make their move on this Dragon.
And that all stems from the kill that they had earlier. They get about 30 to 40% of the tower damage off, and I really feel that if Fnatic do not find picks, they can't challenge for those objectives. Previously, in the 5v4, they got Dragon, now they got Jezz again.
Jezz is caught out, Satchel charges away, but quickly gets caught up. Now Freddy locked up by another great dart binding. The Lantern used, but surely that means it's another Dragon for Fnatic.
It has to be, because Dragons respawn, Fnatic have had absolute control of it. Not only are they going to get the Dragon in a few minutes, the middle turret goes down, Soaz is going to get the top turret. This is all stemming from that fight in the mid lane where they baited Freddy to use his teleport. Fnatic are just in absolute control, and there's very little SK can do other than putting more wards up and not being caught. They've been caught so many times already.
Big gold difference. This time around, 8,000 gold. Surely they can't mess this one up this time around. Fnatic have a good advantage. 22 minutes into this game, looking strong so far. That mid lane Peke has been roaming around, and it's all been because of this man, honestly, Reckless. He's been looking for those kills and getting them. 90+% kill participation with his 4-0-3, been involved in almost every move that Fnatic have made.
Yeah, if memory serves, last week, Reckless was 0-3-0-4 at one point. On Twitch against the Twisted Fate. He had been punished a lot. And this particular game, he's not been under the same pick pressure. So he's been able to roam. He's only a little bit of CS behind Candy Panda, but it doesn't matter when he's got 4 kills. Static Shiv completed. Blade of the Rune King, he's almost got a Last Whisper. Fnatic now have the toughest job. What they've been doing in terms of the jungle invades to get the outer turrets is easier than doing the same thing on the inner line of turrets because there's less space between SK's base and the objectives. Reckless is stealthed up and he's looking for another kill. I think he might get it.
He may get on towards Enrated. He's trying to get away with that shield. There's Reckless. He has the damage now. That's a big problem building for SK.
He didn't even use his Blade of the Ruined King. That was just all too easy with the amount of damage he's built up. There's no teleport on Freddy, so Freddy's going to need to back away and come to defend this middle lane. Fnatic looking like they're going to back away. They need to kill Jezz if they want the tower.
Well, the one big thing, of course, with the Ziggs, you do have fantastic wave clear. Teleport being used by Soaz has to defend out this top turret for Freddy.
Yeah, so Soaz now without his teleport means Fnatic may go into a slightly more passive period of play because they're not going to have Soaz who can respond instantly. And in order for Fnatic to break this inner line of turrets, they need to have very deep vision, and ideally, they need to catch Fnatic on an aggressive push. Last time SK pushed middle lane, Fnatic punished with a flawless flank. And if SK do the same thing without the correct deep vision, they will get punished again. Look at Fnatic's positioning. They're setting themselves up for another engage. Soaz coming from River, and there's Destiny as well.
Where's he going to go with it? Goes straight in. Mega Inferno Bomb this time does land, but Jezz gets caught out again. Another fantastic control, really. The Destiny landing on towards them. Cyanide sidesteps the cull in there. SK Gaming can't seem to manage their damage in the right target. The splitting across. Freddy once again gets himself down there, but again, not in the right place at the right time. And Jezz, he is being picked on right now in that mid lane.
There is no hesitation from Fnatic at all. Every single time the opportunity presents itself, they are punishing. And I think Soaz, even though he's down on CS, he has been in exactly the right place his team has needed him. Now SK blue buff is up. Sven, you're in trouble, my friend.
Puts a ping ward down. He was ready for it. Don't think he was ready for the two of them, though. There's going to be the Lantern. They're going to try and turn this one back around. Freddy, meanwhile, is caught out with the dart binding. The chain CC is fantastic so far from Fnatic.
They're landing all of the abilities they need to, and SK managed to defend their blue buff. That's actually very important for them. Jezz has respawned. He should get in range to take this one down. And this is going to, again, just put a slight stall on Fnatic's play. The reason they were able to punish SK in the mid lane a few minutes ago is because of Soaz reading the situation well, moving down even without teleport, and again, no hesitation. But Soaz on defensive duty, he's holding off as many objectives as possible. And Fnatic, without kills, can't break those inner turrets. But they've done a phenomenal job of dictating the tempo and pushing SK to the absolute limit.
Thing is, while it is 10-1 in terms of kills and a big gold advantage, still 8,000 gold, SK still have. The bottom turret will go down very quickly. The top inner turret will go down very quickly. There's money in the bank already there, whereas Fnatic, they're getting these picks, they're making these plays, but they're struggling to make a dent now that those 8 turrets are start to go down.
The thing is, this would be the same shoe on the other foot. Even if SK were to get those objectives and Fnatic were to group up for a defense, SK run the risk, if they don't know where Cyanide is, he'll just come in from behind them. He'll come in from the side and punish them. Peke with the Hourglass and the makings of a Death Cap, he's got an incredible wave clear. So SK are looking in a similar position to find these picks, but because they're so far behind, they need to be 100% certain before they engage. Because of the fact that they're 10k down, 9k down, if they make one misplay, it will cost them inner turrets and maybe inhibitor turrets as well.
We can see Freddy starting to get some of that tankiness built up. Millennium Zoma will be coming out very soon. Meanwhile, so as his counterpart, you can see full tank build, no problem there. Going to be the man that throws himself into the team fights. Freddy in that mid lane trying to put some pressure down, but not really creating anything at the moment because Fnatic have spread across the map. They've gone with pretty much one in the top, one in the bottom, two in the mid, quite easily jungling. They have full control of the map right now.
It's what we expected from them. And the problem that SK have, they don't know where Twitch or Evelyn could be if they don't have those pink wards down, which means if SK ever want to engage on Shyvana in the bottom lane, they know Twisted Fate with Destiny could engage. They don't know where Evelyn is. They don't know where Twitch is. So it means that SK have a difficult time of dealing with the split pushes of Fnatic because they have so many more factors to put into the equation. Cyanide again, looking for another flank. Soaz could come in from behind the turret. Fnatic, I think they want another fight.
Cyanide looking to come around, but he's going to get spotted a little bit too early this time around. The Dark Binding does land, but it's only on Rated. There's going to be the death sentence. Soaz comes around the side end. Rated will go down. It's Reckless with yet another. Soaz tanking out the turret again. Look at the map. Freddy on the top lane, not with his team. He may get the turret though, so it's an objective for a death.
Objective for death is something SK will be happy about, and I wasn't anticipating Fnatic to go for that confident of a tower dive. Props to Svenskeren. He interrupted the Dragon's descent. It's not over. Bye, Jesus.
Jez is going to go down here. He's getting sidestepped around the side there. Flash is out. They managed to turn it back around. Peke goes down. He will eventually die. And now Candy Panda's in trouble. He needs the help from his top laner, who is also backing away. Candy Panda's rushing away from this one. He's got a lot of damage. He's still got that Triforce and Bloodthirster. May be able to dash out of the danger here. Cyanide collapsing around. Cyanide's got to be careful. Doesn't manage to land the double tap. Will just dash through to the Baron pit.
So he manages to get away with his life. The rest of Fnatic are trying to push through the middle lane. The trade ends up being a 2-for-1. Very importantly, the bonus gold from Peke's killing spree has gone over to SK, so it's going to start closing that gold gap. But I think Fnatic are looking to grab themselves another uncontested dragon. Props to Jesus as well. He did flash into the middle of the fight. Peke tried that sort of Messiah-style move, Destiny instant Hourglass, and SK just collapsed on him like a ton of bricks. Managed to grab their second kill of the game, but it is still a very grim situation for SK Gaming. They are far from looking like they can turn this control around, but Fnatic are now in a position Super Hot Crew were last week, 2 weeks ago. Fnatic need to find those kills deeper in the jungle to get on the inhib turrets, because barring that previous tower dive, Fnatic have actually not touched an inner turret for a very long time.
Yeah, they've not really got any damage on it whatsoever. Despite the fact they've been focusing Jesus so hard, they're taking away that wave clear, they haven't been able to put pressure on. Now that Freddy's taking down that top inner turret, he'll probably rotate around. In the moment he's going to cover off Soaz, and then of course that bottom outer turret. Very low on health already, which we see Reckless going down there. He's going to get himself that wave clear in. So Fnatic are in the driving seat, but SK do not count them out. Late game is where they excel, despite the fact they're 11,000 gold behind. These tight fights are very, very close, and Rated's dead.
Well, here comes Destiny. I think he's right. Yeah,
not getting out.
So that was the problem we talked about. Shyvana was split pushing top. Oh, Yellowstar might go down as well.
Oh, they're going to try and catch on towards him. Now Svenskeren and Candy Panda trying to make some plays there. Freddy's also coming around the side, but this is all leaving the bottom lane open to Reckless, who's just continuing to push.
So this is the power of Fnatic's comp. The moment SK tried to deal with Soaz in that split push, Evelyn comes out of the sideline, Destiny is used. What it does mean is that SK, if they are feeling confident, they can make an aggressive play on Fnatic, knowing that that ability is no longer available to them. Candy Pana's trying to deal with Reckless in the bottom lane. We'll see who gets his blue buff. It does go to Jesus. So good blue buff control. The previous two have gone to SK Gaming, and they've pushed Fnatic away, which just means Jesus can continue to wave clear and defend.
Close your eyes if you've got M-rated on your fantasy team. 0-6-1 is not going very much his way so far. SK feeling confident, clearing out that mid lane. They don't want to push too far past the river, though. You can see Reckless rejoining his team, but they are all starting to back off, spend some of that well-earned gold. Double Randy and Zoma now stacked in, Soaz and Cyanide stacking them. And you talked about earlier, of course, the Death Cap, and Zonya's now completed for Peke along with that Beams, which he started out with. Reckless, he's a monster, 606. Blade of the Rune King, Static Shiv, Last Whisper, and it looks like an Infinity Edge is going to get stacked on top of that.
This is my favorite game that I've seen Fnatic play all split long. Because from the 12th minute, they had that Scrying Orb and they had 4 sweeping lenses. They have been playing the map exquisitely. They have denied and strangled every resource SK have had. And the moment SK have made any play, pushing a tower or looking to go challenge Dragon, Fnatic have been ruthless in their initiations. The problem is, their comp does very well when they have space to work with. And as they are funneling more and more and more towards SK's base, closer to those inhibitor turrets, they have less tools to play with. They have less space to find those flanks. Soaz has bitten off more than...
Soaz caught out, kicked straight back into SK. He doesn't manage to land the death sentence. The play is there, and they quickly realize they're in trouble. Freddy, meanwhile, he's been caught out. He's trying to interrupt this Baron. He gets around the side, but the Baron is continuing. You can see Cyanide and Reckless double teaming this one. The rest of SK gaming to close it in. Remember, the Mega Inferno Bomb, if they're stuck in that pit, is a danger. They've all seen Kurt making that play. Freddy caught with the Dark Binding. SK forced them out.
So Fnatic again forcing SK's hand. Had Svenskeren not kicked Soaz away from the death sentence, may have been a kill. Reckless is looking point right.
Oh, is he going to get caught out? No! That's going to be the Zonyas. Is it enough? Peke's going to come out of this one. The culling is bad from SK. It doesn't quite land in the right place. Peke does get it rated down. Freddy's blood well popped. Now he's going to go down as well. That's surely the Baron for Fnatic.
That's going to be the Baron. They do still have to deal with the poke of Jesus, but he's on such low HP. We didn't see Peke teleporting behind the SK members, using that Sonya's Hourglass just perfectly. It's not over yet. Candy Panda's got a lot of HP, but they caught him.
Has the dash away, gets caught with the stun, and just look at the damage going raining down on towards him. Jez is off the side though, he's taken Fnatic low. This is still a dangerous Baron, and they realize it. They're going to have to sidestep it there. Svenskeren trying to keep Vision away. It stopped Fnatic doing Baron for now.
So that's actually still a trade that SK will be happy with. They lost Candy Panda, but they prevented Fnatic getting the Baron. Fnatic, all in all, grab themselves 3 kills, and they force SK's hand. Because Fnatic can no longer push down the waves and catch SK out of position in the lanes, they force SK to come to them. They start Baron, they bait, they reel SK Gaming in, and then they just peel and punish. Destiny is going to be available very soon. Peke is using it absolutely perfectly, and it is allowing Fnatic just all of the room in the world to do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Remember, Fnatic has some tough games this week. SK Gaming chasing Alliance at the top of the table, will not want to lose this match because they're going to fall maybe some ground to them. At the moment, it is Fnatic in full control, though. Look at the gold. You can see giant advantage to Fnatic in that 17-2 kill count, which everybody playing solo queue would absolutely love to see. And Rated caught out this time around. Yellowstar uses his ulti, but nobody's going to follow up. Here comes Peke. Peke gets locked in. Jesus goes down. Mega Inferno Bomb hits absolutely nothing. And that is SK getting wiped off the map. Svenskeren again locked up. Peke does go down. It is a 1-for-1 trade, and you got to wonder how the hell N-Rated got out of that one. Svenskeren absolutely will not get out of it. That is the Baron. Jungler's down.
Yeah, 8-0, not only Baron, but the only member that can really interrupt SK being that Ziggs, just means that Fnatic are going to secure themselves another massive objective. With the Baron buff, I think they're going to be confident enough to tower dive with the massive gold lead that they've built up. And again, SK just out of position. I mean, they were moving up the middle lane. They weren't even really past their river. And Fnatic just pounce and punish them. SK finally going to touch a dragon. This should go to them before Fnatic can get there, but it is a minute victory considering how far down they are. And again, it's just all about Fnatic. I don't think I've seen the team responding so quickly to weakness or to opportunity as they have today.
Well, as you mentioned, first dragon of the game for SK does give them a little bit of gold, but you can see it's going to be that turret going down. Jez is not going to be able to clear this one. He can't get too close to it. There's too many stealth champions. Or are they? Freddy comes in. Teleport used. It does mean that tower will get defended for now, but remember, a Baron up Fnatic is a problem. Blue buff has been fought over a number of times. Jesus will not want to let this one go. It's so important to that Mega Inferno Bomb cooldown. Soaz at the side, though, is going to pull it away.
Yeah, so first time that Fnatic have got this blue buff in about 12 to 14 minutes. They were unable to secure the previous, even though they attempted to go for it. But you know what? I think they're happy. If you look at these item thresholds, Brandion's Banshee, Sunfire on Soaz, he's got no damage, but he doesn't need damage because Cyanide, Peke, and Reckless are just so far ahead, they can close the game out. As long as Soaz is running amok and keeping SK sort of peeled and disorganized by those flanks, by those Dragon's Descents, then Reckless is going to melt them. Static Shiv, IE, and Phantom Dancer, there is nobody on SK that can really contain him unless they have a numbers advantage. And, you know, Fnatic may even die Freddy here.
Yeah, Freddy's in trouble. He needs to back away. Bloodwell is back up, but the rest of Fnatic are closing the gap. Dead Sentence thrown out does not land. Cyanide was covered off by Candy Panda and then rated. But again, Fnatic get themselves another turret, the 4th on the board. Still equal with SK in terms of turrets, but with this Baron, they're starting to create advantages.
Yeah, Freddy wasn't able to defend alone. You need the wave clear of Jezus in order to hold these towers. And the moment Jezus exposes himself or puts himself in a lane, Fnatic just throw everything they can at it. The moment Jezus goes down, SK will be completely unable to defend a tower. You can, of course, say the Culling can hold off for at least one wave, but generally, he is the key to Fnatic getting deeper on SK's jungle.
Skynope used the Wraith blocking out that Dark Binding, which almost certainly could have led to a kill as Reckless was ready to pile on in. Bottom lane turret is the next focus target. Fnatic roaming on down towards that one. SK Gaming a little slow to react here, holding off the mid. They're not being persuaded just yet.
Yeah, and the problem as well, because SK have got very limited deep vision, even if they go through their own jungle, they need to be so careful. You see Freddy split away from the team. Jezus and Candy Panda, you know, they're in mid lane, so if Fnatic were to just really go hard in this bottom end of turret, they could get it without an SK carry being there to defend. It looks like that's the plan.
Svenskeren and Rated and Freddy are in defensive duties. Freddy will clear out those minions, but Soaz is just tanking it out. Now that Reckless is with them, the rest of SK have to rotate around. It's leaving Peke in the mid lane, but of course, Destiny is up. Baron buffers run out now for Fnatic, but they still have the presence, the pressure to keep on pushing. Soaz happy to tank that one out. We do see the Black Shield stopping out that Dead Sentence, and Fnatic just walk on through, and suddenly the wave clear is not an issue. They can tank the turrets.
Yeah, they're going to be able to. The Baron's actually got about a minute left before it does timeout, and that's given Fnatic the confidence. They haven't sieged or they haven't been on the towers until they've got this objective. If you look at the bouncy bomb, that's still good damage and Reckless, but they need multiple. They need Lee, Aatrox, and Ziggs to get a Reckless at the same time. And while they commit to that, it will allow Fnatic to get the inner turret in the mid lane, which is now where they're turning their attention.
Don't step around the outside of your base because there's many members of Fnatic waiting. Soaz happy to just tank down this turret. He's got a lot of damage now. Of course, that build water cutlass on there. This middle wave clear is not really working out. And again, it's another turret. This time around, Reckless tanking that one down. Soaz does step away eventually. That mid lane, bottom inhib turret will not go down.
No, not the Fnatic now. Who am I kidding? Fnatic have been in complete control this entire game. They have denied SK every single resource that they've tried to secure, and barring a few blue buffs, which SK grabbed in the mid game, Fnatic have just strangled the life out of them. Now, in terms of getting over the final hurdle, in terms of actually winning this game, Fnatic need to pull SK to multiple lanes. If they can have Soaz forcing the bottom or the top lane and allow the rest of Fnatic to siege up the middle, use the poke that they've got from Twisted Fate and maybe the Lich Bane, which he has got, it'll work out, and we'll see if Rated is going to die.
And Rated, Candy Panda, everyone caught out in the mid lane. Candy Panda does get away, Svenskeren's at the back, he can safeguard to Enrated, and they do manage to avoid the danger this time around, but that was another flash heal build for Candy Panda, but it's enough to keep him safe. Yeah. Freddy comes in defensive duties, and Peke with that Lich Bane now built up, doing yet more damage to those turrets. This is going to be tough for SK to defend.
That was the flash, the heal, and the exhaust burn from SK Gaming. So once Fnatic get their ultimates available, it won't take too much longer. They will be able to just reinitiate that fight, get the kills, and then go for those objectives. So Fnatic opting to look for picks before they look to split push. And I guess that is also smart, because if you do go for that split push, you open yourself up to SK finding a Death Sentence or a Sonic Wave type of play that could give them kills and maybe break that 8-0-8 killing spree that Reckless has built up. Soaz is on a killing spree of himself. There's a lot of bonus gold to be had if SK can make the kills happen.
And of course, Peke 100% confident to go in with that Zhonya's Hourglass on him now. no doubt he can just go and do the damage. There's the Lich Bane getting him the blue buff with the help of Cyanide. Mid lane waves continue being cleared. This is down to Fnatic to try and break the siege now.
Yeah, it really is. And Fnatic with a GA on Cyanide and just the ridiculous amount of tank stats that Soaz has built up have got the ability to tower dive as well. I mean, Soaz on Shyvana has got 298 armor before he goes into Dragon's Descent form. He's got himself a Bilgewater Cutlass. He's going to get his Blade of the Ruined King. So if he jumps onto Candy Panda, he's actually going to be able to run down Candy Panda, zone him from a fight, and deal with him 1v1. So Fnatic, 20,000 gold in the lead. 40 minutes, they've got a Baron to their name. It should be respawning in the next minute or two. It looks like they're going to be maybe playing another Baron phase. It's actually only 30 seconds before Baron respawns.
Well, you know, if you're in the fantasy and of course have Fnatic in your team and you're looking at these stats, you'll be happy for this game to keep on continuing, just like I am against Freak. Yellowstar doing a fantastic job for me there and Fnatic as well as a team. But overall, Fnatic, they've just been in full control. This is what we talked about. SK so often struggle in the early game, but generally manage to reel it back in. But because they got caught out, assassinated so many times, it's just not happened this time around. Baron respawned, Fnatic are in position to go for it.
Really concerted effort to control from the laning phase. Once Fnatic got those kills, they used the champions to continue to invade. Baron is available. SK are a little split up and they're so far down on gold, they can't afford to get caught. It looks like Fnatic, they have the option to go for an engage. Soaz is not the man you want.
No, you don't want a death sentence on there. Freddy's trying desperately to pull anyone towards him. That's some good damage on Reckless. Gets kicked straight back in towards it. Reckless goes down. Freddy now going to get focused on towards it. He do manage to see that's going to be a kill on towards Jesus. Jesus going to get locked out. Cyanide's next focused in. Cyanide's got that GA. It's going to get popped out there and rated low. Peke's going to come back around the side. He's back in there. Freddy pounces on towards him. Blood well used. The rest of his team are needed to come around here, or he's just going to be the sacrificial lamb. I don't understand why they're not chasing him down. Why were they not helping Freddy out?
Sven was too low on HP. Had he been there, he would have gone down as well. Unfortunately, because of the indecisiveness, Candy Pan is going to drop. That is a 1 for 4. And if Xpeke had not dived the backline for Jesus so hard, that could have been very, very different. Jesus was forced away from the fight, as was Peke. But SK putting up a strong team fight, considering they are 20,000 gold down. Pay very careful attention to how Peke is going to use his Destiny to go for Jesus, and this is just going to become this cluster of 4v4, and you know, them focusing each other out. We didn't actually see how Peke got the kill. Wow, that burst. But again, same story. Had Jesus gone into the fight and put some more bouncing bombs on this cluster, it could have worked out. Enrated with a good death sentence, catches Peke over the GA of Cyanide. Candy Pan and Sven, the forward to back away. So unfortunately for Freddy, just got left to the wayside. There's not a whole lot you can do about that.
Yeah, Freddy is the man that makes the calls for SK. Obviously was the one that said, I am the sacrificial lamb, along with the rest of my team that's going to get caught out. Candy Panda, you got to argue, maybe should have got away earlier. You talked about if Soaz can get on him, he's in trouble. We saw it right there. Sven Skuren may well be in trouble himself here. If he comes around that corner, Dark Binding does not land. There's the Lantern that's going to get them to safety.
Destiny?
Just right now, Destiny is going to go in there. They're going straight for Baron. They're going to get it.
There's no Mega Inferno Bomb, so steal potential is mitigated. Easy, easy Baron for Fnatic. They've got so much damage, and now it looks like they still want to fight. Soaz can jump in there with his Descent.
So confident going 1v5 there, no doubt about.
Even stands and dances.
Yeah,
he gets his boogie on.
Gives a little boogie to SK. This has got to feel good for Fnatic, as I mentioned. They went 3-1 in the league during the spring split. It was not a game they often won, but this time around they are looking so strong in the league. 23-4, and of course, at 4-4, this is an important victory for Fnatic if they can get it.
It's a very big turning point for them in terms of their play style. Just the way in which they've made use of the jungle invades and the invisible Evelynn and the invisible Twitch is just, it really is phenomenal. So we do see the Fnatic, they've got all the way down. Oh, they've caught Cyanide!
They've caught Cyanide out, but they can't follow up on it, and there is Peke taking down that tower. So much burst damage on them cards right now, taking out those turrets. So is happy to just tank on through this one while the rest of his team cause problems. The knock-up not there because the Banshees failed doing enough. That's the mid lane inhibitor going down to Fnatic as they continue putting pressure on. This turret's going to go down. Look at that. Peke and Reckless combined just destroy that turret where it stands. SK Gaming desperately trying to cause a fight here, but they've got nothing. So Scone's going to get locked up there. Nobody helping out with the safeguard. Continues to get locked up. But Fnatic, they don't want to fight. They're just taking the turrets and minions.
Yeah, they're taking the objectives, which is what their focus has been. We do see Destiny coming out. We'll see if Peke is going to go aggressive. He's going to use it just for information. This is the first time that Fnatic have successfully done that split push, where they left Soaz in the top lane because Freddy was not in the front line. Freddy wasn't able to actually help in defending that mid turret, and it just allowed Fnatic to get super minions. So with Baron, with super minions, this is all dead Candy.
Candy Panda comes around the corner. There's a goal! God, no, is he going to take him? No, he gets away. Didn't really have the vision just around the corner. Candy Panda, well, he's got to give N-Rated a hug for saving him on that one.
There's so much damage from Peke. Void Soft, Deathcap, Lich Bane, I mean, that's a fully stacked mid lane, a 9-11. Reckless on the other side, I mean, he can insta-gib anybody as well. Fnatic have got the damage to back up anybody they catch out. And unfortunately for SK, they've been caught out 23 times this game, which is resulting in just decimation from Fnatic's side. I mean, Yellowstar's even grabbed himself and needs a large rod. You know your team's doing well when you've got Mikhail's Crucible, Lock of the Ancillary, and a Needless Large Rod on your support Morgana.
Candy Panda needs to sort that cough out. I keep looking in the bottom corner, seeing him moving that microwave coughing away, so hope he recovers soon. At the moment, though, Fnatic continuing. Just that bottom inhibitor turret is up. Of course, the inhibitor didn't get taken down in that top lane yet, so it may be a focus. You can see Soaz in there. He's giving it some poke, giving it some...
The moment they commit to Soaz, the rest of Fnatic are just going to get the bottom inhib turret.
Oh, Jesus is the only one defending it as well. Three-man focus on towards Soaz. Stressfully trying to keep on towards him. Reckless will get some poke in there. Soaz taking very low on this one. Does quickly just flash away. Okay, safe.
That's the third or fourth time we've seen Candy Panda's culling not really anticipating his opponent's movements. He has not been on point this game. And case in point, when he got caught up in the bottom lane, he was overextended. He got punished for it. Unfortunately, because of SK's individual weaknesses in this game, they've really been falling further behind. And Fnatic, you can't take anything away from them. They've just had such a great control game. The moment Soaz gets the inhibitor, Fnatic will go for the tower again.
Candy Panda is going to try and keep him away, but now with a GA complete for Soaz, I'm not sure Candy Panda wants his fight. Peke's going to come in, has to flash away, gold card, and it's a two-shot victory for Peke.
Death Fire Grasp has been secured in place of the Athene's Unholy Grail. That should be the game for Fnatic. They're going to get the inhibitors and they're going to be on the Nexus.
Yeah, and that's the third inhib going down. Reckless will take that one down. The Nexus turrets will not hold any defensive duties. Freddy dives in, just trying to desperately get something from this one. Mega Inferno Bomb. Everybody from SK bomb rushing in towards Fnatic, but it's all just to naught because they're just going to drop straight down again. Peke gets himself another. It's a 10-1-10 rat, a 10-2-13. Peke in that mid lane. 19 assists for Yellowstar. Fantastic performance. Fnatic absolutely dominating that game. It took them 48 minutes to close it out, but it was a solid, solid victory.
Mind-boggling control. From the opening minutes of that game, they made a very, very clear statement that they were going to be controlling SK Gaming's jungle and getting in their faces. And I don't think I've ever seen a team that decisive with non-engaged champions. I mean, Shyvana and Evelyn were in SK's face every single time they could.
3-0-15 for Soaz, 3-0-15 for Cyanide. These are all fantastic stats, and with what? 27 kills overall, 23 of them involving Peke. This time, Twisted Fate worked out perfectly for him. We talked about it at the start, and it was Reckless. Reckless was roaming, starting to create the play, and it just gave basically 3 assists or kills for Peke just to come in, assist his AD carry, and these two carries just dominated the game.
It's what we talked about in the pregame, how the Twisted Fate needed to get good ultimates in order to allow those flanks. Needed to get good Destiny ganks to get control for Twitch, for Shyvana. Now, he didn't need to go directly to the lane, because what Fnatic did to circumvent that laning phase is they forced SK to react. They forced SK into positions where they needed to group up early. And because they grouped, they're just like, well, Evelyn and Shyvana just happened to be really good against grouped enemies.
And you got to wonder, really, how many times people were caught out. And Fnatic are very good at getting a pick comp. That is probably the tactic that works best for Fnatic, in my opinion. They are very good at basically ganking people out, hiding in bushes, catching someone out. But you've got a question. I mean, obviously, ward control was a problem because they had 4 sweeping lenses so early on. But every single time it was N-Rated or Jesus just a little too far out of position in lane.
So the thing is, in the early game, SK's wards were fantastic. They had much better vision than Fnatic did. But I do think they weren't anticipating that speed at which Fnatic engaged on them. Because they had very good vision in the top half of the map. The problem is, there was a decision mistake because vision was top, Candy Panda's pushing bottom. You're like, why? What was the thinking? You weren't aware of where people were. And what Fnatic did very well is they forced SK into positions where they couldn't commit to that same level of vision. And once they couldn't commit to the same level of vision, their composition just punished harder and harder and harder.
So is this the big sign that Fnatic fans wanted to see? Is this Fnatic back in control? Taking down SK, who were second in the league.
So I would say it's one game. I would also say it completely caught me off guard. I wouldn't be surprised if it caught SK off guard. The level of control, the level of coordination. What it does mean is the next time these two teams face, this is the level that they will be anticipating. And we need to see how Fnatic do tomorrow if they can bring the same level of aggression and the same level of in-your-face gameplay, because it is quite uncharacteristic from what we've seen over the last 8 games that they play.
Well, historic Fnatic fans would love to know, I'm sure, that Lamia actually is back as well. The Season 1 World Champion AD Carry, he's in the Fnatic camp right now. He was upstairs, I just had a chat with him, so it's good to see the AD Carry back from his trip to Asia he was for a good year.
I learned to play Ashe watching him and hoped to emulate
the Pentakill Master. Yeah.
And, you know, I just, for Fnatic, the confidence boost that this game is going to give them, hopefully can carry through for the rest of the games, and we need to see if they can pick it up.
Well, Shox and Deficio are standing by with Yellowstar, so let's send it over to them.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Ify Shox supporter along with Martin Deficio Lunga, and we are here with Fnatic's support Yellowstar after that win versus SK Gaming. And what a flashy win it was. Let's take it back to the beginning. In picks and bans, a brown ban coming in for you guys. We've heard before that sometimes you guys struggled in that phase, so what was the strategy in this one specifically?
In the banning phase, we just ban the OP champions, even though there are too many. We just try to target what's the most annoying to play against, and that's pretty much what we did.
I have to ask though, what is it Braum does so well, seeing as you guys banned away? Why is it so annoying?
I don't know, you see the big guy running on you, like his passive is really OP. He just hits you once and then you can proc the stun really fast and it's really broken. So I think he's really powerful.
Well, we might see him here later today, but you guys banned them out. So tell me, what was the comp focused around for you guys? A lot of flanking elements in there.
They had Ziggs, which is really powerful. He can stall games so long. And we had Evelyn and Twitch, which are really strong at pickoffs, and that's why we add up TF.
And I would actually like to know from you, because again, we see a lot of roaming now here in the early game. AD carries are actually the ones who just stands by themselves to farm, and then 4 members run around the mid lane for both teams here. For you as a support and one of the shot callers for Fnatic, of course, how is it for you to play in this current meta, and what do you actually think about it?
Well, I did a good choice. I mean, I'm not AD anymore, so I have more impact on the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good. Like, we have to be really aware of what's going on the map. You have to do a lot of calls, and I think it makes the game less boring because a lot of action is going on, lots of skirmishes, and I really enjoy that.
Yeah, and in this game again, you were roaming a lot, and a central element for you guys in the early game were the trinkets, 4 red ones and 1 blue one. Tell me about the strategy to kind of choke SK out of their own objectives in that early game.
Well, I think they did a mistake, since you normally play on the other side of the map. Like, especially when we caught Aatrox and Lee Sin at the race, they shouldn't be there normally because we have more members. So pretty much they had to use 2 flash, and then we were just using that advantage with TF once he turned 6. And I think we played this game pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. The early game, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. And I actually want to talk a little bit about Reckless as an AD carry, because in this game, of course, on Twitch, he was the guy who stealthed around, and Pekka could join in here with his ulti. For you, when Reckless plays a Twitch like this here, what do you actually think of him as an AD carry? Is he the best in Europe at roaming around, or what do you think?
Well, he is pretty good at on many ADs, and Twitch is kind of a playmaker because he can go around, sneak in, and yeah, pretty much we just have to protect him, and as long as he gets kills, he's going to carry.
Yeah, and actually you guys say that positioning is so important, he has to sneak and get around it. It was so central in team fights as well. You actually have an example of one of those team fights in the late game, where SK actually got pretty close to doing very well in those fights. We're going to pull it up on the screen and let you talk through it, because very interesting moment here.
Yeah, so just quickly to set up a little bit for you. Of course, you guys have been trying to get the Baron for a few minutes here, been baiting SK out, catching them, killing them a few times. And obviously for you guys, you need to get Baron to actually close out the game against 6 here. The interesting thing for me in this team fight is, and actually for you as well, did you know Xpeke was going to teleport behind 6 here? Or were you just full focus on the team fight? Like, if you actually just roll the clip, you can start talking over it and explain it as things happen.
Yeah, so we pretty much knew that we were stacked and they were split. So it's my bad that I put a black shield on Soaz. But the thing is, Reckless didn't call that he was going really deep. So I should have put my black shield on him. And then like Cyanide calls to target Lucian, but we cannot because they have a lot of melees and we take a lot of damage from their AoE. But we just call to backwards and then we just kill them little by little.
And at the same time, it really shows how far ahead you guys are. Yeah. Your AD carry dies early on, and yet, even though Xpeke is in there, I know he was killing, of course, Jess is down in the mid lane, but you can still stay in there, you can survive it, and Candy Panda, of course, goes down here in the end because you just want to buy some time. But for me, it's just very awesome to see how you guys can split up as a team very fast. Xpeke can go one way, kill it, and you guys stay together, and of course, you take the blame for the black shield. I respect that.
One final question. As we saw here, as said, the Zig's annoying to close out against, even if you're that far ahead. You did have a little trouble closing it out when you were this far ahead. Do you relate that to the other problems you guys have had in the mid game recently, or what do you make of this as a game?
Well, everyone has bad times, you know. We just have to analyze what we're doing wrong, and it takes more time to fix the issues than pointing them out. So give us some time and we'll be back.
And now with all this talk, of course, on Twitter, on Reddit, about some players, some teams don't want to read all the comments, don't want to read if there's anything negative. You guys as a team now, of course, you have such a huge fan base. There must be a lot of comments coming towards your way when you guys are losing. What do you actually think of it, and how do you handle all the pressure?
Well, personally, I don't really get touched by these comments because I'm always the guy who's motivated to win. So even if we're on the ground, I will just stand up and carry my teammates on my back even. And, you know, some are just weaker. And we're just a family, so I'm just here to help them out. And, yeah, we try to ignore, like, if it really hurts, like, some comments really hurts, but it's fine. Like, we have our winning time and we have our bad times, so we'll be showing up on time.
The best answer, of course, is a win like this versus SK Gaming. Congratulations once again, Yellow Star. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because our day is just getting started. And as a reminder, due to the Copenhagen Wolves' forfeit against ROCCAT, our next match coming up will be the Super Hot Crew versus Millennium. We'll be right back.
But there's going to be the destiny. Peke is deep though. The rest of his team haven't really followed through on this one. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. The dead sentence lands, but it doesn't matter. The damage is there. Oh, is he going to get caught out? No! That's going to be the Zhonya's. Is it enough? Peke's going to come out of this one. The culling is bad from SK. It doesn't quite land in the right place. Peke does get it rated down. Freddy's Bloodwell popped. Now he's going to go down as well. Yellowstar uses his ulti, but nobody's going to follow up. Here comes Peke. Peke gets locked in. Jesus goes down. Mega Inferno Bomb. It's absolutely nothing. And that is SK getting wiped off the map. He's trying desperately to pull anyone towards him. That's some good damage on Reckless. Gets kicked straight back in towards it. Reckless goes down. I'm not sure Candy Panda wants his fight. Peke's going to come in, has to flash away. Gold card, and it's a two-shot victory for Peke.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Joe Miller here along with Martin DeFisciolinger as the Super Hot Crew take on Fnatic. But before we get into that game, after playing with a number of pro squads and even briefly filling in for Fnatic's ex-Peke at the Season 1 Championships, WeWillFailer has had a great showing for the Super Hot Crew. Let's take a closer look at this veteran support's growth from team to team, both on and off the Rift.
I've been playing with Ralas for a long time before. Then when they were looking for support, he instantly thought of me because we've had a history before and we were quite good together. It just instantly clicked and he decided to take me. If you look back at my history, I've been with many of the good teams like Fnatic at Season 1.
In the Season 1 finals, Peke couldn't make it for the first day, so we had our good friend WeWillFailer with us.
I was super nervous because WeWillFailer is not a main mid laner, he was a main support.
It was fun because I could be there and I was a part of it. But at the same time, I had like the worst games of my life because I had to play something I'm not used to.
Even if the performance from him was not the best, he really saved our skins because if we didn't have anyone, we wouldn't have been able to play, obviously, and not win the Season 1 championship.
Even though I helped them, I wasn't really the guy winning it. They wanted me to stay in the team as a sub, but then I decided to just go on my own. And if you look at in the end back, they've had 3 or 4 support changes. And I think if I just sticked with them and just been patient, that I maybe had a chance to be a part of that, what they are right now. I'm serious about everything. I'm serious about my studies because I just don't want to fail at anything. I think for me, balancing LOL and my girlfriend is really doable, but studying is really hard because you have to think like, I'm 23 years old. That means that I need to make sure I can say, okay, I got a future ready. All my free time is going into it right now because of the exams, so it's really difficult. But I think in the end, if I just keep trying, I think I'm gonna make it. The word toxic or team killer is following me around for so long because I had a very try-hardy personality. I tried just way too hard and decided looking at my own game. I was also looking at everyone else's game, and that really gets into people's nerves.
At least when we played with him, like he had a really strong opinion about himself and how it should be played.
With growing up, you let those things go. I didn't want to be that flamer anymore. I didn't want to be that annoying guy anymore. So I tried to work on it and try to stay as positive as possible.
It might have changed, like the Super Hot Crew, it seems like it's working out really well.
That's something he have improved on a lot, and that's something he recognized himself, which is also another reason why I picked him up in Super Hot Crew.
Being in Super Hot Crew gave me a feeling that I've never had before. I feel respected, and that's why I will stay with these guys as long as they want me to stay with them.
Really great to see how far WeWillFailer's come, and certainly coming up big for the Super Hot Crew.
And mad respect for changing his ways and knowing, okay, I did something wrong, I can fix it. And now, of course, he's playing so well for Super Hot Crew this season.
Yeah, indeed. So we're getting close to the game, guys. And week 3 for the Super Hot Crew, last week, of course, started out nicely with a strong victory over Fnatic. They however, really didn't turn up in their Friday game against Alliance.
Yeah, no. So going back to the Fnatic win, of course, it was actually the game where Selfie, he made his CS record on KL, 625 CS, the longest game of the summer split, of course. And it was overall just a very strong game by Super Hot Crew, where they showed strong team fights in the late game and also very good objective control, took a lot of towers away from Fnatic on the map here. Against Alliance, however, things went a little bit more downhill for them. After a fair enough start, we can say, in the early game, Teleport came in from Froggen, Teleport came in from WeWillFailer, the ganks from Shook. Everything just went against Super Hot Crew. They fell too far behind and couldn't do anything and actually lost the game.
I have to ask you, though, even with their obvious strengths and how well they're playing right now, can we actually call the Super Hot Crew a top 3 team in Europe?
It's, of course, very hard to say already after just 3 weeks. Also because it's been a little bit up and down for Super Hot Crew, but I definitely think they have the talent and the potential to be a top 3 team here. And we can just say they have improved so much compared to last split, and as long as they can continue to improve, they will be a top team in Europe. And we have to also give them credit on individual play. They have some very strong playmakers. Mima is one of them up in this top lane here. Last split was a bit of a hit and miss for him. He had some good games, he had some bad games, but this split here, he's just been performing so well. He's third in the EU LCS when it comes to KDA, and one of the reasons could be that he's no longer shot calling for Subaru. He was last split. Impaler actually said this on, I believe it was Twitter, that now it's WeWillFailer and Impaler doing the shot call, so Mima just full focus on himself, and he's really using it to play so well. And of course, Rengar is now open. We might see it from the Rengar King himself. And the last thing with Subaru they improved, they just focus so much more on towers now and objectives as a team. Of course, credit to the coach. They always talk about how much he's helping them, and we just see it here. They're the second best team in Europe when it comes to taking down towers and inhibitors.
Brilliant stuff so far from them. On the other side of the coin, though, Millennium showed that they're most definitely a strong mid-team table. Wait a minute, mid-table team, if I can get that in the right order. After they last week took down the Copenhagen Wolves, but then weren't able to keep that going and lost out to SK Gaming.
And I just have to 100% agree with you, Joe. They are such a solid middle team. They beat the teams under them, but they lose to the teams above them in the rankings, and one of the reasons is they're very inconsistent in the way they play. Kerb, one game is going to go 10-0 on Fizz, the next game he goes 0-5, so you never really know what to expect. And the thing about Millennium, I was looking at some of the stats, and they're actually the team in Europe with the lowest average minions per game. Under 1,000 minions killed per game for the entire team. And it's a bit weird looking at how they've been playing, and also some of the games have actually been fairly long for Millennium, but it's simply because Kerb and Kevin are in the mid lane, in the top lane, the two lowest, actually, of all in Europe on CS here. And it comes down to the play style. Kerb, for instance, play very roam-focused. He likes to make plays around the map so he loses farm.
Yeah.
Kevin, at the same time, often actually falls behind in lane swaps, and then once they get back to the normal lanes, he farms for a little bit, then he groups with the team and just team fights. He never split push, and therefore he never really gets a lot of CS.
Well, we'll see how important they are for Millennium this game. We're going to check out the starting lineups before we get to the match, though. On the blue side, it's the super hot crew with Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, and the duo of Mr. Riles and WeWillFailer.
And on the red side, we have Millennium. Kevin, of course, in the top lane, Cotnex as the jungler, Kerb in the mid lane, Creaton as AD carry, and Jiri is on support.
So the players are about to select their champion. So let's check out who you voted for to win this one. With 63% of the vote, Super Hot Crew leads Millennium. I expected it maybe to be a little higher, but as you've said, Millennium have proved already they are a very solid mid-table team. And these are the kind of wins that they need almost to make that next step.
Exactly. Actually, for both teams, Subaru, if they want to really show they are a top team in Europe, have to win these games. Of course, Millennium, who want to step away from this middle table, they want to make sure they get a good position coming into the playoffs, maybe even going for Worlds. So games like these are very, very important for both.
So as we get towards Champions Select then, what are we expecting to see from these two teams in terms of bans and picks? Where is the focus going to be?
So after Millennium lost pretty hard to Kassadin last week, I would actually expect them to ban it this time, don't go Fizz into it again. And then I'm looking at this Brown pick here, because Millennium is a team who likes to leave one of the OP picks open, let the other team first pick it, and then take two strong picks themselves and have a counter pick ready. So I could actually see them leave it open. Instead, focus the Yasuo ban, of course, against Selfie in the mid lane. Maybe a LeBlanc ban as well. Just hit him all three bans onto the mid lane here. Or could also, of course, be a jungle ban. Now, in the new changes here, Kha'Zix's been nerfed, jungle been changed a little bit. So we only pretty much have Evelynn, Lee Sin and Elise as the top picks here.
Also have to keep Rengar in mind. We talked about that earlier on. He is, of course, available this week. And Mima is pretty much the Rengar player in Europe.
He is. It's just a little bit weird. He actually never played it in a competitive match.
Yeah.
We worked, when I was on team with him in NIP, we actually were going to play it at Gamescom. But then he got disabled again. So we couldn't play him. We practiced him for such a long time. And it was really, really annoying. So I hope he's going to play it. I know for a fact he would be able to pull it out because he's such a strong Rengar player, even though he might not be the best fit for the top lane. At the moment, of course, we see Shyvana, Jax, Renekton all the time. I really hope he's going to play it, that's all.
Well, he seems excited today. He's been clapping his hands for a good solid 10 minutes here, so
You see it in his eyes.
We may just see that Rengar come through. Of course, Millennium could just ban the Rengar out and completely spoil the party. But we also have to talk about the fact that Millennium, even on blue side games, have been banning out Kassadin.
Yeah.
Okay, they let it through once, where they'll probably never do that again.
Nope, exactly. I really think they're going to ban away, even though, again, they are the team to leave the OP picks and just say, we have some weird counter ready, you won't expect it, and therefore we're going to win the game. It just didn't work out for them. So be safe, ban Kassadin away, focus on something else. And for Super Hot Crew, if you look at their bans in the past few weeks, they mix it up a lot. It's very hard to predict. They always seem to target just individual players and not champions itself.
So who's the player to target then on Millennium? I mean, we've seen Kerb, as you said, inconsistency has really been the name of his game.
Ziggs could be one.
Ziggs, I think so as well. We heard from the last game how annoying it is, even when you're thousands and thousands gold ahead, how hard it is to close out against it. Ziggs. We're going to find out, though, as the first bans come out, and, well, you weren't wrong. Ziggs taken away. Also, Evelyn aimed at Cortex. On the other side, Yasuo, something that's been banned a lot against Selfie, and the red side Kassadin ban too.
So far, we hit pretty much every ban except for the Evelyn here, and with just one jungle ban now, when there are 3 viable junglers, if you ask all the pro junglers here in Europe with the 3 top ones, we need to see if Millennium then wants to try and ban something out here as well for jungler, or they're just going to trade 1 for 1 and give Elise all Lee Sin to Super Hot Crew, pick the other one themselves.
Well, Brown was the 3rd and final ban here for the Super Hot Crew, so he's done well at being banned so far. 2 games out of 2. Not going to see him here in these first couple of games, but of course we've still got 1 more after this, so who knows. LeBlanc also taken away, a champion that Selfie really went towards in the first half of the year in the spring split, but also something that Kerp can definitely play. It's left Jax open, and Super Hot Crew take that first.
Instantly locking it in. Both junglers again, Lee Sin and Elise are open here, so Super Hot Crew, they don't lose anything by first picking the Jax. It could be the reason for Millennium to, if they wanted to, could have banned a jungler here. Super Hot Crew could first pick it, whoever was left, and therefore 2 picks now from Millennium. However, Jax was being locked in, and Brown also banned away by Super Hot Crew. Surprised me a little bit. I actually thought they would try and go for it.
Not today, apparently. On the other side, Lucian picked up for that man on your screen, Creaton, and also Lee Sin for Cortex. Now, if you think back to the game against the Copenhagen Wolves, he was brilliant. Him and Svenskeren impressed us, I think, the most on Lee Sin last week. Ended up 3-1-16 with the Lee Sin in that match against the Wolves. So we'll see if we can bring that kind of form to the table here today against the Super Hot Crew.
And it's a great thing about both picks for Millennium. You don't actually show anything. Lee Sin is considered the best early game jungler. Lucian is considered the best all-around AD carry. So you don't show your hand in any way, and you actually have 2 very safe picks which can perform for a long time.
Got Malzahar.
Yeah, no.
No, don't think that one is going to be coming out today, but will we see Karthus, of course, back in the new-looking Karthus? Some fantastic job that the guys are doing with that one.
Makes him better.
Pretty fantastic. But in the end, they switch away. Taking Thresh here, we talked a lot about WeWillFailer. Saw that video from him earlier on, and he has been very, very good with Thresh.
And it's a champion which teams keep giving to him. I mean, Millennium could have early picked it here, take it away from him, but no, give it all. He's played pretty much every game except for, I believe, 3 games in the last few weeks on this champion here. So for him, it's definitely a comfort pick. It's his #1 pick here, and Super Hot Crew can be very happy. Also, with Selfie on Kale, we saw him against Fnatic last week, where he had the CS record for the summer split, and we know as long as he gets to the team fights, gets to the late game point, he can carry the team.
So for Millennium then, where do they go next? Knowing that Kale is locked in, or do they go for something against it? Either way, they'll take Leona first of all for J-Ree in the bottom lane. Of course, we'll be paired up with Lucian, and Kevin also going back to his trusty Aurelia.
So Kevin on Aurelia here. Normally the matchup against Jax, straight up, no outplay, just perfect game for both champions. Jax will actually win the laning phase, but then lose out when it comes to team fights. However, there's so much room for outplay when it comes to this Aurelia pick here from Kevin. If you dodge around the counter-strike and therefore land your stun onto Jax, land your true damage with Aurelia, you can actually win the laning phase here. So we need to see how he wants to play it. or if we're just going to see the lane swap and both of them have to try and farm the jungle for as long as possible.
And both Irelia games have been really successful for him as well. The match against the Copenhagen Wolves plus the win against Gambit back in week 1 played the Irelia both of those times in the top lane, so we'll see if he can keep that record going. On the other side here, the Super Hot crew on to their final 2 picks. Looking for a jungle, looking for an AD carry, and Twitch and Elise would fit that mold perfectly.
Yeah, again, they just saved the jungle pick because they knew it was going to be Elise. No reason to pick it early on here, could get all the comfort picks they wanted, and now Twitch for Mr. Rallis. So if you look just at the lineup itself from Super Hot Crew, you're really looking at late game fights here. Like Kale, of course, scales so well, Jax, Twitch, all these 3 champions here will be so strong in late game team fights, or even split pushing. You can have Kale in one lane, you can have Jax in a different lane, and then Twitch just sneaking around. We saw Reckless do it in the last game, finding picks everywhere. So Super Hot Crew have a very strong combo as long as they can make sure they don't fall too far behind early on, because the laning phase for them, depending on what Millennium will log in for the mid lane here, could be a little bit risky.
And Jerry doing his usual flashing through every champion under the sun. We'll see exactly which one he ends up going with here for Kerp in that mid lane up against Selfie's Kale. Twisted Fate, of course, a champion that we've been seeing more and more of, always going to have an impact, and that will be locked in here. So Kerp going to play the Twisted Fate against Selfie's Kale in the end.
And I really like the TF pick here because we see so many small fights in the games now. So Twisted Fate can always join in around the map. He has wave clear, of course. You do a lot of damage to towers. You can even split push yourself. You bring a lot of different things to the table here. And actually, going back to my point about Super Hot Crew in the early game, we actually just look at the matchups, the Jax versus Irelia. We just talked about how it's a skill matchup, but slightly in favor of Jax, so that should be no problem, or should go well for Mimer. In the mid lane, Selfie on Kale, very strong laning champion as well. He will do well. And then because you have Thresh with the Twitch in the laning phase as well in the bottom lane, you can farm. It's very hard for Leona to actually get onto you before level 6 because of the flay from Thresh here to stop him going in. So Super Hot Crew scaling really well, and also very good laning phase at least for them here. But of course the lineup from the side of Millennium can do a lot of picks here with both Twisted Fate, Leona and Lee Sin catching out targets.
Well, guys, we have got the lineups in, so who do you think has the strongest? Tweet at LOL Esports, LOL Esports, of course, with hashtag SHCwin or hashtag MILwin, and we'll check in a little while just to see if these lineups that we've had picked out have swayed your votes any. And I want to again touch on Kurt, because we said that his CSing is down there with the lowest. And the fact is that Twisted Fate actually fits into his style really well. He's a player that loves to roam. Once we get to level 6, Kerp's going to be in his element here with Twisted Fate.
100%, but it's high risk, high reward with Kerp, because he wants to make all these plays here. If it goes wrong for him, if he dies early on, he falls very far behind and it's hard for him to come back.
Well, we are going to be getting into the game here shortly. The Super Hot Crew taking on Millennium. And of course, it's a big one here for both teams. As you mentioned, the Super Hot Crew trying to stay active at the top of the league somewhat, and Millennium looking to break away from the troublesome middle of the table area that they can't seem to break at the moment.
Millennium basically want to be more consistent in the play. Like this high reward, high risk, high reward, it's great when it works. But they actually need to move away from this part. I think Kerp needs to maybe look at his playstyle a little bit and see if he can play more safe. If he can find some other ideas or other champions than a Fizz, which he's pretty much the only guy, he's the only guy to play this champion in Europe at the moment. And sometimes it works, sometimes it simply goes completely wrong for him. And a champion like this could be a little bit risky. Maybe he wants to change it up if he wants to be more consistent.
One man that we've not talked all that much about is actually Cottonex. We mentioned him briefly there as he locked in that Lee Sin, but he is a player that if he is on a good day, if Cottonex has a good day, Millennium generally do really well. But again, it falls down to this inconsistency.
Exactly. It's the same deal here. Cottonex, he's very good at ganking early on, and if he gets a few kills, the entire team get rolling. If not, it's hard for him to do anything.
Well, here we are then going into game. The Super Hot Crew taking on Millennium. Our second matchup here of the day. Into week 4 already of the LCS. Time flies when you're having fun, Deficio.
I agree with you, Joe. I agree. And looking just early level 1 items here. Nothing special actually from anyone. Both top laners with Thorn's Blade looking to be aggressive on towards each other. We need, of course, to see if we're going to have a lane swap here. And a lot of roaming with both AD carries just freezing the lane, each side of the map, and then a lot of action in the mid lane with everyone else.
Oh, that's a bit of a swing in the votes. Mid-60s it was before for the Super Hot Crew. Now 3/4 of you thinking that they are going to be able to win this game. And they're already showing a bit of aggression here, moving forward up towards the Millennium red buff. They were spotted out by that ward. Saw the ward go down, so they know that they've been spotted in that area. Will they stick around here for the red, or are they going to move in? There's an early ward just to see if the lane swap's going to come.
Simply to spot if Millennium recalls and then run from the base to the top lane with either the dual lane or Kevin to spot out what's going on here. So a few, or a lot actually, early wards from Super Hot Crew in the red side of Millennium to see, because they really want to make sure they can decide, do we want a lane swap or not here? Where do we see Millennium going? And for now, they're in the bottom lane.
Yep, Millennium headed down as Kevin and Mima going to meet each other for the first time there. Mima just pretty much face-checking into that brush. There is a ward there in the tri-bush as well, so Millennium will see that the Super Hot Crew are coming back into that red buff area, which means that will be secured here for both Mima and Impaler. On the other side, unsurprisingly, Cottonx going to take the safe option of going for the enemy red.
Now, because Super Hot Crew were the team to start the lane swap, their top laner is already with the jungler, getting some XP in here, helping to do the red buff and can now jungle together. Where Kevin, you notice him on the top here, he's actually at the wolf camp now. He's been having to run the entire way down to get some of the CS and actually start later on getting some farm, getting some experience, so slightly behind. Very, very small amount, because Super Hot Crew started the lane swap, so at least for them a small win here early on.
We see instant aggression coming out of Selfie, although he catches the wild cards and will end up being both of them around about half HP. We should also mention that Selfie going with Cleanse for this game, so wanting to have the safe route out from those Twisted Fate gold cards.
Very smart. Also, if Cottonx wanted to be very aggressive around this mid lane here, you can just get to safety. You can also cleanse and then ult yourself afterwards, which is a very strong thing for Selfie here. So I like the cleanse pickup for him. And now Super Hot Crew actually moving towards this top side here. Just want to do golems and also stay around in case something should happen near this tower up top.
Well, they've been pushing that tower. We'll see about that one right now. Pretty much frozen in the middle of the lane. Although, as I said, they start just hammering them down to push that pressure and lose the wave here. And 4 men up top, why not go for some damage onto that tower? Same can't be said for Millennium at this point, although they are headed south. Or are they going to visit this mid lane? Selfie, as I said, flash cleanse is gone, so he's got 2 outs from this one. Actually will come around the corner, spots the both of them waiting off to the side, and Spidey senses from Selfie.
100%, a little bit lucky, maybe just wanted to move out to see if anything going on and just spotted 2 members, so he didn't have to use any summoners here. Smart play, we could also say from Selfie, expecting the gank because nobody was top lane and nobody was bottom lane yet.
Working out really nicely, and that will be the first tower of the game going down shortly here in favor of the Super Hot Crew. Just want to let those minions go down so that they don't push too far out. Meanwhile, Jackson and Elise on the top side of the Millennium jungle. Millennium's jungler and top laner are actually moving into their own jungle at this point of things, but on that bottom side.
It's basically both of them just farming away. Down this bottom lane here, Juri is actually decided to cancel his recall. Now he's going to recall away once he hit the level 3 mark here, because Creaton can now freeze the lane. You see the big wave here is going to push up towards him. He's just going to stay here, keep killing a few minions and make sure the lane is frozen for as long as possible. Therefore, Juri again decides to troll me and just cancel the recall. However, he's still staying far back, don't want to push the lane for now. So Super Hot Crew will take the top tower, can then recall if they want to and actually go down to this bottom lane, get some help from maybe the jungler, and then push the lane all the way out so Creaton won't be able to get all this farm.
And we'll see if Kevin actually heads up towards that top lane. He's just recalled. You can see that he is moving towards that top side of the map, although it's going to be pushing past the halfway point in his favor though, so good times for Kevin. He'll finally get himself some good time to be farming up, although Jax is also headed in there. Mima coming up with the double Doran's Blade. Same on the other side for Kevin.
And a very, very big thing here for Super Hot Crew to manage to bounce the wave on the tower up top before they killed it. So it's actually pushing towards them in the top lane. That's why Kevin won't be able to go up and freeze the lane by himself. He's going to just have to pick up a few CS and then let it all our minions move down to Mima, who can then pick it up and therefore get a CS lead and a small experience lead as well.
So look at this Impaler coming around to that mid lane, or thinking about possibly coming to the mid lane. Sadly for him, we've already seen Kerp backing away to pick up his chalice. And in the his opposite number, as you see an early Dragon start here. Selfie starting off with those Berserker groups. This is going to be a 4-man Dragon attempt with Mr. Rolls and Selfie now joining in. It's going to be down to half HP before they really get a sniff of this one. There's the ward coming down. Jerry and Creaton now moving in from the side. The Dragon is very low. The teleport coming down as well. Dragon going very low, and it will be finished off in the end by the Super Hot crew. But will they get out of the pit? Mima now coming down. They flash away from it. Somebody jumps in. The hook not quite landing onto Jerry, who is very, very low here. Cottonex goes in onto WeWillFailer. Will kick him one final time to pick up first blood. But can they get any more? There's a leap strike over the wall onto an allied. And that will be the end of that one. Super Hot crew get the Dragon, but lose the first blood.
And WeWillFailer, he was just stuck in the Dragon pit. He already flashed, so couldn't get over the wall, and therefore Cottonex, once he actually arrived to the fight, went straight for him, picked up the kill here. But very aggressive move early on from Super Hot crew. There was no pink ward for them, so they didn't know if there was any wards for Millennium. And at the same time, it just worked out for them because Cottonex was in this top side of the jungle farming away, because of course Kevin was in the top and had to teleport down before he could join in. So Super Hot crew get the Dragon. They lose the first blood, of course.
Here we go though, Destiny is going to be popped. Mr. Rolls now in trouble. He's got nothing to escape with here. Flash and Heal both down, and Kurt will pick up that one. And the first use of Destiny working out for Millennium.
Yeah, and a very, very nice start here for Kurt. We always talk about how he likes to roam. First one, success, picks up a kill. Good start for him. Mid lane as well won't even take too much damage because he can come in here. It's only one wave Selfie can actually hit the tower with.
Little start on the kills for Millennium, and that one actually putting them ahead now in gold. Impaler invading on the red buff. He took that at level 1 as well, don't forget. And looks like he won't be challenged for it a second time around. We'll see if Cottonex is able to get over and steal away that Super Hot crew red buff, or whether he'll be limited on that front.
And Impaler now still around his red buff actually decides to move away. There was a big wave in the top side here if they wanted to try and pressure onto Kevin once he was going to farm the wave. But because Mima, of course, is only level 5, it's a bit too early to just dive onto enemy top laner. So safe, or wisely enough, just want to go up here and punish Kevin when the big wave actually hits the tower.
Have a look down some of the CS here, because pretty close on all fronts except one. As Mima going to do a lot of damage here onto Kevin. Not got the ability just yet to actually kill him off, but the big difference, 53 to 35 CS between the AD carries. Of course, Mr. Rolls went down after that twisted fake gank onto the bottom lane, but he's struggling right now.
Yeah, and it's the thing we saw earlier where Creaton was freezing the bot lane and just farming. And up in the top side, Super Hot crew sent 4 members up to just hit the tower, get it very low, and Super Hot crew took down the tower very early, so he didn't get the same amount of farm onto Mr. Rales. And then also with the Dragon being started, as soon as he got to the bottom lane, they moved for Dragon, so he didn't pick up any CS as well, and therefore he's now behind.
Ping's coming down onto Cottonex, so they know that he is in fact invading onto that red buff. See what he can actually get there. Thresh and Twitch both going to be around. There is a red buff spawning in. Will he be able to stick around for it? Jerry clearing out the Tribush pink ward as well. And Cottonex is sticking around for this one, but will WeWillFailer and Mr. Rolls come in? WeWillFailer does come around the corner. There's the smite though. Cottonex able to take that and hops over to the ward in the Dragon Pit as well. Nicely done.
Yeah, and now Mima actually towards this mid lane here. Won't be able to do too much unless they want to dive. There's of course ulti onto Selfie here in case they go straight for Curb, but now they're just hitting the tower.
Locked up under the tower there was Selfie. Does have intervention to get away from it as Millennium start to move a few men back to defend this mid lane, and Super Hot crew decide to back away from that one, not wanting to maybe bite off a little bit more than they can chew at this stage. It's Kevin here, level 6 compared to Mima's level 5. Although Impaler does give him the cover, so no real problems there for Mima. He'll just go back all the way around the jungle and take another wave.
So with the golems and all the minions Kevin just picked up in his top lane here, he actually managed to get ahead of Mima, but now you see him also hit the level 6 points. So both top laners very close in experience, and once Mima actually picks up all the farm up here, should try and catch up a little bit into CS at least. Freezing it for now.
Waiting out on that one. And will continue to try and hold it on his side of the map so that Kevin's not getting all those freebies. 10 CS behind right now, so not really a big problem for him. The mid lane itself, he's actually started to pull away, and we can see now Cottonex coming up to the top.
A very smart move. Because Mima is freezing the lane, they want to make sure Kevin can move up and now push it into the tower, reset the entire wave, and they don't want to risk a gank onto Kevin or something, so Cottonex just staying around here, making sure Kevin can do what he wants.
Cheeky little stun there on Mima. Cottonex is going to start his recall. At least nowhere to be seen actually on the bottom side of the map there was Impaler, and Kevin actually using his ultimate here to clear out that wave as quickly as he possibly can. Meanwhile, down in the bottom, which saw that Twisted Fate gank being the death of Mr. Ralls earlier on, has remained a little quieter for now, but one thing that stayed the same, Mr. Ralls is still behind.
Yeah. There's actually one thing I forgot to mention for the reason he was behind in CS. Of course, he died to the gank from Kerb here, setting him even further behind. So good job for Millennium so far, trying to shut down Mr. Rallis on this Twitch here, trying to delay his Blade of the Rune King where he can start sneaking around and finding targets.
Cottonix now back onto the map. He's himself hit level 6, and Kerb is actually moving north as well, so will they be expecting that dive onto Mimir? I'm not sure that it's actually going to happen. The ping to say that Twisted Fate was actually missing, and they've got a cheeky little pink ward up by the red buff, so actually spotting Cottonix and Kerb moving towards that top side, and there's the Tribush ward as well that will see Cottonix even further moving towards that lane. He's just going to go try and get himself some jungle farm though.
Selfie moving in towards him though, he's level 9 now. Kerb in his bottom lane again.
Oh, they managed to lock up Mr. Ross for a second time. I can't see him escaping. He gets quite far behind. The Ignite is ticking away, and I think he will survive that one, but with very little health remaining. I think about 70 or 80 HP left at the end of that one, so nicely done to avoid it. We see the Super Hot crew pushing that mid lane outer turret. They'll take that here, whilst Millennium are doing the Dragon.
Yeah, so with Mr. Rallis out of the picture here, Millennium know they can run towards the Dragon. They knew the mid tower was already gone, because every time Kerb had moved away in the past, Super Crew pushed it up, hit it a few times, so they knew it was going to go down. Therefore, they pick up a Dragon, and both summoners gone for Mr. Rallis.
Which just opens him up for another Twisted Fate gank as soon as Destiny comes back off cooldown, although Kerb losing out on his tower, that may force him to be a little bit more careful as to where he goes on this next time around. Millennium, of course, still without a tower kill to their name. Not exactly been prioritizing that here, not being able to push any of these waves so heavily onto the turrets that they could get damage. One thing that they do finally get, though, is their own red buff back.
Yeah, first time they get it here. Twice before Impaler took it away from them. Subaru, though, pushing onto the spot tower. Creaton will join in with Jerry, and there's a Bloodthirst onto Creaton now, so he's going to look to stack it up and then be very, very strong. So we could potentially see Jerry trying to start a fight just with Creaton and go in for the kill.
And Selfie started to roam towards bottom, but found himself a pink ward there in the Death Brush, so knows that he'll have been spotted early enough. No real need to go any further on that. Meanwhile, this top lane still not evening out, although staying at the similar scenario that it was from before, with Kevin leading by about 10 CS, and actually lets that wave push all the way out until it meets his own wave, so that Mimir has to come further up that lane and puts himself in more danger, therefore.
Seeing as there's only one ward up in this top side for Subaru, Mimir won't be able to just push the wave out unless Impaler helps him. But Impaler's been staying around this mid lane a lot this game here, making sure Selfie got all the farm and making sure they could get some damage onto the mid tower every time the Kerb was gone. But now, WeWillFailer taking some damage.
Oh, and he once again, and look at Mr. Raz going incredibly low. The ultimate came out early there from Creaton, and with the fact that they moved off to the side, he just cancelled that knowing that it wasn't going to get any more hits on him. But we see that when you're ahead in that kind of lane matchup, J. Reed just dives in every possibility.
And when there's no summoners on the enemy AD carry, you're level above him, you have Bloodthirster, you didn't complete the Blade yet, you're so much stronger, of course. Also Lucian, such a strong laning champion. Millennium just knew they could go straight for the fight here, and it worked for them.
Kerb's Destiny is available. Keep our eye on that, being pretty active and going down to that bottom lane both times, almost securing a kill the second time around as well. However, now the Super Hot crew moving to the top, moving towards that red buff that they had control of earlier on. This time we'll see that it's already gone from them, but they're going to come up towards that top lane. Kevin, already spotting that that was happening, has already backed away completely.
They were trying to see if he was doing the golems again. He's been doing them throughout the entire game, actually. Every time he had the chance, take the golems, go back to your lane, get a bit more farm here. So they were just seeing if he was there, and also, of course, got to make sure they can now see the red buff next time it spawns on the minimap.
And there will be the first tower of the game as well for Millennium. Creaton just making sure that his entire wave was taken down before finishing off that turret. So that leaves Millennium in a solid position. About 2,000 gold ahead of the Super Hot crew. Have both of the kills to their name, one with Twisted Fate, one with Lee Sin. So everything really going to plan for them up until now.
And Super Hot crew, of course, just want to scale up into this late game point. But on the side of Millennium, they're not a bad team in the late game either. I mean, Aurelia is a very strong team fighting Bruce in the late game. Twisted Fate, we know how strong he becomes with items. Lich Bane, Deathcap, DFG even, like, pretty much everything makes him so much stronger. He scales so well with the items into the late game. And Lucian, we always talk about how he's an all-around strong AD carry. So it's not like Millennium have a bad late game setup here, but Subaru Crew for now basically just want to try and farm up as much as possible, get the right items on to Mr. Raleigh so he can start sneaking around. And of course, Selfie to make sure he becomes very, very strong.
Oh, he's sneaking around, actually missing all the damage. He's going to get locked up here by the Solar Flare. Will get away with the Lantern, but not get away to safety. And now it's WeWillFailer in trouble as a follow-through comes in. Intervention was used, but the stun card comes down. Millennium picking up 2 kills there in the mid lane. We didn't see in the top lane, but actually Impaler went and ganked there and got them a kill back. First of the game, in fact, for the Super Hawk crew.
Yeah, but weird decision from Subaru Crew. After the blue buff, Selfie and Impaler moved towards the top side, while Mr. Riders was roaming in here into the mid lane, trying to set up a kill with no backup except for just WeWillFailer. So as soon as Millennium saw it, and they knew there were multiple members already, could just turn it around, pick up the kill. You see actually up in the top lane here, Mimer taking the fight with Kevin because he knows Impaler is coming. Selfie already backed away. He moved up there at first, went back into the mid lane once Mr. Riders actually died, and they can just pick up the kill here. So Impaler getting a kill at least for the team.
Doing well there, Kevin, to stay alive as long as he did. Almost even escaping that one, but almost not good enough for him. That's the first kill, as I said, of the game for the Super Hot Crew. It's now problems down in the bottom lane once again. Destiny's going to come in. WeWillFailer got nothing to work with here, and Kurt picks up his 3rd kill of the match.
Just throwing back the Lantern to Mr. Rice. Please die with me here. Of course, he didn't click it. They'd have this flash, therefore they could just go straight for WeWillFailer and pick up another kill here. So Kurt on this Twisted Fate, we talk about high risk, high reward. It's definitely working for him now.
And he's not taking any risks with it.
No, this one has been safe.
They've made 3 versus 2 down in this bottom lane time and time again. A Selfie are going to chase onto Cotton X, but he can of course just get away onto that ward. They need some help here though in this mid lane because Mimer has now joined in. Turret's going to go low. The kick comes back down. Mimer will get the intervention early on, but will it be enough to save him? Cotton X will follow through. Kevin chasing in as well, and actually Mimer had to use his flash to back away. Creaton coming around the back. Mimer sees it though thanks to that ward. And will they keep chasing him? Creaton's kind of alone there, and the Lantern either way will bring Selfie back into his own jungle. Millennium not going to fight. They're actually stacking up around the Dragon.
But we see it again here for Super Hot Crew. Every time Kerr ports away from the mid lane, they just push it up so fast. As many members as possible here. Dragon now is up. Millennium, they started. All 5 members here. Jax is in the base with teleport. He's coming in.
Oh, down to half HP. Jax is going to be on his way onto the top side. The ward that he put down just a few moments ago. Dragon falling low. He's taken by the Super Hot Crew. Nice by Impaler, but can they get out of the fight? Kevin's actually falling low. Will maybe go down from that one. He does fall in the end to Twitch. And there is Kerp at the back. He gets himself another one. There's still a lot of damage to be done here. Kerp trying to get forward as WeWillFailer misses the hook. And Millennium, are they going to keep going? Jax down at less than half HP. Q from Cotton X might get him. But in the end, Mimer just jumping away onto the minions. And now Millennium have 4 men to push this middle turret.
But if Subaru Crew can defend the tower here, definitely a win for them with the Dragon and trading 1-for-1. Selfie in this fight here before, he had 2 seconds on his ulti when he died. Unlucky for him, and Millennium respond, take down the tower here because they were healthier after the fight.
See Colin coming through to help push them away from it. Actually, pretty much the Spiderlings that tanked up all that damage. Well, they weren't able to get any more kills, but as you said, the 2nd turret of the game. Currently tied on that front, but Millennium holding a 3,000 gold lead. That was a great Dragon steal, though. Impaler coming in, managing to get that one, possibly keeps them in the game at this point.
Yeah, of course, if they've lost the Dragon here, traded 1-for-1, but also lost the mid tower, it would have been a big win for Millennium. They pulled even further ahead, so everything counts now. We keep talking about how they just want to scale up now. We even just saw the team fights. They are not that far behind. Trading 1-for-1 without the ulti on Selfie. He died before he could actually use it because he was still on cooldown. So very close fights already for both teams.
Kevin moving out towards this bottom side. Selfie, could he fight him at this point? Got himself the bow in there on top of his Nash's tooth. So he's going to start to do a lot of damage very quickly. We all know how Kale, with each additional item, just becomes more and more of a threat. Jax has got his Blade of the Ruin King now finished, as does Twitch as well. So a point hit in the game, and as you mentioned, that last fight around Dragon definitely wasn't a bad fight for the Super Hot Crew. They got themselves a Dragon, traded 1-for-1.
Yeah.
with a team that's only going to be getting stronger.
Definitely a good point for them. Just need to make sure they don't let Curb roam around too much. I mean, it's been an issue for them in this game here. Of course, it's very hard to stop a Twisted Fate from teleporting on your face. But it's been the issue because he's been the guy to set the ganks up, get the kills here, and therefore turn everything to the side of Millennium so they could pick up towers as well in this bottom lane and also get the gold lead.
See them being very careful on the bottom side. That's already low and decided not to push in to finish it off in case anyone from Millennium just happened to be sat there waiting for them to really move in on things. Have a look down some of the items on Millennium's side as they covered the Super Hot Crew earlier on. We can see the Irelia moving up towards that Trinity Force. Won't be too far away from completing that one. Curb actually taking the Zhonya's Hourglass there after his Athenes.
So didn't want to go for straight death cap, rather felt that with the likes of Jax jumping onto him, with Twitch sneaking up onto you here, the Hourglass will do a lot more for him, and I can definitely see the idea. Just the armor itself is going to help a lot when Miss Rise go for him, and ooh, ult missing from Jerry here.
Not ideal, but those things can happen when you're trying to lock down Selfie, who just speeds himself up and is able to just dash away from any of that damage and from the lockup as well. However, the Super Hot Crew not phased, and why should they be? Solar Flare is now down, that gives him a little bit more
Creaton
freedom.
in the bot lane won't be able to help the team wave clear in his mid lane, but for now they're just moving around, going towards his top side, where Mimar has built up quite a wave. However, Millennium should be able to come up and actually defend it.
Will they though? They are to take the long route around, and Kevin actually using his ultimate to make sure that that wave doesn't get towards the tower and allow the Super Hot Crew any free damage. But it's definitely the Super Hot Crew at this point, at this very point in the game, that are dictating where the pressure is being put on. A Millennium just playing quite reactive to this, moving up to the top, coming back down to the mid laners, following Super Hot Crew's lead almost.
It's also because Millennium is just waiting for someone to overextend from Super Hot Crew so Curb can teleport down towards them. That's why we saw Creaton in the bottom lane, we saw Kevin in the top lane, waiting for something to happen. If one person moves up and tries to one-on-one anyone from Millennium, Curb is going to join in instantly and turn it around. So they were just waiting for a chance to make a play with Twisted Fate. But because Super Hot Crew were grouping together, except for, of course, Mimar in the top lane, which can easily go up and help, they couldn't actually make any plays and just waited out and saw, okay, they're pushing top, fine, easy, we just cleared a wave.
So, as we were talking about items before, Kevin has now got that Trinity Force done and has pulled ahead in CS. We mentioned earlier it was hovering around 10 for the first 18 minutes or so of the game. He's now started to pull a bit more of a lead out. 30 CS up. Will actually have a good go at this top tower. In fact, may even be able to take it. There's no one from the Super Hot Crew there.
Teleport ready in a few seconds will be too late for Mimar, so Kevin here actually getting a tower for himself. Mimar might be able to do the same down bottom. Twisted Fate coming in.
Destiny going to be used. Who are they going for? Mr. Razu gets locked up. Solar Flare comes in with a cull-in, and just like that, everything being piled on top of the AD carry. Kevin even taking the turret, TPing down to bottom to stop Mimar taking that one.
And here again, we just saw the whole game plan from Millennium. As soon as they saw Selfie on the wards in the jungle around the blue buff of Super Hot Crew, teleport from Curb. They knew, okay, Super Hot Crew, they're split up now, we can go in, win from Mr. Rales. The stealth does nothing because of Twisted Fate, locks him down with a stun, easy kill, and now pushing down towards this mid lane. So Millennium are just waiting and waiting for Super Hot Crew to make a move and then punish them.
A lot of poke coming in, but they still need to be careful of WeWillFailer or Impaler even with his Cocoon, locking one of them up to start things. The Hurricane is done for Selfie as well, so he's going to be a little bit more of a problem when it comes to these team fights, which up until now we've only seen one or two big ones. However, you have to feel that we're getting to that stage of the game as the Hawk comes in onto Karnak. WeWillFailer following through the boxes there. Leona may have to just back away from this one. Karnak's actually kicking them towards J-Ree, which is not ideal. The Hook will land onto J-Ree, and he will go down as well. And now they're going for Kevin. He gets locked up by Cocoon, flashes away to safety. And you have to feel that Karnak's maybe have killed J-Ree there with that kick.
Yeah, and also Millennium, they stayed around, didn't know if they could help or if they just had to back away and leave Karnak to die by himself, but a very nice hook from WeWillFailer, setting it up, going in, followed by Cocoon from Impaler, and Super Hot Crew just collapse onto Millennium. Pick up 2 kills and a mid tower here, so definitely responding and keeping it fairly even in gold.
And it's really going to be bringing it back. 2 kills, getting that inner tower.
Even better.
Get themselves a dragon as well. That's spawning in at the perfect time for the Super Hot Crew to finish this one off. And look at the gold jump here. Back to just 1,000 difference. Millennium still slightly ahead though.
So one very nice hook from WeWillFailer, and Millennium a bit out of position, and everything just turns back to even from Super Cruz. A very nice play. No teleport on Kevin, but Kerb can actually use his ulti down to this tower if he wants to try and save it. Seems no Mimer. Oh, he's going in for it.
Go in.
Saves the tower.
Yeah, saves the tower at least for now, although those minions doing a lot of damage onto it. He's going to have to quickly speed that one up, saves it with a slither of life still remaining on it. But Mimer, no risks really from that one. He could have probably stuck around and had it go onto the tower, but why risk giving Kerb a 5th kill? He's 4-0-3 again, coming up big for Millennium.
And we need to see team fights here from the side of Super Hawk Crew, with of course the Hurricanes onto Kale. Very, very strong team fighting build. We see it pretty much every time now. There is a Kale pick and it always works really well. However, one of the weaknesses of the build is actually the fact that if there's a lot of stuns on the other side, because you're so auto-attack independent, you will lose a lot of damage compared to the burst, death cap, DFG or whatever Kale we have seen beforehand, with just you focus on your Q damage and a few hits with a Lich Bane as the burst. You won't have the same thing here. You need time to stand there and hit. So if Millennium with Jerry, with Kerb, locks him down, stuns him, he won't do a lot of damage.
Kerb actually running a Elixir at this point as well, so definitely looking to get something going here on Millennium, as Mimer is finally going to get rid of that bottom turret that's been low for a long time by now. Feels like almost half of the game that turret has been within striking distance for the Super Hot Crew. Puts them ahead on the turret front, brings them to within 400 gold, as well as the Zenith Blade not quite landed onto Impaler.
There's a good use of teleport advantage for Super Hawk Crew. Kevin's teleport just got up now, and with of course the ulti being down from Kerb as well, they knew Mimer could just return to this bottom lane, take the tower by himself. He could always join in for a fight here. So smart map play from Super Hawk Crew, making sure to get another tower.
Now we see the gold difference over time here. Super Hot Crew actually doing pretty damn well with this now. That swing coming their way, and actually they're catching out J-Ree inside of the jungle, who tries to go aggressive from his side. And we see that Selfie, we said it before, that he's only going to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Now that needlessly large rod added in on top of his Nash's Tooth and the Hurricane as well.
Always very scary to deal with Kale in late game, but of course we talked about just before, when you build this auto-attack based build, stun the target, the damage is gone. It's pretty much like stunning an AD carry. Of course, you won't be able to burst anyone, and therefore Millennium have tools to deal with him in team fights, but it's going to be very hard. And of course, with a Jax as well, jumping around, with a Twitch, with Rat-a-tat-tat in the backside, going crazy on your team. It's not exactly easy to pick the right target.
Oh, you'll see a Destiny. Where's he going to go? Actually, underneath the turret, onto Mr. Rals, who takes a Lantern, but they're already on him. Zenith Blade comes in. WeWillFailer locked up, flashes away. The Q lands out from Cotton X. Max range for him, and now Mimer might be in trouble. Gold card pulled there for Kerb. Can they finish him off? Again, Cotton X dives in for the triple. One more, it will do it!
Got it.
And Creaton gets it, and that's 4 men down here, and now they're on towards Selfie as well, who uses an intervention. Can he land the Q here?
Should survive.
He survives. No ace just yet, but that was fantastically played out on Millennium.
Yeah, and how do you deal with a strong team fighting combo or strong team fighting Kale? You make sure when she's out of position, you just engage on the rest of the team here, and we just saw it again. Up in this top lane, Selfie is farming, Kevin in the bot lane, teleporting in. Again, it's Kerb setting it up. As soon as Super Crew split up, he will join in. All down onto Mr. Radis, even though he takes lands and he flashes, still dies for it. And from here on, because Millennium are still so healthy, can just keep diving on. Good stun onto Mimer here, keep going for it. Connex just staying behind the team, coming in, picks up another kill, and Selfie just joins in the very end. And by this time, there's no reason to join in, you're just gonna almost give up another kill.
Yeah, almost. The key word in that one. Only died once up until now, actually has finished off his Zhonya's Hourglass, so that will certainly help things out moving forward. But compare that to his opposite number, Lich Bane done now for Kerb. We also see the Randuins coming out on the side of Millennium. One for Cotton X in the jungle, one for Kevin's top lane Irelia as well, on top of his Trinity Force. So that's going to make these team fights that bit harder for the Super Hot Crew. And honestly, Mr. Rals been a bit of a non-factor because Millennium have literally dove on him every single time.
Every time they have the chance, they use the ulti from Kerb, see where the rest of the members are, and just go straight for Mr. Rales, kill him instantly. He won't be able to do anything in the fights. And with this Randuin's Omen here for Kevin, we see he want to focus more on team fighting, and it's the style of Kevin. We talked about in the pregame how his CS numbers aren't always the best because you focus so much on running with the team and just fighting and not directly split pushing. This game, however, he's doing really well on farm.
Very solid, 230 CS. However, we see Selfie again up over 300 CS on that Kayle for him, something that he's done time and time again with these Kayle picks. Millennium here, though, are going to be looking for their 5th turret of the game, moving towards that inner turret in the bottom lane, and actually the entire team going to move across there is the Destiny use. WeWillFailer will be the target. Actually pulled a red card out there. It's not going to matter though, the slow is enough. Creaton will actually pick up that and get himself the kill in spree.
Once again, Super Crew is out of position and Millennium instantly just punished him, pick up another kill. It's been the story of the game here, and it's the reason they are ahead now, and Kirk is playing so well. They're going for Selfie now.
Going straight onto him, actually came away as the intervention was used. Teleport will also be used by Jax to get into the fight, and Millennium baiting that one out perfectly. Kevin doesn't have his available just yet, so it's not like he's going to be running off on his own. Although, there we go, the deep push out. Cornex kicks out Selfie. He uses his Zhonya's, but I think it's going to be too late for him. Mr. R's the second focus. Can they finish him off? Ulti running from Kevin. He gets the double. Impaler will repel. Actually takes a lantern back to the fountain. Well, that's 2 kills. The mid lane of the AD carry both down. This is looking good for Millennium.
Looking very good once again. They're simply so strong in these fights. They're always finding the right targets. This time was Cornex actually going in. Selfie already used his ulti on the last engage. Just kick him back here. Waited for the Outlast. Picked up a kill. Went further and took inhibitor as well now. So Millennium using the Baron really well.
So, once again, Cornex getting straight in there. Selfie being locked up and almost was killed before he was able to use his own Zhonya's.
And from here on, as soon as he's dead, just chase on into the base. You don't really care about anything else but his damage at this point, because again, Mr. Raz has been shot down so hard. And Millennium, we can simply just praise them for the way they're playing the map here and the way they punish Super Hot Crew for being out of position every time.
And there's a ton of gold across the board here for Millennium. We see them pretty much all recalling as Mima and Impaler trying to set up a bit of a trap inside of that Millennium jungle, but doesn't seem like Millennium are going to be falling too much for that one. Not really moving down towards that area, although Creaton is going to move through. They're going to spot him with the ward. Can they lock him up? There's a cocoon landing. Creaton's dead. No way he's getting away from this one. Almost called it a little bit too early there. Selfie now being caught out as well. He's used an early intervention. There's a lantern down. Kevin was flanking from the bottom side. Not enough in the end, though, to lock up another kill.
So Super Crew very patient here. We're just waiting for Creaton to move towards the red buff. Thought he could just pick it up by himself. So get the kill now and push up towards this mid lane.
Are they going to be able to defend this one? A little bit split here on Millennium, and those turrets going to be melted extremely quick with Jax there, with Twitch now joining the party as well. Do Millennium want to fight? It's 5v4, of course. There's a hook on towards J-Ree, Cocoon, Flay. Lots going towards J-Ree, but not the target they were looking for. And then we see them powering on out of there. No more fights wanted from the Super Hot Crew side.
Yeah, they need to back away the bot lane as well as pushing heavily towards the Nexus. So Millennium chasing up here. Creaton all the way coming all the way from the base. Super Crew, they're looking for a fight.
Oh, Flash Cocoon, it's been sidestepped there, and now they're going to turn it around. Mima going to get stocked up as Kevin there. The back has gone a little bit too deep, you feel. Will be finished off by Mr. Ross. Mima will use the intervention on himself. Creaton now finally gets involved. Who are they going to go for? J-Ree's dove right into them again as the Cullen going to come flying out. Have they got the damage? Selfie's going to take the Zhonya's, but the Nexus turrets are already being pushed down here. Those super minions destroying the Super Hot Crew base. Will they be able to get back? Twisted Fate is going to ultimate. Comes in at the side though, didn't have the range to go all the way through into the base, but he may be able to hold them off long enough. I don't think so. The super minions now bashed away by Mima.
So even though Millennium lost Kevin in this fight here, they managed to stay alive with the rest of the members and wait for their super minions in this bottom lane to do all the work. There was no teleport on Mima, so he had to run with the team. Couldn't be in this bot lane here to push it out. It was actually the reason Super Crew backed away from the mid lane in the first time, but then Millennium just chased him because they knew the super minions in this bottom lane here could do all the work, and it worked for them. They simply had to sacrifice Kevin. Worth it.
Worth it, yeah. I think Kevin will have no problem with going down for that one. They managed to take down both Nexus turrets. A bit of a hole now in the Super Hot Crew base, that's for sure. As they pushed up this bottom wave, they need to keep it further up that lane though.
Yeah, you're against the Twisted Fate with Lich Bane, doing a lot of damage to your Nexus in case a fight should happen and Curb is like, nope, not gonna join in, just gonna go straight for your base and just backdoor you and win the game. So very scary stuff here for Super Hot Crew without the Nexus turrets.
Actually moving in towards the Baron area, which they've got pretty much entire control of. We just heard there that the inhibitor will be coming up once again in just a couple of moments for the Super Hot Crew. That'll be a brief respite for him. Stop those super minions coming down. We can see that Mima has actually pushed that wave all the way up to the river, so wants to keep them as far away as possible from the base. They are, however, possibly going to lose an inner turret here in this top lane.
Defending it for now here with the little amount or low amount of wave that they have, or of course with Selfie, as long as he gets to the minions, he can do a lot, but it's a bit scary for him as long as Millennium is staying around. That's why we saw before he just had to wait back a little bit. That Millennium hit, but once he gets to the minions, of course, he will just destroy them with the Hurricane pretty much instantly.
They've started to recall there. They actually do need to recall because we can see that Mima already onto that inner turret. Does finally stop a Millennium, not sent. Oh, I tell a lie, Kevin did recall in that, so that actually leaves them at 5 versus 4 here for Baron. However, both top laners do have teleport. We are going to see them both coming in. Jerry going in at the back there with the Solar Flare. There's the Twisted Fate ultimate coming out, and he's actually going to be left at the back on his own. Pops himself the Zhonya's. Can they get in there to defend him? Mr. Rolls gets the intervention on him. That's a lot more damage, but the Super Hot Crew being picked off one by one here. Impaler will be the next one. He will go down after his repel sends him right back on top of the team.
They can finish.
Triple kill for Creaton, and surely, indeed, they can finish this one now. They need to kill the Indian first, though.
But such a weird fight from Super Hot Crew. They start the Baron, even though Kevin had teleport, could just instantly join in with the rest of the team, and then just ran in different positions. Now going for Selfie.
Oh, that Zhonya's may just cost him his life here. I thought if he'd have just walked away from it, Kevin might not have been able to finish him off. It doesn't matter. Zhonya's is going to be the death of him. The inhibitor is going to go down. A Millennium with just WeWillFailer to really protect the Super Hot Crew base. They're going to walk straight through, take down the Nexus, and pick up a valuable win here against the Super Hot Crew.
Every single ulti from Kirby in this game here gave kills over to Millennium, gave them objectives, gave map pressure. He was so strong in the early game, in the mid game, and every time Super Hot Crew out of position, well, Kirby was like, I'm just going to ult with the rest of my team, go in, kill Mr. Rallis, make sure we win the team fights, and therefore also win the game.
And the questions that we had before, we talked about Millennium being a very solid mid-table team, and that they had to kind of prove, I think, to themselves more than anyone else, of course, that they could beat teams like the Super Hot Crew themselves. They're having a great run up at the top of the table, and they did it in an impressive way here. 19 kills to 8 by the end of it, and really the lead that they built up early on, even though we were expecting this power spike out of the Super Hot Crew, we were expecting them to get stronger and stronger and stronger, the lead that they had carried them through the entire game.
And also the fact they delayed the power spikes for such a long time because they kept making plays on the map. Every time Super Hot Crew went to farm a lane, to, again, just straight single farm a lane. Normally you would like, yeah, it's fine, I can just take this farm here. But every time Super Hot Crew went for the farm, Millennium would punish them somewhere else on the map. And that's full credit to them playing the comp really well and also have some very strong team fights overall.
But Millennium need to do this more often. They need to show to themselves, as I said before, that they can win 2 games in a row. I mean, if we look back to week 1, everyone was like, wow, Millennium this season looking incredibly, incredibly good. Only lost 1 game out of the first 4 in Super Week. Since then, it's been inconsistent. Again, the word of the day almost, up and down for them completely, but this win against the Super Hot Crew, definitely a vital confidence booster, if nothing else.
Especially with the way they played the game. I mean, this is not Super Hot Crew directly losing the game by themselves. This is actually Millennium playing really well, knowing how to play with the Twisted Fate, knowing how to play the map, and therefore take advantage of every situation and win the game. So credit to Millennium. But as you just said, we need to see it more often. Same thing for Super Hot Crew, of course. They also need to be more consistent.
Well, we do have Shox on stage with Creaton from Millennium after that win, so let's send it over.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Creaton after that win, and dare I say, much needed win from Millennium. Tell us a little bit about the mindset going into this game, because it hasn't been going so well the last couple of games.
We had a plan to play 2v2 and 1v1, but the lane swapped versus us. I'm not sure why. And to be honest, we came to this game without a plan. We just tried to play the normal swap game as good as we could. And it actually worked out. Twitch was really behind the whole game, and I think that led us to victory.
Yeah, you did manage to catch a lot of people out at a lot of times. Was that how the comp came together going into the game?
Actually, we were like, try to... we know that Kelly is going to split push and TF is really good against it, and we tried to stop them split pushing, but I think there was never a point that she could actually split push, because she would just die all the time, and I think like TF was the best option for a like pick up people comp.
Yeah, absolutely. Last question for you guys. Obviously, you needed this win. Tell me what the difference is, because I talked to you in week 1 where you guys were doing so well. What kind of changed over the next couple of games that you lost that spark from week 1?
I think after first week we started to play more carefully and just really cautious, and right now we just try to get the best out of something we can get, and what can we do afterwards, and try to get it as well. And I think it's working really good so far.
And it is in this game, absolutely. Thank you very much, Creaton.
Thank you.
Now, don't go anywhere, because after the break, we're going to break down this game, and it's time for first place Alliance to play versus Gambit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
Oh, he's sneaking around, actually missing all the damage. He's going to get locked up here by the Solar Flare. Will get away with the Lantern, but not get away to safety.
Twisted Fate coming in.
Destiny going to be used. Who are they going for? Mr. Razu gets locked up. Solar Flare comes in with a call-in. Destiny used. WeWillFailer will be the target. Actually pulled the red card out there. It's not going to matter, though. The slow is enough.
Failer? Just one Failer fast. It's fine.
Rales.
Mimer. Kill Mimer. Impaler. Here. Kaylee's here. Kaylee, kill her. Finish. Ignore. Okay, let's finish. Nice.
Thank you for joining us. We just saw Millennium beat the Super Hot crew, and we're going to discuss this at the table with Trevor and Lee. So guys, coming into this one, rather unexpectedly, Millennium just building up the lead straight from the beginning and running with it, and it didn't seem like they were going to lose the game at any point.
No, and actually, in fact, if you actually look at the game, it was very, very similar to Fnatic. In fact, I wonder whether these guys have been scrimming together, because the picks were fairly similar, the game style was very similar, and all along, we just heard Creaton talking about how it was a pick comp, and it absolutely was, because you saw Kerp constantly using that ulti, catching someone out. Often it was Mr. Rales, the AD carry was there, very similar to Peke and Reckless, the double teamwork. So it really did work very well for Millennium this time around. Surprised quite a lot of us, and probably Super Hot crew involved as well.
Yeah, definitely caught me off guard. Kerp's Twisted Fate was very, very good. But Kerp definitely seems to play that. He either destroys everyone or he does a bit mediocre. And you basically explained the whole tempo of the game. Kerp found picks. We have a replay to actually exemplify that. If we can pull that replay up onto your screen, and it's going to start with one of these Twisted Fate ganks. 4-7 up, completely even on gold. Millennium are actually down on towers at this point in the game. At 28 minutes, Super Hot Crew have held them off, considering Millennium was in control. So let's roll this clip out, and it really does just start with Millennium focusing down Mr. Rawls. Instantly going to pop him, gold card lands, wild cards are going to finish him off. And because of the grouping of Millennium, they're going to run away with the rest of the fight. J-Ree gets a pretty good solar flare, and props to Cottonex as well, landing the key skill shots. Jax was a non-factor. 30 minutes in, he's only got a Blade of the Ruined King and a Phage, and you've got to give props to Creaton here. Swag points. Flash, Ardent Blaze, walks out. Cool
Already
guys
walking away. Yeah.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. So he gets 4 kills, the team backs away, they get Baron, and then it was just, again, 2 more of those sort of pick situations, and Millennium closed the game out.
Let's talk a little bit more about the pick comp, and in particular Twisted Fate. Twice today we saw Twisted Fate played by Fnatic a little earlier in the season. That didn't work out. Why does it work now? What has changed in your opinions?
Well, the game in the mid lane has changed somewhat over the recent months. Assassins are less prevalent thanks to the changes to Exhaust and the changes to Heal. We're not seeing much LeBlanc because she's banned all the time. Zed's not in the pool anymore. And those poking champions like Ziggs are so often on the bench, are so often removed away. So when you have this mid lane matchup where Twisted Fate has time to build himself up, he's got good wave clear, he's got good burst, he mitigates the stealth champions which are super popular like Evelynn, like Twitch. So in this game, Mr. Rawls was never safe because Destiny always made him a pinpoint target. So I think it's just the way the trending champions of Twitch and Eve are up, which means Twisted Fate comes back, and also because the mid lane can't counter him as hard.
And you got to wonder, obviously, the players, Twisted Fate, we've seen it quite a few times actually coming up in the last few weeks, but actually not very well. Yeah. Seems that teams suddenly have remembered, this is how you play Twisted Fate, you need to pick people off. So suddenly, obviously everyone's had a lot more experience on it, a lot more practice in team fights, and it's working a lot better now.
Let's theorize a little bit about what this means for both the Super Hot Crew and Millennium. I asked Creaton, what was going on, and he said it seemed that after we were winning, we were playing too safe. How do you think that this will go further in the season if you look at their play right now?
I think Millennium are only winning games when they play pick-style compositions. You go back to 2 weeks ago when Kerp destroyed people on Fizz. It's a pick composition. Kevin is only playing Irelia at the moment. He's not super comfortable in Shyvana. He said so last week in an interview. What this means for Millennium, they need to diversify. They can't rely on pick comps only to find wins. It's working now. It might not in a few weeks when the meta changes or shifts away. For Super Hot Crew, they just need to not panic. They were 30 minutes in. They had under onslaught of Kerp's Twisted Fate, and they were even on gold. They were ahead on towers. So they weren't doing badly, even under all of that pressure.
Yeah, and they actually had a great late team composition as well, of course, with the KL Jackson there. They would have done really well. That's exactly what they were aiming to do, just hold out. And you kind of, again, you look at SK. SK were trying to do the similar thing, but credit to Kerp diving with that ulti onto the tower to create the whole play to set the game up.
Yeah, and on the other side, the Super Hot Crew, of course, they were getting so hyped and doing so well. Is this just a 2-off? There's 2 games they lost now in a row?
I don't know, because even in the games, like against the Lions, they were completely outclassed. Super Hot Crew really got destroyed. I mean, there's nothing about that. Against Millennium, Millennium played better, but it's hard to say whether or not it was Super Hot Crew losing or Millennium just outplaying them. So it's not panic stations yet. They're still middle of the table. It's not the end of the road yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Some great team play from Millennium. And actually, at the start of today's show, we asked you to hit us up on Twitter to let us know which European LCS team do you think has shown the most consistent teamwork so far and why. The first tweet is from @MertRusso. I have to say to Super Hot Crew, when the game gets super late, the team's coordination is the difference between victory and defeat. Sadly, they didn't get to the super late game here.
This almost would have been right. And actually, to be fair, they have been great at the start of the season. They're now actually tied for 3rd place with Fnatic and Millennium, I believe. They're all on 5 and 4. So, it has been a great start to the season for Super Hot Crew. They did look very good at the start. They've got to make sure they don't slip into a run.
They had an extremely long game that they finished successfully as well last time, of course. The second tweet is from @Harakos. I think SK is currently showing the best teamwork. The synergy between Svenskeren and the rest of the team is outstanding. And I dare say, even in the loss today, they kept putting up good team fights in the end game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think SK as a team, that's their biggest strength. They have struggled in the laning phase. They have struggled a little bit in the individual matchups from time to time. And today's game demonstrates that. They fell behind in the laning phase, and Fnatic just punished them for it.
The last tweet is from @IG Creedster. Alliance for sure. Their team synergy has reached a new level this split, which made the whole team, but mostly Tabs, more confident. We're about to see them in action.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Alliance have been magnificent at the start of this season. 7-1. We talked about how in this pre-show how this is the deadliness time for any team that reaches 7-1 generally goes downhill from here.
Don't jinx.
So they're playing Gambit next. It's a tricky game. You never know what Gambit's going to turn up like. But honestly, Alliance have by far looked the best team by a mile in Europe right now.
There was also Gambit that broke Fnatic's winning streak.
It was,
Let's split around, so maybe. I don't want to jinx it for Alliance. Thank you for those tweets, and we're always ready for more. Be sure to follow us at LOL Esports, and of course use the hashtag LCS for your game day chatter. And now we're going to send it back over to Joe and the Fisho at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, let's get ready for our last LCS match of the day as Alliance take on Gambit. Alliance, of course, continued the domination of the European LCS last week. They managed another 2 wins and currently sit, as Demon said, a very, very impressive 7 wins and 1 loss.
And also their individual stats as a team is very impressive. If you just look at the KDAs all around for them, they have the highest team KDA in Europe, with 6.36. Then we have Taps, Froggen, and Shook. They're all first in their role for KDA. Followed then by Wicked and Nith, who are second in their role when it comes to KDA. They are the best team at taking down Barons, where they're taking 11 Barons. They of course lead the entire league in it. And also when it comes to taking down buildings, 74 towers, 16 inhibs here. Alliance are looking very, very strong and also looking very consistent as a team. That's why they can keep these numbers going every time. That's why they've won 7 games and only lost 1. And then I just have to say, last 2 Alliance games, we have seen Anivia from Froggen, and I'm wondering, do you have to ban the way or not? Because teams clearly don't know how to deal with it. We don't see a lot of aggression on the blue buff of Alliance when they play Anivia to try and at least remove the blue buff from Froggen here, because he will always do well on this champion, and we know how strong he is. Do you want to ban the way or not?
And speaking of Froggen, let's see what he thinks about the current state of the once dominant Gambit gaming.
Yeah, there's not too much rivalry. It's more like Gambit struggling to get back to their former self. This is a really strong team that played with aggression. Like they're struggling to get back to that point, and I think like before they have any rivals, they would like kind of need to get back to that point.
And I think Froggen really hit the nail on the head with that one. Gambit are struggling to find their former selves, and while they look good in some games, it's really hard to predict which Gambit is going to turn up to which match. And they are the most inconsistent team in the league right now. There's no doubt about that.
Complete opposite of Alliance here. We always know how Alliance are going to perform, or at least we think we know. With Gambit, you never want to try and actually say, are they going to win this game or not? Because even when they actually were one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team in Europe, they had these off days where they would just lose a random game, doesn't matter to who, and then come back the next day and destroy everyone. So Gambit as a team, very inconsistent, and you can also look at the KDA numbers for the team. I mean, we talk about how Alliance were #1 in pretty much everything. Gambit is the opposite. I mean, Diamond is the lowest jungler, Darien is the lowest top laner, only Genji is actually keeping up fairly well with the rest of the league when it comes to KDA, but it's also because he plays very safe.
And I think we're also far enough into the season now to look at Nick's performance and compare it to their former mid laner, Alex Ich. The question is, does Nick have the same impact on Gambit as Alex did?
Different players, in my opinion, and different ways they're being used by Gambit. If you just look at the numbers for Nick here the first 3 weeks, his KDA is fairly low, actually lowest for mid laners in Europe. However, his kill participation is very high. So he's involved in a lot of the kills here for Gambit. Looking at Alex, however, go back to last bit, the first 3 weeks here. Numbers speaks for themselves. 42 kills to 21 deaths, a 4.0 KDA. Only part of 65% of the kills for Gambit, so he's involved in less. However, he makes plays himself. And we always saw how Alex could take the entire team on his back, get a few kills early on, and carry everyone. Nick haven't been able to do the same, so instead they play more teamfight focused. And you know what? I think it's the right way to play, because for me, Nick is a good mid laner, and I think he has the potential to be on the same level as Alex. And we just have to see if he can do it with time. And now, of course, we've talked so much about KDA, difference between Gambit and Alliance. It is Gambit. So we never know what's going to happen, and they can actually still surprise and win the game.
As we said, never know which Gambit turns up to which games. We'll see which one comes in today. But first, we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs the AD carry, and Nif the support.
On the red side, we have Gambit gaming with Darien in the top lane, Diamond as the jungler, Nick is in the mid lane, Genji of course as the AD carry, and Edward on support.
And our featured matchup takes us into the jungle, where Shook and Diamond are going to be facing off.
Yeah, so Diamond, he was the best jungler in Europe, looking back at Season 2, even early Season 3, he was dominating everyone. Now though, he's building synergy with Nick, so for now, a bit of issues for Gambit and Diamond, who's been underperforming. Looking on the side of Shook though, he's considered to be the best jungler by many now in Europe. He's really performing and really living up to the hype everyone talked about last split, and everyone talked about how he's so good in scrims, he needs to do an LCS, he's doing it now.
So before the match begins, let's total up the votes and see which team you picked to win. According to LOLesports.com, you've picked Alliance by a pretty whopping 81%.
We have to agree, #1 team here, very consistent, always performing well against Gambit, which, as we talked about, we don't really know what's going to happen when Gambit plays.
Don't know which Gambit turns up. And one thing that interests me with the addition now of a new support, Edward, you know, he likes to play different things as support. Kennen as support. Gragas has been playing a lot, of course, this split. Is Brown going to get banned away?
There's a chance at least, but I know Edward would love to play it. I haven't actually talked with him about it, but just if you look at the style of champions he likes to play, Gragas, of course, very, very tanky.
Yeah.
Braum is doing the exact same thing here. Set up kills, help your teammates out, of course. So it should be his style of champion, and therefore, if it's open, I can see him pick it.
Well, we are going to get into Champion Select and see if Brown will make it through here for the first time today.
Yeah.
If Brown gets picked, I'm going to wear a mustache tomorrow. Shave the rest of the beard off and wear the
deal.
brown tash. We'll see about that one. First ban's coming out either way. Yasuo and Ziggs banned away by Alliance. On the other side, it's Kassadin taken away by Gambit. Who would have thought it? Red side Kassadin banned.
Standard bans so far. Nick played actually a very strong Yasuo game here. I believe it was week 2, therefore being banned away from Alliance, and also Ziggs banned towards him. So they really want to target Nick, who's still the new guy on Gambit, of course, and want to see, okay, what else can he actually play than just his few main champions.
So Twitch going to be taken out by Gambit Gaming, and I can already feel my mustache growing in preparation for this one. Shouldn't have said that. I don't know why I said that. Such an idiot sometimes. Third ban then for Alliance. What are they going to go with? 2 mid lane bans so far, leaving that Gragas open up until now, leaving the likes of Kale up for Nick, who is really like to play, and they're actually going to go towards Darien here for their third and final ban, taking away Jax.
Wicked has played a lot of Shyvana in the past year. Actually, only once did he take Jax over Shyvana, so they feel like can band away, target towards Darien. I'm not sure if they're going to first pick Shyvana here or want to focus on the likes of a Lee Sin, possibly, or maybe even a mid lane pick now to ban 2 of them away from Nick already.
Well, let's see. Not long left here. What is going to be the
Leave it
choice
open
for Gambit Gaming? They are. Wow. Really running down the clock on this one. Taking away Brown. Thank God for that.
Very, very last one. They really had to think about this one here. You could see there's like, oh, should we leave it open? Do we want to maybe get it if they first pick something else? But it's the Lee Sin. First pick for Shook. It's actually been a champion last week, which was banned against it because he's been performing so well on this Lee Sin here. And also the recent Alliance just instantly first pick it. Don't even think about it.
Trying to think about taking away the Thresh as well, the combos that we've seen, not just this split, last split as well, between Shook and Nif kicking into the hooks and the flays. Such brilliant play from Alliance, which I suppose we could really say across the board with everything. We also had the Anivia question, by the way, answered. Anivia left open here if Froggen would want to take it. What a Gambit got up their sleeves. A Blitzcrank in the first round of picks
it was
would
buffed.
Be,
I mean,
but first round of picks.
No, yeah.
I don't expect that to happen.
Normally a pick you want to wait to see a bit more of the enemy team before you want to lock it in. It's actually a very strong pick against Anivia, so in that case we might see it later if Froggen locks in Anivia.
Well, we'll see. It's going to be a switch here last second to Evelyn for Diamond in the jungle. As you've mentioned, Lee Sin, Evelyn, Elise, pretty much the 3 junglers that we're going to be seeing now. Who knows with Yorick if Woolite's, not Woolite, that would be wrong. Airwax is feeling like it for the Copenhagen Wolves. On the other side though, what are Alliance going to lock in now? Jungler already decided for them. And will Froggen be thinking about taking a Kayle here? Gambit, of course, can leave their mid lane until last, so Alliance may be looking for something safe in that mid lane.
And I feel like also on the side of Gambit, they played it very safe on the first 2 picks. Lucian, we always talk about all around, very strong, you can blind pick him. And then the Evelynn, I mean, you didn't have to lock in your jungler at this point because Lee Sin was already picked here, so you could have gone for, you know, a very strong pick for either your support. Now, of course, Nif, hoping over the fresh here, decided not to lock it in. So instead, the Evelynn to me showed that Gambit want to try and counter pick the rest of Alliance here, or at least the next 2 picks from Alliance.
Well, definitely run it down. I talked about the Thresh earlier on, the combos that we've seen out of Shook.
This
and
pure
Nif in
combo
the
picks
past.
for Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, Shyvana for the top lane for Wicked, getting the Thresh as well, so those 2 picks now locked in. Interesting to see where Gambit go, whether they leave that mid lane until last, which you've got to expect from them at this point of things.
Yeah, either mid lane or top lane. We could see the Gragas coming in from Edward, of course. We've seen in laning phase, it's very, very strong. He plays very aggressive with it.
Yeah.
Needs to be careful though, because when he's against a Lantern, it's very easy to set up a gank towards him. We actually saw it last week where he got punished, died a few times for it, but he plays very aggressive in the laning phase and often actually win the lane with Genja when he plays the Gragas support here, so it could be an option for him. When it comes to top lane and mid lane, I mean, Trundle for Darien, really Nectarine if they want to go for some early pressure against Shyvana. Of course, it is Darien, could even see a Warwick.
I wish.
You wish.
I would be incredibly happy if he was to pull out the Warwick. And for Gambit here, hovering over Kayle. Said it before that Nick really played a lot of Kayle, a lot of Lulu in there as well, but looks like it will in fact be a Kayle choice this round. And Sona, also an interesting choice coming out for Edward.
Yeah, it was a champion he actually used to play quite a lot, but he always said he hated playing her. She was very boring, didn't really fit his style. However, when you put it together with a Kayle, most likely building Hurricane, if you log up 1 or 2 members with your ulti from Sona here, a lot of free time for Kayle to just auto-attack them to death. So very, very strong team fight already from Gambit's side here. And if they can lock people down with the Sona ulti, land, of course, the Evelynn's ulti on it as well, and then all the Kayle damage and the AoE coming in from the likes of Lucian, it's a very, very strong start to a team fight from Gambit.
On the other side then, Alliance looking for AD carry and mid laner. All Froggen brings to the table up against the Kayle. And this combo that's worked out for them, Kog'Maw and Ivia. We have to go back to that. The Kog'Maw and Ivia was
Could
very,
go Lulu
very
as well.
good for them.
I mean, Lulu could also be a choice. It is, seems to be the Anivia, and it's gonna get locked in from Alliance. So we see it once again. And I want to see if Gambit then know how to play against it, because so far, the 2 teams who played against Froggen and Anivia didn't know how to shut him down early on. They didn't focus on trying to take away his blue buff when it spawned here, trying to deny some of his farm in the laning phase. Put a lot of ganks on him. No, they just let him farm and get to the team fights where, of course, he's so strong on Anivia, and he can now protect taps with Nif as well. You have Shook and Wicked jumping into the backline of Gambit, and then you just have, again, the rest of the members staying back here. You have the wall, you have all the slows, you have the stunts. Anivia brings so many things to the table that when we actually upstairs, yesterday, we're looking at some of the comps here, we realized that Anivia, as a champion, can do pretty much everything. You have wave clear, you have burst potential, you have pick potential with your Q, your wall, you can kite, you can disengage. I mean, there's so many things you can do with this champion.
Darian's got a cheeky little smile on his face there as Edward
Warwick.
hovers over.
I like it.
It's not going to be Warwick. It's
Kayle
actually going to be interesting. Again, Kayle going top lane. Didn't touch on that one, probably should have really, because we've seen Darian playing that Kayle top lane. Took him a hell of a long time to get going. Actually spent most of his time in the mid lane to avoid the lane swap danger and shared the farm and experience with Nick.
It's a bit of a weird tactic, and also he builds a Fiends first into Nashor's, into Hurricane, so he delays the Nashor and the Hurricane here. So teamfight wise, he needs a bit more time to build up with their Fiends. But Kayle into Shyvana is actually a very strong pick, because Shyvana will never be able to get onto you. You slow her if she speeds up or jumps towards you. You hit her from range all the time, of course, and you shred away a lot of armor and magic resist. So you do a lot of damage to her. So it's a strong pick in lane, unless Alliance, of course, just say, you know what, we're just going to lane swap around and make sure we're never actually going to have this laning phase, at least not early on.
And Nick revisiting Nidalee will be hoping for something better than a 0-0-0 that got his season started off here in the summer split. But guys, we're going to revisit our featured matchup on Twitter, where you can let us know which jungler you think will come out ahead. Use the hashtag Shook or Diamond, and we'll check out your answers in the game to see how you voted.
Both junglers, of course, playing comfort picks here. Evelyn from Diamond, seen it time and time again, but also Lee Sin for Shook. I mean, it's been such a game-breaking champion, and every time he plays it, at least in this split, setting up kills left and right in the early game and applying so much pressure here. So I'm really looking forward to see what he can do on Lee Sin in this game.
See that Alliance, I was going to say looking confident, and then Wicked starts to give us a big yawn. It's been staying up a little bit too late.
Didn't cut his hair yet, actually. I made a deal with him. Not sure if he's going to follow it, but until Alliance actually lose a game, he won't cut his hair. That's why, as you see on your screen, he looks a little bit funny.
A little bit funny. We're going to get into game, guys. Alliance taking on Gambit. We'll see if Alliance can keep, well, their incredible form up, really. 7 for 1. As the guys over on the analyst desk earlier mentioned, though, Gambit are the crushers of dreams when it comes to winning sprees. Of course, they were the team that stopped Fnatic in the last split. We'll see if they can do it here against Alliance as well.
So we see early on here, no teleport on Froggen this time. He played it last time against Subaru Crew with Anivia. However, that was against the Ziggs in lane, so it was a hard laning phase. Now he's against Nidalee, one of the weakest early game laning champions, so therefore he can pick the Ignite now and actually have a lot of kill potential onto the likes of Nick. And at the same time, we also see Edward with the Ruby Crystal actually as first item. So he's going to rush an early side stone, sell his Ward Trinket early on, get the sweeping lens, and then try and get a lot of vision control as the Sonar.
Certainly going to be an interesting one, and Nick getting the first spear of the game off. Always nice to start that way, even though it gives you, of course, very little in the grand scheme, or gives you nothing in the grand scheme of things. Is probably more accurate.
Confidence boost.
Exactly, the confidence boost that you are 100% with your spears. See if Nick can keep that record up. Right now, there's a very distinct lack of anyone really moving out of a safe zone right now. A lot of wards down in River. Not too much pressure put up, and wards planted a little bit deeper on the enemy side of the river from either side. And we can actually see that we're going to see a standard start for the junglers, both on their red buff. However, Nif and Tabs moving up towards the Death Brush. Are they going to try a...
They are spotted.
What for me would be a very risky two-man invade here.
Well, at least for now, they're actually forcing Diamond and Darren away, because down the bottom lane, of course, is Edward and Genji, and in the mid lane, Nick just standing with Nidalee, won't be able to do too much. So Alliance actually managed to delay the red buff from Gambit and pick up their own red buff.
Delaying as long as possible. Nif down to about half HP. He needs to be a little bit careful about this one. Actually going to flay over. There is the red buff taken by Diamond, but a lot of damage will be done to him. Darian falling a little low as well, but look at this. Alliance invading on the enemy blue buff. We see Edward actually coming across. This is very risky. This is dangerous. They're going to come around with the Ignite there, put down towards Shook. Spear is going to land. Shook going to go down here, surely. AD carry coming in. It's Edward that picks up the kill, and now they're chasing Wicked. Does have flash available. Will use it as well to get out of the back of the Dragon Pit.
Such a risky play from Alliance. They knew, of course, Diamond and Darren up in his top side were delayed with the red buff. However, they also know that there's both Genji and Edward in this bottom lane side here to just come up, collapse around them if they move in for the blue buff. So very risky move, and Gambit picks up first blood for it.
Red buff Edward, who having a look at the race, like, can I do him red buff? Maybe I'll be able to do it. No, probably not, my friend.
Again,
but
2v1 mid.
Exactly, 2v1 mid. This is exactly what Gambit went for the last time around that they played. I think it was against the Wolves, if memory serves correctly.
Yes, it was. Where they managed to deny a lot of farm, and Darren taking a lot of damage.
Big combo coming out of Froggen there. He's at level 3 already, and Diamond might actually think about giving a little bit of pressure on towards that mid lane here, or not. He's quite content with stealing away enemy camps. Wicked has followed Shook this entire time, and there we go. The tally coming in from Twitter. 81% of you thinking that Shook gonna come out better of this one. Funnily enough, it's Shook, of course, who went down for the first blood here for Gambit.
For now, though, he's moving with Wicked into the jungle side here of Gambit. They can, of course, do it because on the top side is 2 members of Alliance. So they have multiple members to join in case a fight should happen. So they can take away all the farm here. Red buff actually wasn't cleared after Diamond picked it up, so it's not gonna... Nobody has the timer yet before Alliance actually spot it and can clear it out and get the timer without Gambit actually knowing it.
Get their timer down.
It's 2v1 mid again.
Or just ignore it, which is what they actually did, going straight up towards that top lane. But yes, indeed, 2v1 it remains as Darian going low earlier from Froggen came back into this lane and needs to be a little bit careful because Froggen's not a guy that's going to miss his combo.
And last time they used this combi again. It was against Copenhagen Wolves. They put a lot of effort into trying to deny CS from Creaton in the mid lane. This time with Froggen though, they're actually going aggressive towards him. Diamond joining in as well.
Gonna get slowed. Spear will land as well. Have they got enough damage? That's a good stun coming out. Froggen actually will flash away. Nif having to flash his way towards his turret as well. Now Nick being hooked in there. A little bit of a chaotic exchange there as Froggen flashed out in one direction. Nif went back towards his turret. Gambit unable to lock either of them down.
And now taps on this top lane here. He can freeze this lane pretty much forever if he wants to and just pick up all the farm. As long as Alliance make sure nobody from Gambit move up to stop him, he's gonna become very, very strong. And now that's actually why they're staying around this mid lane here. Trying to get a gun down.
He's dead. He's dead. Or is he? Flash comes in. He is dead. Froggen following through from it. Feel like I've cursed a couple of people already saying that he's dead without a shadow of a doubt. Flash away, goes down anyway. And again, you have to think about Shook waiting for the flash to come in before he followed his Q through, able to pick up a kill back.
So we see actually Darian, as soon as he respawned, just teleport top lane to push the wave into the tower.
He's gonna die again.
Oh, Darian, you're in big, big trouble.
Well,
maybe?
Maybe not.
Yeah, he is.
Where's he going? Where are you going to go, Darian? You're going to get hooked in. There are 4 men around for Alliance, and that's a freebie kill. It goes over to the AD carry, goes over to Cogmore, a champion which we know stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Definitely helped by picking up 3 kills.
Same goes for Nivea in the mid lane, of course. Got the first blow onto Froggen. Managed to land the Q without wall, of course. He doesn't skill it before level 8 or something. Later on, he actually always goes full damage early, and at the same time, there was no slows or anything. Just straight up Q onto Darian, picked up first kill, got the flash as well. So for now, things are looking good for Alliance. Things not looking too good for Darian, who by the way went 0-7 last time he played KL Top. Still won the game.
And that's the point.
Yes, that is the point. Darian can win games with giving up a lot of kills.
We've seen that, well, probably lost count of how many times we've seen that coming out of Darian. However, when that does happen, it's usually him giving up a kill, chased by 3 or 4 men, and Gambit then using that, you know, mass miss, I guess we can say, of Alliance being pushing to get the kill onto Darian.
Level
Take
6
objectives. Yeah, level 6 versus level 3. There's the slow coming in. Tabs is going to do a hell of a lot of damage here. Will he have enough to actually finish off? Not quite, but again, Darian locked out of experience and farm range. He's going to get nothing again.
At least though, Gambit has managed to actually deny a lot of farm from Wicked because he's been running around with Shook trying to set up the kills with Diamond. Almost stealing the red buff here. Wicked down to bottom lane against also, of course, the level 6 Genja. Trying to get some farm and taking a lot of poke for it.
Yeah, still needs to be somewhat wary of that one. As we said before, Genja really the one, if you look towards the statistical side of things, that's been holding Gambit up there, that's been doing very, very well for them on the stats side of things, and we'll see if he can continue that here today. A little bit behind on the CS, and that kill as well for Tabs is certainly going to be a bit of a problem for them. And now look at this, Nif coming up towards his top lane. Darian is still level 4. Tabs just going to let all of this farm scrape away, and now they're going to take the turret, and Darian may just go down for this one. He's going to speed himself up, gets a slow, but will get he's out of hook range. That may be enough for him to actually escape from this one. Will Froggen come up? Darian's going to actually turn things around, try and fool the rest of Alliance here. Nif doesn't have a flash available, so there's no flash play, flash hook available for him, and calm and collected by Darian. He runs in, runs out, manages to get away.
Juking around a little bit here, no mana onto Taps, and of course the hook was on cooldown from Nif, couldn't even play onto him, therefore he couldn't pick up the kill. Cool play by Darian, of course. The tower did go down, but he managed to pick up some farm at least, and keeping fairly even with Wicked so far.
We were full Froggen. We wondered whether Gambit were going to try and challenge for that, try and keep Nivea a little bit pegged back when it comes to spamming those spells, leaving the ultimate down to farm in that mid lane. Doesn't happen for them this time around. However, Gambit doing some good damage, some good work on this bottom side of the map. Genja has actually got himself a CS lead now. as Diamond moves towards the Dragon. In fact, Gambit are in perfect position here to take the Dragon as well.
Yeah, so Froggen was actually out of mana in this mid lane here, so they knew he was going to recall, and therefore they just go straight down, start the Dragon. Great use of the fact he knew he was going to recall, and Darien died on top.
Yes, Darien went down, but this is okay. We can now finally refer to that whole thing before. When Darien dies, he pulls people away so that Gambit can get objectives. This time they get themselves a Dragon. Darien dies, unfortunately, pretty much 1v1, I think it was there in that top lane. Gonna take a look at it again. It was 1v1. He's not level 6, so exactly. No intervention.
No flash, no ulti. Wicked just jumped straight onto him. Actually has a flash to pick up the kill, but still deny Darien even more CS, and now Wicked can just bomb some of it up here. Darien, however, did actually get double Dorans, and now attack speed boots as well, so should be able to at least farm as long as Wicked won't jump.
A lot of damage coming onto Nick. Froggen getting to that point where it's a little bit of a problem for them. Blue buff on allows him to spam a lot more onto the farm and also onto Nick if he's unlucky enough to be in that position. Is, however, still in the lead here, Nick. And
oh, nice.
Wow. Big spear coming through. Nick, I said it right at the start, that initial spear that he got in to give him some confidence maybe. He's done really well to land the spears. The one that got them first blood as well was a great long range one to help things out. So doing well on that front, ahead slightly in the farm. Also just want to comment on the fact that Darien is 0-3, but he's not even behind in CS. In fact, he's ahead in CS compared to Wicked.
We talked about the matchup, however, how Kayle can actually do well against Shyvana as long as she's not too far behind in XP like we saw before, where Wicked was level 6, Shyvana wasn't. I mean, Kayle wasn't level 6. Alliance though, pushing onto this mid tower here, will be able to pick it up. Edward joining in with the team, not level 6 himself, and therefore won't be able to do much.
Just a faster reaction there from Alliance. Group up faster than Gambit.
Well, using the pressure. I mean, we knew Genji was down his bottom lane, had the big wave, he can just take down the tower. So Alliance, instead of trying to move down and defend that already dead tower, just go straight to the mid lane and knew Gambit wouldn't be enough people to defend it. So just smart play, but also, of course, Gambit picks up a tower in his bottom lane and keeping very even goal.
Darien in this top lane, as you said, causing a couple of little issues now for Wicked. Now that he's finally up to level 6, feeling a little bit more confident with himself. So Tabs and Genji are going to have a bit of a battle here over that big golem. Who's going to take it? It's Tabs. Calmly done there. Genji not able to get in there and steal that one away. However, Genji does have still a 10 CS lead, which will be pretty much nullified with that big wave that's on the bottom lane now for Tabs.
Now Darien needs to be careful of in his top lane here. Once again, of course, ulti is ready for Wicked. He built a Cutlass now, so he can even slow him down and just jump towards Darien here. So like the build from Wicked, going aggressive early on, knowing he has the advantage, want to push it, get even more kills, or deny even more CS from Darien. Who of course has teleport ready, so he can just stay, see if Gambit can set something up here, and then he can teleport in.
You can see that actually both top and bottom lane have been frozen by Alliance there, so that could be a bit of a problem in the long run. Gambit, of course, pushing that one all the way up, and not really much to farm there for Genji. He's moved around towards this mid lane, but with Anivia's mega wave clear, it's going to be hard to kill out that turret, however many men they stack up.
For now, though, Darien or Diamond actually staying at the Wolf camp here from Alliance, so if they push up once again and feel like there's not enough members from Alliance to defend him, I try and go for a dive. I mean, there is ulti onto Edward here, he can flash in, lock Froggen down, and then the rest of the team can just pile onto him. It's a bit risky though, so wise enough to back away here and just go back to farming and Genji down his bottom lane. Darien, of course, in the top lane, trying to catch up.
There's Edward, the man who holds the sole kill for Gambit right now, picking up in the very early stages of the game onto Shook, but since then it's been all about Alliance when it comes to the kills. 1 kill for Wicked, 1 for Froggen, and also 1 for Tabs. The 3 men that you're going to be wanting to scale as fast as possible going in towards the later stages of this game. Lubafia will be gifted over to Nick. Quick spear will give him that. He's still holding a very slim lead, but a lead nonetheless as Wicked going to get aggressive here. Is he going to be able to take down Darien? There is the ulti coming in. Intervention was used by Darien. We do have Froggen coming up towards his top lane as well, and Darien now is going to be trying to run away from things. The decision is, well, what is the decision? Where to go? How long are you going to prolong your life in this scenario. Actually, Wicked is going to move in. Who's going to get the kill? It will be Froggen with the final auto attack. Let's see what Gambit do with this now. 3 men in mid.
They're pushing up the mid lane here. The minions, however, are not even close to the tower. Genja decided actually just back away from it. Gambit knew they weren't in a position to push it down fast enough. But Darren, once again, he buys a lot of time for the team to move around. This time the Alliance had already pushed out the wave in the mid lane, and therefore nothing could happen for it.
Not the ideal start for Gambit. 2-0-0 Froggen. He asks the question of, is the Anivia ban-worthy? And you'd think if any team in the world knows how to play against Froggen's Anivia, it probably would be Gambit by now. So many games that Anivia has, well, beat them, I think we can safely say. Choosing to leave it open and maybe gonna pay the price. We'll have to see. Still a long way to go in this game. We're only 15 minutes in. However, there is already a solid 1,300 gold lead for Alliance.
And we did see Gambit try the 2v1 mid early on. Now, wait a minute, see Diamond here? Nope, backs away. Edward was spotted by Ward. But we saw early on from Gambit, tried to do the 2v1 mid to deny some farm from Froggen. And Nick is slightly ahead. However, due to Darren giving up the kill as well, it actually didn't work for them at all and just meant he fell even further behind. This is the reason why 2v1 mid is a very, very risky tactic. Didn't work for them this time, worked against Copenhagen Wolves.
Let's have a look here. Alliance all grouping up in that mid lane. Dragon actually coming live, so they're going to be backing away from it. Diamond is already on the backside of the team. Actually, he's going to be spotted. Pops his ultimate on the team and actually may get followed through. And there's the kick coming in. Diamond down to less than half HP. Darian coming around the side as well. Targeting not exactly focused here from Alliance, but they're going to go, I think, for Darian, who tried to get back away through that tribush, did manage to stay alive as well as another spear lands onto Wicked. They're going to start off the Dragon. Still risky, or is it? Shook's actually backing away.
Shook is backing away here. Gambit should be able to pick up this Dragon here unless Froggen can steal it with the Q over the wall. Oh, that was actually pretty close.
That was very, very close. Saw the health bar just shrinking to the point where Froggen may have been able to get that one. However, it's Gambit that get it. Second of the game goes to them, so holding on to that, you know, once famous, I think we can say, Gambit Dragon control.
Yeah, we saw the fight itself here, or what was supposed to be a fight, was actually Alliance first, moving into the river, and then Diamond was in a good position, flanked around them, got the ulti off them, had to then run away, because Froggen actually put a very nice wall in their entrance towards the river, where the rest of Gambit were trying to run in and help. So Edward had to flash the wall, use his ulti, nobody was there to follow up. Darren TP'd behind the Alliance as well, so it was a very messy fight from everyone pretty much, and therefore Alliance managed to get out of it. Still lost the Dragon because Gambit got a lot of damage onto Shook, so good play by Gambit.
Speaking of Alliance, they're going in for this red buff again. Let's not forget, it was taken by Gambit at level 1, but you can see a lot of damage put down, and Shook this time will be able to steal that one away. See if he can keep control of his own red buff here. What Diamond is exactly going to be trying to do. The pink ward goes down, that'll give him a bit more vision control. However, there was a ward inside of the red buff pit itself, so timer will be there for Alliance as Shook. A rarely missed Q coming out.
Nif is here as well though. Only 2 members that can't really set anything up. Froggen was farming the mid lane and Nick now returned to it. So both teams kind of resetting everything, moving back to farming. Tapsor actually moved up in his top lane here, just looking for as much farm as possible. He's slightly ahead of Genja, very small amount however. Genja is actually forced to do the wolf camp because the bottom lane is pushed all the way up to Alliance and he's far away from the top side.
Let's have a look down some items here. See that Darian actually changed up his build this time around. You mentioned earlier, Athene's Unholy Grail is what he went for in the game against the Copenhagen Wolves, where he played that top lane Kayle, or we couldn't really call it a top lane Kayle for most of the game since he spent a lot of it sat in the mid lane with Nick, but he's changing up, going more of a traditional build with the Kayle, let's say now.
And I like the fact he's not going to delay getting the Nashus and the Hurricane. It is Darren, he can swap it up. But normally you would go Nashus into Hurricane here and just be very strong already in the mid-game team fights with all the attack damage. And it's what we talked about with the Sona pick here, where I think Gambit is just aiming to try and lock down 1 or 2 members and let Darren have some time to just auto-tag onto them, do AoE damage and try and kill or get as many people low as possible. Genja though, he's getting hooked.
Oh, Hook coming in. Are they going to be able to follow through? A lot of damage, but Genja used an early flash to get away from that. Diamond was the man in the end that picked himself up the blue buff with the help of his smite. So despite that challenge from Alliance, Gambit able to hold on to their buff. And let's not forget he lost his red buff on its last spawning as well. That could have been both buffs stolen away by Alliance.
So none of the mid laners with blue buff, for now at least. Both of them, they just keep farming away. Nick keeps his CS lead actually, small 20 CS lead here. They're keeping up for pretty much 10-15 minutes now actually, or 10 minutes, sorry. They're doing a very good job farming. And now I like this. Gambit are going for the blue buff of Alliance here. Make sure Froggen won't get it, so he can just sit in the mid lane and wave there again and again and again. So very good move by Gambit.
Yeah, that was the question that we had earlier on. Number one, do they let Anivia through? And if they do, which they did, how are you going to stop Froggen getting out of control? He's currently, well, he doesn't really get much more even than the goal between the two mid laners at this point. We're hovering at 6,600 odd. This bottom lane is going to be pressured and will be taken down here. Nothing that the bottom lane of Gambit can do, especially with Shook's presence. It's the third tower of the game for Alliance.
So again, looking just at the team comps here, we haven't actually had a big team fight yet, but I'm trying to see how Gambit wants to engage the fight here. Of course, flash ulti from Edward would be the go-to thing, or Diamond, of course, flanking around with his ulti, and then try and surprise Alliance, log a few members down, and then do all their re-damage. However, if Alliance has some good vision control, if they spot Diamond moving towards them, it's going to be very hard for them to flank around. So they need the flash from Edward, or at least need Edward to land a very good ulti to actually start the fight. Where Alliance can just more rely on Wicked jumping in, Shook jumping in, a hook landing from Nif, a Q or a wall from Froggen. Everything is skill shot based, but there's more options from Alliance to start fights.
We've just seen there that Darian with his Nash's Tooth complete, giving Wicked a little bit more of a hard time in this top lane. He has got himself up to level 11, Wicked at level 12, and actually Darian still holding a minute CS lead, but it's showing that he's been able to, since he's had a bit of free time, let's call it, where he's not had so much pressure on him, doing a good job of keeping up in the farm and clawing the level difference from earlier on back in this game.
And in general, I mean, Gambit as a team have just done a good job keeping up in the goal because they focus on the dragons. Focus a lot on farm on both Nick and Genja on this bottom lane as well. Both teams are basically just waiting for the big team fights to actually break out. That's why they're happy enough farming away. We don't see too many aggressive plays except for Gambit moving in, take away the blue buff instantly from Froggen, go back to the mid lane here. And both teams just going back to farming.
Back into the farm, and Dragon is surely the next big thing to come up in this game. Already a few wards down by Gambit, one of which will be cleared out thanks to the scan out of Froggen. 3 sweeping lenses for both teams actually, in the same positions as well, but that's where, you know, Nidalee really comes into her own as well. If you can hold off the Dragon attempt by Alliance, manage to chip away with a couple of good spears, then you all of a sudden find yourself pretty much with a well-earned and almost free Dragon. That's what happened last time around. Shook went far too low, and he had to recall from it, so there was no challenge on that last Dragon by Alliance. This time again, Diamond is already in position.
Actually already starting the Dragon from Alliance. Instantly as they move in to clear the ward, they just started. Both top laners are running down towards the Dragon. They might have to teleport, and there's the wall on Fnatic.
There is the wall. Edward going to be locked up against the wall itself. Dragon actually was pulled away from here by Alliance. Is that going to allow them in? Wicked has teleport available. We've already seen Darian teleport in. Here we go. Q has landed. Can he get in there? Yes, he does. Shook manages to steal the Dragon. Now they're going on towards Darian. There's a crescendo use at the back. Wicked will use his ulti to get away. And again, a messy affair where Darian goes low. Big spear comes out. They're going to go for Nifia. This is bad news for him as the Flay only lands onto one. There's no tower there, of course. And that is going to be a dead Nif. It's Nick that picks up the kill. And Tabs, he's running into no man's land here. One hit onto him there. That pretty much says that he cannot execute himself. Actually, he might be able to turn around and have a go at Genja. He's going to leave it for Nick to come in. Tab's actually running away from this one. Spear lands instead.
Kill on to Nick here. So Alliance, they managed to pick the Dragon, but they lose the team, but they were split up at first. And Wicked teleported in with about 50% HP, so he had to ult away from the fight as soon as he joined in. As soon as the ulti from Edward was gone, onto him, like the storm was gone, he had to jump away, couldn't actually even be in the fight here. So Alliance, even though they got the Dragon, lost the 2 members here, Very good team fight by Gambit. A bit of a messy affair from Alliance side.
Look down what Wiki's picked up here as well. Boots of Swiftness going to help with the annoyance of the slow coming out of Darian there. See how that all works out for him. The CS is still pretty much bang even between the two. A very close matchup on that one. Aside from the fact, if you look at the kills and assists there, a little bit more one-sided. A kill and 3 assists for Wicked and 4 deaths only to the name of Darian. He is Wicked once again, actually going to use his ultimate and get in there on Darian. I think with those boots of swiftness, he's actually feeling very, very confident about being able to finish this one off. There was a flash used, though, by Darian to get back off to safety of that top lane.
Forcing away the flash, we see him use the Blade of the Ruined King, which he built very early on to simply just get onto Darian here, and every time Darian uses the Q to farm, Wicked can jump onto him and stick to him here. Gambit though, pushing out his mid lane, Froggen is still far away, Nif joining in, misses the hook, should be a tower for Gambit. Never mind.
Kind of
they
almost.
Could have taken the tower.
Kind of almost was, and I think they will.
And there it is.
Gonna go in and just tank up that last hit on it. Really didn't need much damage to actually get finished off. And look at this, Froggen going for the blue buff. Diamond's actually got vision of it, but decides not to go for that one. So Froggen this time around does get his blue buff. Last one, of course, was secured by Gambit, was stolen away.
I wonder what Darian is building towards. Didn't actually go for Hurricane, a second item instead. Blasting one here could be towards maybe a Death Cap and then use the Mana Crystal towards a Sheen. We'll see.
I see the goal difference between the mid laners here and the swing of how it's gone there from 5 to 15 minutes basically, with Froggen having a real good time of it. But Nick slowly but surely clawing his way back up on this one.
Early towers for Alliance, and then of course the kill onto Froggen gave him the gold spike early, but then Nick and Gambit itself actually, just because they take dragons, because they're farming pretty well, catching up and keeping it very close. Actually 500 gold ahead.
Really not much difference in this one. Let's have a look down some items again as both teams doing somewhat of a face-off in mid, and I want to look at the mid laners while we're on that topic, because they've got pretty much the identical build. Both with the themes, both with the death cap, both got sorcerer's shoes now done as well. What is the next plan here out of Alliance? Again, revisiting that top side of the Gambit jungle that they've done so successfully up until now, managing to steal away or at least challenge for a good few of those red buff spawns. However, Gambit not going to be lured into the jungle. They know that Alliance have vision control of it.
So far in this game, Gambit has actually been team fighting very, very smart, because they always split up, come from multiple sides, so it's very hard for Froggen with his wall or just with his ulti to actually kite and protect the likes of Taps here, because Gambit just comes from from different sides and Alliance then chase. Someone goes top lane, someone goes down towards the bottom lane, trying to get a kill here, and Gambit just, in the end, get a lot of poke onto them, and then once they get too low, Gambit can then turn around, go in for the kills here. And Nick, on his Nidalee so far, has really been doing work.
At 2-0-1, getting to that point where he really hurts. However, Tabs is also at that point. Trinity Force and the Blade of the Ruined King for Tabs. Not someone that you really wanted to be getting into a 1-versus-1 scenario against here, as Froggen trying to catch out Genja. Gets a bit of damage off, but he's got a Bloodthirst, so he'll heal that all back up as Diamond going in here. This could be bad for him, actually. Tab's doing a lot of damage. Intervention is available. Will be used last second, but Shook's already there. There comes the heals. The double heals as well. Triple heals even because of Sona in there. Something that we forgot to mention in this one. That's a lot of heal from this team.
Yeah, a lot of heals here that we managed to get away, but still, he's actually staying around. Want to join in. There's no ulti on Diamond, of course, which used before, and Wall once again from Froggen.
Wall in the back and managing to get a good combo off. They've got the poke out of Tabs as well. Massive range that one's got. We'll see how Gambit can hold on to these turrets, because that's the problem for him, as we see the drive-by from Shook coming in. But again, it's Diamond that actually comes out on top of that, gets himself the red buff.
Second time he managed to smite it away from Alliance. First was, of course, the blue buff, now the red buff here. Making sure he keeps the buffs on his side. Now he's going aggressive once again.
And the hook coming out just a little bit too wide, as Genja pretty much all on his own there in that mid lane. Manages to scare 3 men from Alliance away from it completely. If we look at the minimap here, we see that Tab's going to be pushing the top lane. Wicked down on the bottom side of the map as well. Both of those top laners do have teleport available. They need to deal with Tabs quickly here. They've actually got Genja coming up through the jungle. Diamond will be coming through lane, but they're going to lose half the health on this turret. They may even lose a little bit more as Nip going to be caught out in the jungle. They managed to get the hook onto Genja, and Froggen blows him up from the side. Turret surely going to die as well. There's the kick onto Diamond. Not sure that he will escape. Good crescendo comes in.
He's going to die.
Is he going to go down? Yes, he does. It's Ignite from Edward that gets the kill back for Gambit.
Nick is here. Fight is not over yet. Edward chasing with him. Diamond backing away, so only 3 members from Gambit chasing on here.
And there is the Banshee's Veil. Finally, Pop Spear comes through. It lands onto Froggen. Ward goes down to say, okay, we need vision of Nick to see where those spears are actually going to be thrown from. In the end, it goes with that 2-for-1, and very, very interesting fight there. And if we look down Gambit again, their items becoming stronger and stronger this entire time. Darian actually got himself the Sheen and a blasting one now.
And they just managed to turn every situation, for now at least, in their favor. I mean, Genja hooked first by Nif and then instantly just went down to Froggen, but still up in the top lane here. Good crescendo from Edward, killed Shook as well, and then continued to chase on there, killed Nif. And while they lost the tower, still picked up 2 kills here. Now they're going for the Dragon.
Going in for the Dragon, he's already down to half HP. Last one was stolen away by Shook, but I'm not sure he's quick enough this time. He's got a lot of ground to make up, and there is the steal. A little bit of a dodgy smite from that, but they managed to hook in Edward. There's a last-second intervention. Froggen actually throwing the damage through, but wasn't enough to get him the kill. There's Tab flashing in as well. Darian instantly flashing out of danger. It's a good pickup for Gambit.
And once again, they get the Dragon, get out safely here, make sure they don't give any kills over to Alliance. And there's only been 10 kills in the game so far, but still so much action back and forth. Dragon fights every time, or small fights, trying to set up fights, but none of the teams are real hard engaged. You haven't been able to just start a fight straight up and destroy the other team.
Himself a little bit more farm. That static shiv was collected after his bloodthirst. There's Tabs here. I was going to say in no man's land, but with that lantern, all of a sudden you're almost half the map away again. Froggen will get another blue buff. So things been a little bit more reset of this one. We've got Wicked down the bottom. Tabs will be collecting his red buff. Added a pickaxe longsword. So Last Whistler going to be coming up here shortly for Tabs as well.
And on the side of Gambit, Darian actually went for second item Lichbane, which is perfectly fine here on Kale. Doesn't want to go for the Hurricanes build, it seems. Death Cap or Avoid Staff should be the next item for him, and he's going to start to do a lot of burst damage now. Talk about the difference when there's a lot of CC on the side of the other team. It's a bit risky to run the attack speed build, and now this time around, because of the Nivea stun, because of course the hook from Nif here, doesn't want to risk not getting any damage off in the fight, so he's going to build more burst focused.
That's the danger for them as well, when Darian really starts to build things up. That's a lot of damage they've got coming through. Of course, Shyvana going to be getting tankier. Banshee's Veil was picked up earlier on by Wicked here.
And of course also the AP build instead of Hurricane is really going to help the team when you look at the heals.
Yeah.
It's going to make the heal even better. Nick with the heal as well, going to of course build a lot of AP, so it's going to be even stronger. You see Edward with the heal too, so there's so much sustain on the side of Gambit. It really makes a lot of sense for Darian to not go Hurricane.
We've just seen Darian and Wicked spotting each other, but nothing really happening. Wicked very, very tanky at this point, as I said, with the Warden's Mail and that Banshee's Veil from earlier on. Now Alliance moving up towards the Baron area, getting a few wards down, clearing out what was left of Gambit's ward placement from a little bit earlier on, and you can see that Genja on the top side, wondering whether Alliance are actually going to go for that. As Wicked doing a good job here of keeping Darian pegged back.
Always trying to get some damage onto him. Maybe force an ulti, force a flash or something to keep Darian down in case a fight should break out. Alliance though, with Anivia, can actually set up Baron, can set up Dragon here, use the wall to block out Gambit when they move in and try and stop it. So they have definitely potential to bait out certain objectives and therefore force team fights. But I'm not sure if they feel strong enough to do that at this point because Gambit has been team fighting so well.
A little bit scared maybe of overextending. Edward going to get caught out, actually dodging the stun there, and I think going to be able to get away from that one. The ultimate of Tabs was pushing through onto them, but he manages to survive. Diamond actually off to the side here as well. I think he was spotted from the wards coming around there earlier, but Gambit look to be pushing back, and it's going to be hard to hold on to these turrets if Nick holds or lands a spear or two.
Yeah, and Froggen just looking for the pick of the wall here. We just saw it onto Edward. stun just missed. Had it hit, he would have died, and he could have pushed up again or even gone down towards the Baron side. So just looking for this wall pick here, and the rest of the team getting collapsed onto it. Meanwhile, everyone actually joined around this mid lane side, even the two top laners who were split pushing before.
Good culling as well coming out on towards Froggen, dropping him down to just above half HP. And spears are going to be a problem in these tight areas. What comes through, but that didn't quite land onto them. And Gambit here have got positional advantage. They push down this mid lane. Question is, do they keep pushing? Or do they try and engage on Alliance in a dangerous position? Fighting inside that jungle is going to be a problem. As Wicked going to dive right in. That's a 4-man crescendo, but have they got the follow-up? They've taken the turret. Nif off to the side will manage to land the hook onto one, and I don't think Alliance really want to fight this one. Gambit got the turret, and they've now got even better positioning to go for the Indian tower.
Only one minion, however, so Genji is actually tanking in tower here. No hold on to it, but of course no hold on to Diamond. Therefore they can take down a back away here. Very smart play. Froggen staying around. They want something.
Ro4 will actually split a couple of them up, puts his ultimate down. Tab's doing a lot of damage as well. One more hit. Oh, wow. Finish off Diamond. The last second intervention coming out. Just saved so many people already during this game, and Alliance are able to bash them away. However, Inhibitor is now open for taking.
And that was such a smart move by Gambit. They know, of course, Froggen can bait them into this Baron here, put up the wall. We just talked about it before, so they're like, we're not even going to move in towards it. We're just going to push down the mid lane, fight a little bit more in the open, and then also we knew, or of course Gambit knew, once Alliance would move down towards the tower, there'd just be this small entrance into the mid lane, and when you have Crescendo, we saw it would just wait with it. Multiple members from Alliance try to move in the mid lane, stun all of them, take tower, and pretty much take the next tower as well, and just back away because Alliance couldn't get to them.
35 minutes into this, it's a very high farm game. If you look down some of the totals here, over 300 CS for both mid laners, for both AD carries as well, and the difference between them on most fronts is pretty negligible. Diamond and the rest of Gambit holding a 3,500 gold lead over that of Alliance. The hook's gonna land, but the spear will follow through, and Nif instantly knocked down to half HP. And again, Gambit are in the mid lane, however they are missing their AD carry and their top laner. Both of them do have teleport though, Wicked and Darian, so they could be called into action any second.
But now it's Gambit taking control of the Baron, getting in here, clearing away all the Alliance wards, putting in their own here now. Maybe want to try and put a bit of pressure around, force Alliance to face shake onto them, onto Edward, who just stunned multiple, and onto a spear, of course, from Nick, who's really been landing them left and right.
Can keep doing that as well. As going to chase in for this one. Darian getting right up at the front here, doing a good amount of damage, but they need to start things off. A hook from Nif from the side. Not enough, but they've spotted that Nif was there with that hook coming out from the brush. Not able to get onto him though. He speeds away with those mobility boots. However, Dragon is up now. Gambit have controlled it thoroughly throughout the game, despite that one steal that Alliance managed to do. They won't do it this time. It's another one going over towards Gambit. Puts them nicely in the lead. 5,000 gold is the total.
Only lost one Dragon where Sugar actually managed to smite it away, but then Gambit just turned around and won the team fight instead. So for them, full control of the Dragon has really been paying off. Far ahead now, 6th or 4th. About 5,000 gold ahead in gold, and also with all the pressure now towards the mid lane.
Colin coming through wasn't exactly massive. Did manage to get Froggen a little bit low, but shouldn't be too much of a worry for him. Gambit push Alliance back once again, and despite that great start from Alliance, you have to give credit here to Gambit. Thorough control over the Dragon, kept him in the game at the stage where it looked like Alliance could start running away with it, but that Dragon goal really helping them out, and now they're the team with that 5,000 gold lead.
And then they've just been team fighting really well against this comp from Alliance, always splitting up, coming from multiple sides. We already talked about how well they actually played him, and they never let Froggen get in a position where he can wall multiple members. Always just push down the lanes instead, don't want to move into the jungle and try and fight against Froggen.
Move up again towards the Baron from Gambit. Weren't able to get any further push on that mid lane, and there is Wicked actually catching out Darian with his Blade of the Ruined King. Will he push through? No. Top turret actually went down there to minions from Gambit's side, so it's a bit of extra gold in their pocket, up 5-4 on the turret count at this point, and that adds another 1,000 gold to their lead. 6k now. strong lead for Gambit, but it could all change very, very quickly. The wall comes down, the hook and the stun not able to follow up though.
Wicked in the top lane. Teleport is ready for him so he can join in with the team, and he's basically just gonna go up, try and pick a bit of farm here. Even though Darren was so far behind early on, he's really been doing a very good job with getting the farm he needs, get towards the items he wants. Defcap should be able to, or should be very close at least. Yeah, he has 1300 gold, so he can actually go back to base, pick up the Defcap if he wants
to. Masses of burst could become a problem. Or maybe even just the heals and the intervention are going to be a problem enough for Alliance to deal with in this game. We've already seen him saving a couple of lives with those last-second interventions. Nick there, gonna recall, almost being cancelled out. That, if Wicked have got in range there with that burnout running, that could have actually been the death of Nick, and now he needs to run straight down that mid lane. They're gonna need to get Darian involved as well. However, he's clearing out that bottom lane, does have teleport available.
There was no wards just behind the lines though for him to teleport onto. Therefore Diamond also backs away from here. Was actually in a good position to flank around. Didn't decide to go for it, and Nif recalling this push here. No vision, of course. Nope.
No, not quite able to stop him going through, as Genja gonna be all alone. Actually gonna throw down a really strong calling again onto Froggen to bring him at half HP, but I don't think Gambit really have much to push with at this point. Yes, they could move on to the steps, but already Alliance has started to get into positions where they could encircle them, and in the end, Gambit push it down, but will back away for fear of being caught.
So it's been the issue for both teams, the lack of hard engage to actually start whatever fight they want to start. Gambit, again, they need the flash ulti from Edward, or they need someone like Diamond to flank around the lines, slow multiple members, and then follow up with it. They have been able to do it, therefore Alliance for now just holding off. And at the same time, Alliance are just waiting for a wall Q combo from Froggen or a hook or a Shook to go in and kick someone back, and it's not been working for them. So both teams basically just been focusing more on objectives and farm instead of team fighting with each other, except for Wicked now.
Wicked actually caught all on his own as the hook goes through, doesn't actually connect onto anyone. Shook was trying to get in there for the kick, in fact use it, but he's going to be blasted away. Genja with the culling will pick up that kill. Nick gone a little bit too far here, all on his own, and that's a lot of damage. The hook will land, but Nif gets exploded, and now there are only 2 men left alive. Diamond going to chase you on towards Tabs. He uses the Blade of the Ruin King. Can they actually lock him up from this one?
Go for the base.
Doesn't really matter, they can go straight into the base. The inhibitor is open. They've got minions streaming in there with them as well.
Ulti's gonna be ready for Darren very soon in case they want to just straight up tank the towers here.
They do.
Only 2 members from Alliance to try and finish, to try and defend. They can do it.
They want to hold on to this one as
they're gonna win it.
Gonna run out from that one. The first Nexus turret already going down. Tanking up the damage from it is Diamond at this point, but both Nexus turrets gonna go down. They get the kill on Tabs as well. Wicked gets off to the fountain, but it's not gonna be enough to save the game from them. Gambit push things home, and they wreck Alliance's record. We said it before, Gambit, the record wreckers of this year.
If there's one team in Europe which you can never predict, it is Gambit here. Such a strong performance all around. We talk about, oh my god, Nivea is left open once again. Can they deal with it? Show perfect team fights around it. And in the very end here, when Alliance actually tried to engage, Gambit were just so far ahead and so much stronger. Won the fight, won the game.
Absolutely brilliant performance from Gambit. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the spoil sport, whatever you want to call it from this one, but we said it before, we never know which Gambit's going to turn up.
Yeah.
This was possibly the best looking Gambit we've seen so far this split.
Looked very, very calming game, some good decisions, always focus on Dragon, like we know from Gambit, of course. Picked up multiple Dragons, got the gold lead as well. This even after such a bad start where your top lane just dies again and again and again. It doesn't matter because the rest of the team, they take it easy, they farm up, they do well, and then once you again get to team fights, you get to Dragons. Gambit were just the better team.
Absolutely brilliant performance by them. We said it earlier of Millennium though, we have to pose that question again. Can they actually keep it solid? Can they keep, can they win 2 games in a week? We don't know, because we just literally don't know which Gambit turns up. It could well be that they come tomorrow and they get absolutely destroyed, but focus on the positives here. The fact is that Gambit just gave what we thought, or probably we can say what is the strongest team in Europe right now, managed to beat them at their own game.
Managed to beat them. A lot of comfort picks all around for Alliance here. Taps, of course. Addis Cockmore again with Nivea for Froggen, Shyvana for Wicked, Everything was comfort picks for Alliance here, and yet they managed to actually win the game. Because again, they were just team fighting so smart, and they were actually avoiding a lot of fights as well, and just focused on taking towers, taking dragons. Okay, you're going to line up for this Baron here. You want to bait us to walk into you, get walled and die. Nope. Just going to push down the mid lane, take 2 towers and back away. We don't even care about you and Nivea. We don't care about where you want to fight. And so Gambit were actually in control of the game for most of the time. And also they decided with this comp with a lot of heals, just even though a person was very low and about to die, they never just left him alone. They actually went in, ulti from Kayle, healed him back up and managed to survive, and therefore didn't give up any kills to Alliance.
See them just going from almost nothing to half HP in an instant. And one thing that's very, very impressive as well, we've got to say, is the fact that despite the start where Alliance almost looked to be running away with it, where Darian was 0 for 4 and seemingly getting caught out every time he pretty much left the base, if we're honest, in those first minutes, they held such a tight control on the Dragon to keep themselves even until they got to a point where they could say, okay, we can actually fight now. We are strong enough.
And they did the exact same thing against Fnatic, where they lost all the towers. I believe they were down 7-0 in towers to Fnatic, but they kept taking Dragon. Again and again, they kept the gold even, and then once you got to late game team fights, they were the better team, won the team fights and won the game. So for Gambit, as long as they can get to this late game point, get to the late game team fights, they really are still a world-class team.
Yeah, showing that synergy is definitely getting better on a
credit to Nick.
basis.
I mean, we talked in the game here about how he landed the very first spear onto Froggen, and he didn't stop. I mean, he just kept going for it. He was 4-0 and 4 in Italy here. Very strong performance.
Very, very well played by Gambit. We have Shox and Trevor standing by with Diamond, so let's send it over there.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Diamond after that, tell us a monumental win versus the first-placed Alliance. Tell me your first thoughts about after finishing that game out, because it must have been such an important moment for you guys as a team.
Yeah, that was an important match for us if we win it. That would prove us that we are still a good team and we can compete really well in this tournament. And we did it, so we're happy.
Yeah, congratulations, a very good win. I want to ask you to explain a little bit more about the Darian duo mid Kayle. It's a strategy you did against the Copenhagen Wolves. It's a strategy you did again today. We see other teams putting their top laner with their jungler and stealing XP and stuff. Do you not like that, or do you think putting top lane mid in the first few minutes is more important?
Well, it depends on Darian's mood, I think. He sometimes goes with me, he sometimes goes and zones mid laner, enemy mid laner. And I don't know what he thinks about it, how does it work. Sometimes he did me, sometimes he did Nick, but it works.
Yeah, and it worked as well in this game again. Alliance was able to rack up some kills in that early game, but for you guys, it was all about the objectives again. Tell me a little bit about how Dragon still seems to be the best focus for Gambit, and you win games with it.
Yeah, Dragon is pretty much the most important object on the map, which you can get really easily. So we're trying to get as much of them as we can, while losing as less towers as we can at that same time. And Darian was doing a great job feeding top lane while we were doing dragons.
It's standard Darian feed to win strategy.
Yeah.
So in Gambit's priority, is getting control of Dragon much more important than taking towers? Because it was how you guys beat Fnatic as well. You got all of the dragons, you waited until late game where you had the items you needed. Why is it that pushing towers early is less important than getting dragons?
Because dragons are respawning and turrets are not respawning.
Another question, up against Froggen's Anivia, you guys didn't plan to ban it out, and you guys are of course very familiar with that Froggen Anivia in Gambit as a team. So why was it that you decided to leave it on the map, and how do you deal with it?
Well, we all knew about Froggen's Anivia, that he plays her really great, and we knew how to play against her, but the one thing was that Nick was playing the first time against Froggen Anivia, so we were kind of afraid of it, but Nick said, give me Nidalee and I will carry you, and he pretty much did it.
Well, it's nice to see. It's good he delivered. I want to step back from the game and ask your opinion on the state of the jungle at the moment. Patch 4.9, Kha'Zix is less popular in the jungle. I don't think we're going to be seeing him. So other than Elise, Lee Sin, and Evelynn, as the pioneer jungler that invents all these new champions, when will we see one that's not those three?
When Riot will buff like Ancient Golem item, jungle item. or I don't know, or nerf Lizard or nerf Lee Sin, Evelynn, and Elise or something like that. But they need to change something to bring new champions in the jungle.
I'm going to put you on the spot quickly. If they buff Ancient Golem, which champions become more viable because of that?
I think Amumu will be the first one, because he is really strong even right now, but he suffers in the early game when guys who built Lizard buy 2 blades for 10 attack damage and just beat him in jungle early. And then, I don't know, I don't remember actually, maybe Nautilus or stuff like that.
All right, very interesting. Well, thank you very much, Diamond. And Gambit does it again. They break the winning streak of Alliance this time around. We're halfway through with week 4, so let's check in with Joe and Fisho to see what the table looks like.
Thank you very much, guys. And after today's 3 matches and factoring in the forfeit from the Copenhagen Wolves, here's where the teams are currently standing in the standings. Despite their loss to Gambit and due to SK's loss earlier, Alliance remain at the top of the table with 7 wins and 2 losses.
Yeah, and then we have a 3-way tie in third, where Fnatic, Millennium, and Super Hawker are all 5 and 4. And as the bottom of the table, bottom of the table note, yeah, I can't speak English either. Don't worry, Joe. ROCCAT, of course, they've moved even with the Copenhagen Wolves after the Wolves had to forfeit the game earlier today against them. And both teams now have 2 wins and 7 losses.
And of course, we have another day full of LCS coming your way tomorrow. Starting off with ROCCAT versus the Super Hot Crew, and then Gambit takes on Millennium.
After that, Fnatic will face Alliance, and the Copenhagen Wolves will then go up against SK Gaming. And once the LCS games conclude, the European Challenger Series semifinals resume with H2K Gaming in a best-of-3 versus Lublin Shore.
And those matches will begin on Friday at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 9 a.m. Pacific. But right now, it's time for the Challenger Series semi-finals as Alex Itch's Ninjas in Pajamas take on Ocelot's Gamers 2. So we'll hand things over to Freak and Zyrene.
Thank you very much, Joe and Officio. Welcome, everybody, to the European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. Sup with it?
Not much, Freak. How's it going with you?
It's going pretty well, man. Got the preview show under wraps. Got a lot of puns out there, so they might be on cooldown, but we got some good games. So we're into the semifinals now. Only 4 teams remain, because that's how semifinals work. Today's match is between the #1 seed Ninjas in Pajamas, featuring Alex Ich, and the 5th seed Gamers 2, featuring Ocelot.
Yeah, this matchup features former pro players looking to battle their way back into the LCS. But Ninjas in Pajamas are dealing with an extra hurdle in their journey. They now have 2 brand new teammates after releasing Nukeduck and Mythy for their season-ending suspensions.
Yeah, so replacing Mythy's NIP spot is a familiar face, an actual former support for Gambit and Cloud9 Eclipse. Voidal also used to play with Alex Ich, and he's going to be and also replacing Nukeduck in the mid lane is Exile, formerly of SK Gaming Prime. So today's match will show if NIP has enough time to gel against Gamers 2, whose roster has actually been together since the beginning of the 2014 season.
Yeah, Gamers 2 actually has the longest standing roster of the Challenger Series, so if they have an edge today, it's their teamwork and familiarity with one another. Gamers 2 has never made it to the Challenger semifinals before, but if they can take advantage of a patchwork NIP team, they could advance even further and get their trip to London.
That'd be awesome. We'll see if they can do it. Of course, going to London means you actually made it to the grand finals of Challenger Spring Series 1, and so let's take a look at the bracket and see where all these teams are heading. Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2 are today's semifinal matchup on the top side of the bracket. Both those teams swept their quarterfinal opponents.
And tomorrow's semifinal match also features 2 teams who were dominant in the last round. It's Lublin Shore and H2K Gaming.
And so with wins in the Challenger Series also come Challenger Series points. Here's the score as of right now. Now, all 4 teams in the semifinals, which is Gamers 2, H2K Gaming, Lublin Shore, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they're all tied for first place with at least 4 points guaranteed. This also means they can keep playing, of course, and earn more points, up to 9 points for first place.
Yeah, and everyone else in the Summer 1 tournament, Denial Esports, Chantal Machtavau, SK Gaming Prime, and Unicorns of Love have been eliminated, and 1 point is the most they can earn in Series 1. Now they have to go back to the ladder and requalify for Summer Series 2 in order to carry over those points.
So see if they can do it. And of course, these numbers can be a lot to remember, but fear not, the men and women at lolesports.com have volunteered to support.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS all season long.
You know, so Braum is finally here, but my vote for most OP support goes to lolesports.com.
Plus, they won't steal your kills.
Yeah, those frickin' support players. Those are my kills. Today's best of 3 matchup between Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2 is just about to get going. So let's take a look at, the NIP new roster, right? AlexItch still top laning, by the way, if you guys didn't know that. He's top laner for those guys. Ko in the jungle has been awesome. Exile, the new mid laner. Freeze, the only kind of remaining member of NIP from way back when. And Voidal, the new support pickup.
Yeah, Voidal's a very great support pickup. When I heard that Mithy was going to be out for the suspension in the season, I immediately thought that Voidal would be the pickup there because he wasn't on any teams. And we talked about him last week. I was like, where is he? He's somewhere in the Voidal right now. And they ended up picking him up. And I was like, yeah, he's a great player. He's top 5 in Challenger in EU West and solo queue. Just been grinding it out by himself. Mm-hmm. It's a great pickup there. Exile has a very similar playstyle to NukeDuck, so he's going to mesh with the team very quickly. And Alex did have the option to move back to mid, but he opted to stay top because currently in mid, all you need to know is matchups, whereas in top, you need to know 2v1s, you need to know where to go in the early game, and it's a lot easier to mess up.
Yeah, exactly. Competitive play is a lot different from solo queue. Mid laners kind of have the same things going on. Top laners have a bunch of crazy stuff, so that makes a whole lot of sense. On the other side, though, Gamers 2, honestly, they continue to look really, really scary. Their bot lane duo, Dude. Yeah, it screwed me up because the name was right there. But yeah, Dude and Yuki have a 96 KDA in their 4 games.
Hopefully they can go for 100 here.
Yeah.
And the big thing about that, too, is if you look at Dude's just flat out score, he has 2 kills and 46 assists. Mm-hmm. That's a support that doesn't steal your kills. They are an assist train, 16-0 and 80.
Yep.
They basically just go even in lane, get some kills for themselves, transition it into the mid game, and it's like, oh yeah, Ocelot, that's right, JWoww, Morden, we're just all going to group up, and we'll be the constant damage in the CC you need in the fights.
Yeah, and it's worked really well for them overall. I got to say, this is a pretty strong lineup. Of course, they're facing a new bot lane, which will be interesting. Freeze and Mithy did pretty well for themselves overall, but of course, you've got Voidal coming in here now instead, and that's going to be maybe difficult for NIP to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be a hurdle that they definitely have to leap over. Voidal, he doesn't fall short in individual skill, but meshing with your AD carry is of the utmost importance. You are sharing that lane with them. You need to get the synergy down. And Freeze and Mithy, they had really good synergy. They had flat out fantastic synergy. And I don't know how much time Voidal has had to mesh with them. It's been about 5 days. I don't know how long he's been in the house, because NIP does have a house. They have an analyst too.
Yeah.
Who's been helping them out recently.
Yeah.
So they were trying to up their game as much as possible so they can give themselves as much of an edge so they can get back into the LCS, because all these players are very hungry for that.
Yeah.
In this bottom lane here, Yuki and Dude, no deaths, 4 games. They average a 24 KDA per game.
Per game.
Dude averages, 10, 20? He averages about 12, 11.
He averages 12 KDA a game himself.
Oh,
they both get 12.
It's a disgusting lane.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a disgusting lane. It's like 20 assists per game
it's
in
wonderful.
That bottom lane.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
But they show up, man.
Oh, and then you compare it over to what Freeze and Mithy had, and it's like, oh, you got a single-digit KDA?
Who needs?
We're going for triples over here.
I mean, wouldn't that be great though, right? You're like, yeah, on one corner, right? like imagine a boxing announcer. It's like in the left corner, weighing 75 kilograms, at height of 2 meters. On the other side, it's like, yeah, this guy's got 100 KDA. He's got a 9.7. You're like,
it's the mountain weighing 420 pounds.
Yeah, it's
versus me.
Yeah, you'd get destroyed. So would I if I were fighting these guys, for what it's worth. Anyway, guys, we are on a champ select, as you can tell. Ninjas in Pajamas dropping the Lucian away from Yuki. The Kassadin dropped away from Exile. Now, this is 4.9. It is the slightly nerfed Kassadin. Braum also up. I want to see if that comes through, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Braum didn't make it today into any of the games in EU LCS. Might see some play here today. People are leaving him for last ban because they're trying to bait people into banning it first.
Yeah.
They're more afraid of it. But right now, the thing is that Voidal has been known by trade as a Thresh player. Same with Dude. Dude plays a ton of Thresh and a ton of Morgana. So even if Braum goes through, those two are going to be open, and they do pretty well against Braum.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting test. It's funny to watch all the LCS players only recently started playing a bunch of Braum in solo queue because they were practicing for the patch they were on, and everyone's rushing for it now. First pick Jax does come through though to AlexItch. No Braum bans either, but no one's picking it up.
All right, I'm a little concerned here because AlexItch, he's relatively new to the top lane. He's basically been playing mages there. His interview that I saw that was done with him, he's saying Kayle, Lulu are right up his alley because he played them mid lane for a very long time. Jax, that's actually something I haven't seen in his champion pool before. I've seen him play Ryze, Shyvana, Lulu, Kayle, Soraka. Haven't seen a Jax from him yet.
Yeah.
And now we're going to get that from him today. See if he can hard carry with that.
And we're going to see Braum in there as well. And speaking of hard carries, Twitch also backing it up. So a freaking ton of damage output for the Ninjas in Pajamas lineup with a Braum to hold the front line, and we'll see what comes in for mid and jungle.
Yeah, big thing here is that when it went over to the 1-2 spots for Gamers 2, they immediately locked in Morden's favorite champion, which is also Ko's favorite champion.
True.
Ko is known for his Lee Sin play. You cannot give him Lee Sin. And Ko is he's a very big facilitator of his team. His KDA doesn't reflect how good of a player he actually is, because he's sitting at just a 4. But he has a lot of deaths, because he goes in, kicks people back, and sacrifices himself, but he got your AD carry.
Yeah, true.
And so, because they ended up taking the Lee Sin away from Ko, they ended up giving up Twitch and Braum. A hyper carry with Braum, who's unbreakable, makes it so you can't hit people behind him, is incredibly potent when you combine it with a Twitch for late game or a Vayne.
It's true.
To not get to him.
Well, at the very least, Shyvana can. She just walks in there and goes, Dragon Form, rah! And
Shield! Can't.
I mean,
right through it.
Yeah, he'll go right through the shield there. So I guess she will, as the case is for genders. But this is interesting. So I feel like NIP did a great job with their champs, like, because they got they basically got 3 really awesome high contested picks, and Gamers 2 only got 2 here. So I like the initial setup. Exactly, yeah, I like the initial setup here. We'll see how much the Lee Sin denial matters here against Ko. It's all we've seen him play so far in the Challenger Series. Morden, as you mentioned, his favorite. Shyvana vs. Jax is a matchup that I feel like traditionally goes Jax's way, but as you talked about, Alex doesn't play the champion a whole bunch. We are going to see, looks like, a cleansed Twisted Fate come in for Exile here in the mid lane. And that's going to be, of course, against Lulu.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that works out for him. He hasn't locked that in just yet. And there we go. Okay, so the Twisted Fate is going to allow him to start ganking other lanes, whether it is going for the Braum, who has a lot of gank assistance, or going after the Jax, who has that as well. And at the same time, Ko on Evelyn could be anywhere. It's Schrodinger's Evelyn.
Yes.
If you don't see her, she could be anywhere. She could be right next to you, and they're going to coordinate their ganks if this team has had enough time to synergize with Exile so that he can TF ulti into where Ko is ganking. So it's going to be a really big thing here. There's a lot of stealth on this team between the two members. And a big thing here is that he's pretty much forced on Evelyn at this point, because Ko's style, his second most played was Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
And Kha'Zix took some hits in 4.9, to the point where people are still relearning, seeing if he's viable in the jungle. So Evelyn fits his playstyle more than Elise does. He likes roaming around the map very early. He likes giving up himself for the kills and diving. Totally his style.
Yeah, high progressive counter jungler as well, and it does seem to be a little bit easier on Evelyn than on Elise, so I agree with you in this one. Yuki is going to get the Kog'Maw here, so Cog Thresh is a good lane. You've got the safety to pull him out of tough situations, but yeah, you talk about how scary TF Eve is going to be. I agree with that. You've got either ganking for a Braum with exhaust lane on one side with Voidal, or you're ganking for a Jax who can leap strike and stun, so kind of no matter where he goes, Gamers 2 is going to have to be a bit afraid of this one, and I want to see this matchups play out.
Yeah, and a big thing here is that he actually swapped the cleanse over for Ghost, which is much more typical of a Twisted Fate. I was watching the CC, and I was like, Gamers 2 doesn't really have anything that he should cleanse out of for the most part. So it wasn't...
Dodge hooks and you're okay.
Yeah, exactly. And I assume Voidal's going to get him Mikhail's eventually. It's possible.
Par for the course.
It's very cheap, very great item against Thresh. You can go ahead and break the chain.
Yeah, it's great. And if you time it right, you can jump in there as like it gets broken.
That's true.
You'll at least remove the stun.
You do it very quickly.
Yeah.
But the Ghost on Twisted Fate's going to allow him to chase people down. And the thing here is Exile. Very similar playstyle to Nuke Duck. We see him playing Twisted Fate. There's a champion that Nuke Duck went to multiple times back when he was in the LCS. And coming up big with it. So they banned out actually Yasuo Kassadin to force him onto this champion. So they're well aware of Exile's champion pool. He's formerly from SK Gaming Prime, the one that we didn't see earlier.
Yeah.
He was on
the one from
a
Spring
season ago. Yes,
exactly. The one from Spring, not the one from this one. Yeah,
exactly.
So I talked over your point. Sorry.
That's fine. He's tried and true. Thank you for helping me there.
Yeah,
just leading me through it here. But yeah, Ocelot on Lulu. He played it previously, came up with a 6.5 KDA for himself back in the round of 20. And since then, he's basically been handed really hyper carry type champions. He got a Kassadin, he got a Nidalee. Now he's on that support type mid laner, and he has a Kog'Maw. This is basically a keep the Kog'Maw safe.
Absolutely, it is.
Is what this is going for here.
Yeah, and what works well in keep the Kog'Maw safe comps. This is something I've sort of, because I've been watching Kog'Maw, watching the team comps. He's a champion I like to play. I've been looking at like what types of teams work with Kog. You can't just go full peel. If you go full peel, the enemy team actually walks over you.
Yes.
You actually have to have guys go in there and like start things up. Like I like that Shyvana and Lee Sin are gonna probably go in and start a fight. Lulu wild growth to Shyvana, and you've got all this havoc being wreaked, or wreak havoc. I forget which one that is actually, the pronunciation of that word. Causing havoc for the Gamers 2 front line. There we go, that's gonna work. And then you don't have an option but to deal with those guys and leave Kog'Maw alone. So I actually think this is a very good comp for Yuki to excel in. And I do like Gamers 2 as lineup.
Here's the caveat, though. Is he ever going to make use of the Kog'Maw passive? That zero death lane, he's giving up one of his abilities.
He's giving up his...
What are you doing, Yuki?
His burst potential goes down. He misses out on the true damage.
Ooh, so they're going for straight for an invade here. But actually, we see Freeze is looping around them. He's going to go get a ward onto their blue and set it up.
Okay, this is all kinds of interesting. So, yeah, he did manage to lurk
But does
around.
he walk back straight into them?
No, he knows they're in this lower jungle. He's going to go down to the lane and then back around, like, below that brush. He won't even get spotted.
Hope it's fast enough.
Oh, my God.
No.
Oh, freeze. Freeze. Okay. That's safe. Actually, you can see them come out and be like, okay.
Okay, so now he knows that they left, which is a big part, and now they're invading. NIP is on the top left side, making sure Alex can get a deep ward in there.
I think JWoww saw him, though. So JWoww actually spotted this invade. Gamers 2 also, they don't know their blue is warded, but they know about the general position of the rest of NIP. In fact, they could even guess that the blue is warded just by seeing Twitch was down there by himself. So potentially, everyone actually knows what everyone's done.
Nope. Well, they know what Alex Cici's doing right now. Stand on a ward. He hit it once, gave it a nice smack.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they saw JWoww, actually. They pinged a brush to put a ward down in, but I'm not sure if they knew that JWoww was up in the top lane. So potentially they don't know about the defensive wards in Gamers 2 Northern Jungle, but realistically, it's going to be a pretty safe start to the game. Both junglers will start near their top laners, interestingly enough, without any much of a big leash. So
this means a lot of things.
Yeah, it does.
This means that they're going to go ahead and head most likely mid or bottom first, unless they loop back top and change their gank timing. But also, it's a 2v2 in the bottom lane. This is really big. You have Braum and Twitch versus a Thresh Kog'Maw. One of these lanes is a little bit better in the early game than the other. Give you a hint.
It's the one that's good about to stun someone.
Yeah, Twitch's early game damage over Kog'Maw is ridiculous. You do have some harassment from Dude on the Thresh. If he gets a hook, that's fine, but you also have so many tools on the Braum in early game that really can keep this Twitch safe and amplify his damage. Just any hard CC with Twitch gets him more stacks for Contaminate. And this goes right into Freeze and Voidal right now. They're going to have to show off their synergy versus this tried and true lane of Dude. And they both hit level 2.
Some good damage going in. That's going to be a stun land with the ward right there. Forcing the flash already, and there's the Unbreakable, forcing Kog'Maw away as well. Hook is going to hit Freeze. This could be bad. He's going to get flayed almost in a turret range. Very, very nearly in range for that one. Exhaust gets burned for nothing. So that is Dude losing 2 summoners and just trading health bars.
Yeah, gets no summoners out of NIP. Summoner spell advantage now for Freeze and Voidal. They don't give up a kill. They give up a lot of pressure, though. And Ko is going to immediately try and take advantage of that.
This is smart by Morden, though. He identifies the bot lane as the weak point that Eve could come in, and so he clears the jungle near the side of the map. He wants to be on the southern side. Yes, the time is convenient to his jungle pattern, but he needs to be on the side of the map.
Yes, and the big thing here, too, is that Ko, he's very, very familiar with Lee Sin. He knows that in a straight-up duel, Lee Sin will beat Evelynn if he gets counter-engaged on. So he's actually waiting to see Lee Sin first.
Yeah, so right now not too much is going to happen. There is one ward kind of near the mid lane that would spot some Lee Sin moves, but there's no wards at all to see Evelynn. She goes back for the bottom lane, and this time, actually, Morden is now on the wrong side of the map. This is going to be a guaranteed 3-on-2 with the lane pushing down.
If Morden shows himself on that ward at all, then it's going to be a 100% go sign. Look at how hesitant he is, right? He wants to know where Morden is, but he just doesn't.
They never got a ward in that second lane rush to see if Lee Sin was camping behind that, though. It's such a common trend for junglers to say, hey, our lane is pushing out. I'm going to wait in these wings for like 30 seconds to see if there's a counter gank. But with no one knowing if he was counter ganking or not, they just had to back off.
Yeah, Alex is pushed so far up, but Morden goes ahead and farms his golems instead of coming in from the side. Has no idea that it's warded or not. Communication not being there 100%. You should keep your ward timers on your enemies. And also the fact that he hasn't seen Evelynn is pretty big too. And the big thing here is that both junglers are actually respecting each other and saying, you have to show first. And now Ko is going to go try to find Morden.
He's going to get the big Wraith right here, so it's a little bit of counter jungling happening for the NIP jungler. Morden has backed once for that double longsword. We heard Diamond talk about that not too long ago, actually, in his interview. And one of the strengths of Lee Sin and the Lizard Elder junglers. So in terms of a brawl, Morden will be very strong. JWoww still having to respect Alex a little bit there. You can actually see 32 to 26 in minions. Alex is doing very well on this champion. We don't see him on very much, but he's succeeding with his first pick champ, so I gotta commend him for this performance so far.
Last time we saw him, he was playing Orianna top, and then he swapped to Shyvana afterwards.
Yeah.
It was.
To be fair, it was Orianna mid. He didn't lane swap.
Well, then he went top later. And
oh yeah, that's true. He did.
It was great.
It was a very interesting setup.
And now
he's the hell out of us in champ select.
Oh yeah.
Or at least me. You might have had it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, but what is he doing?
Well, Ko's gonna spot Morden. Yep, he pings the MAA. He does. I think
Morden saw him.
Yep, and now JWoww's gonna be able to break the stealth a little bit too. So Ko's forced to back off. So far, none of these junglers have found a gank that works. There were opportunities, but as you pointed out, they've respected the counter gank, so nothing's happened yet.
It's just a game of chess, basically moving your pieces back and forth. If you give any sign of weakness, any room, you reveal too much, somebody's going to go for it. And that could be what ends up happening here. Or he may just lose a couple camps because he saw Ko back.
Did he see him?
He saw him back. He was sitting in the bush.
Then they can dive this.
And he was able to see it. He knows that Ko is not there.
All right, well, you're seeing JWoww push all the way down. The minions are not dying all that quickly. There we go. JWoww is level 6. Alex just got to be super careful. He's trying to get the positioning there. There's the TF ulti as well. A lot of damage coming through. Alex actually stays alive. One hit from dead. And he's going to keep his team alive thanks to Exile's teleport.
They get Alex's flash. Exile ends up leaving the lane. So overall, though, it was very good for Gamers 2. Didn't take a lot of damage. None of them have to back. They can go ahead and continue farming. They get Exile, though, and Alex to both back.
So that was good. They forced the first TF ulti out, which is a 3-minute cooldown. And they got nothing for it. Not up for Dragon, not up for, I mean, next time that, the Jax's flash back up, or, those are going to be down for a while, I should say. So this actually gives a lot of room for Gamers 2 to do stuff now, and there's much less chance they get turned around on.
There's a lot of focus here that nobody's really showing all of their cards, because the junglers have been around every lane. They've tried to make a move pretty much around every lane except for mid. And bottom was the lane that blew 2 summoner spells on Dude, and yet there was no pressure there after a couple seconds afterwards. They just kind of let it go.
Yeah, so right now, speaking of let it go, this lane's going to be frozen for a little bit. Gamers 2 going to start up on their red buff there on the top side. Level 6 for Mort is going to make him happy. Yeah, there's the smile and nod. You got it.
Oh, no, I got it. I didn't want to bring attention to it. So Ko is going to hand off his blue buff to Exile.
And he's going to be happy to get this one. Of course, the cooldown reduction will kick in time for his ult to come back up. 87 seconds left on Exile's Destiny. So we'll see if that comes up around 9 minutes into this game. Top laner is still holding fairly equal with Alex pulling a small lead. Ocelot doing actually very well in this lane.
I gotta say though, Exile's doing really well for himself too. Considering that Lulu's such a big lane bully, Twisted Fate will usually be out of mana trying to CS from a distance and not taking Glitter Lance harass. He's down 10 CS against Ocelot. Former LCS player here. Exile trying to make his way in the LCS.
Well, so far, honestly, not too bad for these guys.
Yeah.
300 gold difference between NIP and Gamers 2. Of course, a large portion of that is the TF passive. Here's the first attempt now for Freeze. He is very alone in this one. Of course, he will get help from his support before too long. Level 5 for both duo lanes. Voidal close to 6 here. Same for Freeze. And you have just the barest of leads there for the AD carry there in gold. Both have backed for their Cutlass and Boots, though.
Level 6s are going to come out here for NIP first, just by a couple minions. We have Freeze already getting the Rat-a-tat-tat. I don't think
about one wave for Voidal.
Yeah, a dive is not going to happen. Ko is on the complete opposite side of the map here, trying to help Alex out.
Looking for the second attempt for a dive there. He's not going to get that one just yet, though. The ulti, though, is almost up for Twisted Fate. This could be a setup for a top lane force against JWoww.
They ping out Morden. They see him coming around, and they're actually diving Exile.
Ooh, this is going to be a little bit risky. He's going to sit towards the back. There comes the recall back behind the minion lines, but he is dangerously low. Morden puts the ward down. He's going to look for it.
There's minions there.
Yeah,
can't Q through them.
Flash Q would be a little bit too risky. There comes the engage. They went too hard for Alex as JWoww forced the flash away. And now Ko has the red buff, has the attacks coming down. A couple more Qs, one more, and he'll pick this one up. And there's the first blood. Well played. He baited that fight out, and it paid off.
I was sitting here thinking, Ko, not being on Lee Sin seemed to be kind of he needed a crutch. But apparently he doesn't. But they're going to get a dragon for it here for Gamers 2.
There's a chance NIP can contest. TF ulti is up, teleports up for Alex. There's the TP into
go.
Dragon.
Straight into it, trying to get them off of it. Dragon's still hitting Morden.
Morden's going to have to go for this one. He knows the jungler's not around. Can he get the damage out of time? No, he's forced to get away from the fight, so it's actually a Dragon picked up for NIP at 10 minutes into the game. Dude, now in a very bad spot. He's going to hook someone in, but this is not great for him. The knock up there. Voidal still chasing. The exhaust is down, though. Freeze showing up the knockback, and Dude will be the first death in the entire Challenger Series for this bot lane. And that is not something that G2 wanted. So Ninjas in pajamas, 2 kills and a Dragon.
That was an amazing collapse there using the global pressure that they had. They get Morden out by throwing a yellow card at him as the TP comes in. No smite available, they pick it up with Twisted Fate right on top of it. JWoww comes in a second later, and they're diving Ocelot, and there's Ko.
And he's got nowhere to go. Another kill picked up there, 1-0-1. The actual Twitch Poison grabs it, so Freeze is looking nice at 2-0-0. And Ninjas in Pajamas have taken control of this early game of 2 fights.
As the person they want the gold on, too. And although the Gamers 2 bottom lane did die once, doesn't ruin their KDA yet.
So far, still 96.
Still 96. Very, very close to 100. Very close to triple digits, but that is their first death, just showing how good of a team NIP is. And despite the fact that they have 2 new members that they've only played about a week with at tops, they're still coming up huge. The global pressure that they just exerted is something that you don't see from a team that lacks communication. They were all on the same page. They all knew what they wanted to do, and there was a clear call.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't see any really hesitation in this Voidal Freeze lane. They're doing perfectly fine right here. Again, building a lead in the lane, getting those couple of kills early on now once they got into team fights. NIP has gelled together quite well. ROCCAT is still going to be this scary beast in the top lane. You know, same teleport cooldown as JWoww anyway, and he's just continuing to scale up his Jax with 2 assists under his belt.
Yeah, and Exile, although he hasn't gotten a kill for himself, he still showed up to the Dragon at the right place, applied the pressure that allowed Morden, or forced Morden out, and he got the Dragon. Coming up big for his team. Now they're at about a 3.7k gold lead, already 12 minutes into the game. Just kind of flew out of the gate.
Okay, so Ninjas in Pajamas so far have played their map pressure incredibly well. They've made really good snap decisions.
Morden's here, though.
Morden shows up, though, to turn around the fight in the top lane. ROCCAT does have Flash. Dragon form is used. Alex low on the health bar, but he's still chasing down on JWoww. Nice kick and to knock him around as well. 500 health now left.
Going for it.
He's still trying, but Morden just deals all the damage. Alex doesn't even leave that fight, so well done there. Gamers 2 turn 1 back.
Yeah, decides not to leap strike and then flash out, but instead decides to just give his life up because there's a lot of pressure being caused mid.
You gotta be careful though, it is gonna be a lot of pressure there. 4 versus 3, the knock up there onto Ocelot, the hook back. Ko is around, but a bit of damage comes in from Yuki. Mid lane turret very low. Morden shows up. Can he find the engage? Gets the Q onto Voidal. Looks like he's not gonna chase just yet, but Dude could find a flay or a hook or something. The knockback T, if he pops the ghost, he's gonna get out.
Meanwhile, Ko just farming up the jungle.
Yep.
Tried to flank around the side, didn't work out for him. Now, he's gonna try to flank around the back end.
Gamers 2 gonna look for this mid lane turret. Of course, the respawns are back, and Alex is about
There's
to
the
join
ultimate
team.
from Ko available.
Oh, this could be big. Gigantic slow comes in. A huge shield for twice the health bar, and down goes the top laner. Morden also going to fall. Dude, he's gonna drop, having the KDA their duo lane. Now Yuki's gonna fall very quickly as well. Triple kill so far for Freeze. Another massive fight for NIP.
They now have a 32 KDA in that bottom lane.
Aww.
It just got crushed.
Ninjas in Pajamas doing an awesome job now for themselves. Mid lane turret going to fall, and they're going to keep on going, to be honest. The respawn's just now coming back. Tier 2 is also going to drop.
This was a fantastic, look at that shield that Ko gets off of that. Half of his HP, and the slow that allows Freeze to rat-a-tat-tat all across the team. They grouped up against this composition that has so much AoE pressure. They were very lucky that Voidal had used his ultimate previously under the turret. That could have been even more devastating.
Oh man, it really could have been. Not respecting the Evelyn, though, was a huge mistake, and Ko made them pay for it. He's going to be able to recall back from that one just safely. JWoww not able to stop him. And this game is all about Ninjas in Pajamas playing well as a unit. I mean, obviously they're very good individually, but the laning phase itself wasn't going one way or the other on its own. It was purely the fact that NIP made a lot of good moves. The fact that they could gank top lane, but TP back down, right? The fact that it was still going to be a 4-on-4. Like, so often you see, oh yeah, the top lane gank means a dragon to the side. Not in this case.
Yeah, that was a huge bait. And the fact that, like, coming into this NIP, it was in question. They had lost Mithy and they lost Nuke Duck. 2 core pieces, but then they had already created a new core with ROCCAT, Ko, and Freeze. Now they're just building off of that. They added Exile back in, very similar play style, and Voidal, who's just coming up big this game and assisting Freeze. He knows where he needs to be. He knows what he needs to do. And an NIP, despite being a little bit of a patchwork team right now, they look very strong. I don't even see a hiccup.
Yeah, they're absolutely wonderful as a group of people right here. So we're going to have more items coming in. Voidal nearly getting faced the mountain. Blue buff there on Exile. Okay, so he's doing great. 0-0-4. 129 minions. Freeze still getting the gold here.
Yeah, this bottom is going
gives
crazy.
Gives going proc.
It's going absolutely crazy. 5-0-1 on a Twitch.
Yep.
0-1 on a Kog'Maw. At this point, Freeze can just show up next to Yuki and destroy him.
Yeah, and he's actually going for a build that enables that. He's going for the Youmuu's build on Twitch, which is interesting. So if you count the active, the actual stats it gives, not even counting AD, are really similar to Static Shiv. You get the same attack speed and 5 less crit for about the same cost, but you also get like 30 AD and some armor pen and some CDR. So it's like, and because Twitch kind of has this either a 4-second window with his Q or a 6 or 7-second window with the rat-a-tat-tat, like that lines up with the 4 seconds of the Youmuu's Ghostblade really accurately as well. So basically you just kind of all in on this 5 seconds of power. You kind of buy into that window and you just destroy people.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going for now. But now they're going for the Dragon, which is respawning right now.
And I don't see a way that Gamers2 could faithfully contest this. The damage is going to come out. Should be a fairly easy one for Ninjas in Pajamas. And they're now up over 8,000 gold now, 60 minutes into the game. They've looked exactly awesome. Now, the new question is, old NIP from the beginning of the spring split took 60 minutes to close out games. They were a slow team. They took their time with these games. The roster has since changed 80% of their players. They're destroying right now. How good is NIP at closing out games?
That's the question they're going to have to answer themselves, because right now they have about a 9,000 gold lead. They look like they're closing it out, and previously they closed out their last game very quickly.
True.
Off the back of Ko. And because of that addition and the early aggression that they brought to the team, I think that Nukeduck was a lot of the reason that they played such slow games. He had a very reserved style, even on Assassins. And now, they only have Freeze, this person who they only veteran.
He's going for that ham build, right, with the Brutalizer. You know he wants some kills here. Code is going to stay alive in this one. Morton does not land the Q. Freeze.
Oh, hey-oh.
Okay, maybe a little more than you could chew on that one. It's okay. Sniffed it out. Saw it was a trap. He didn't spring it.
When Lee Sin talks about smelly enemies, it's definitely Twitch.
Yes, that's true. Tell he was around.
Now they're going to go ahead. All 5-man this top lane. It's the right strategy here. They have the Dragon already in their pockets, and now they get to push because they're just a lot stronger at this point.
All right, well, Ninjas Pajamas right now not going to push. They're actually going to recall back. I think they've got a number of items to buy. Looks like Exile's going for the Lich Bane build, which will make him a much better Sieger. Less a teamfight initiator, but that's fine. You just need to knock down turrets at this point in the game. Items coming through. There's the Ether Wisp. There's some extra health and armor for Ko, so these guys are going to bulk up for these pushes in. This will be... I would not be surprised to see dives come in NIP just to force the issue. Gamers2, though, they take the time of the recalls to push down mid, even though they have very, very little coverage of possible flanks. They just know they've got a couple seconds to go for that one. Nice lantern, going to keep themselves safe. Ko flashed for that one, but it didn't matter.
Ultied, but they kept the turret alive.
Wow, you're right. Wow, they did, yeah.
Just barely. Force him to take the lantern a little sooner. Granted, Ko will not have his flash or his ultimate for a good while, and now he's roaming around the jungle.
Well, let's see now. Ko, gonna still stay happy with this one. Ocelot forced to walk around the back lines, but he's actually already on top of wards right there. He's gonna land the stun, he's gonna land the slow as well. Big damage comes out into Ocelot. They don't commit for it too hard because they were alone, and AlexSich stays splitting the top lane.
Freeze now has his Blade of the Ruined King and Youmuu's completed. He's looking for a pick somewhere in that side of the jungle, wherever he can get it. And now, actually, they're going to rotate towards blue and towards bottom now. Oh, they want to clear the bottom. They want to go after this turret, but they don't have a minion wave.
So AlexSich is really way too aggressive right now. He's going to have to be very careful. Lands the CC a little bit. Warden, there's the flash away. Going to jump to another ward. AlexSich will stay safe. Freeze pushes up the bottom lane, and looks like they will group up for tier 2.
And here's the thing, too, is they're sitting all around this area. They could get somebody in rotation.
Now they got to be a little bit careful.
I saw Ocelot coming up. Didn't do anything about him, though.
Comes around the back end. Ko stays safe for now. Looks like no dives quite yet happening. Here's the wave, and they're going to actually go back somewhere else. So
Freeze is right on top of Ocelot. He's going for it.
He's going for the 1v1 ulti popped as well. A lot of damage comes through. The flash away keeps him safe. Now Freeze stuck in a bit of a 1v2, but there comes Exile. There comes the support as well, and that will be a kill picked up onto Dude. 8-1 the scoreline. That one worked.
It almost 3v1'd that. The Exile came in and said, all right, you need my help.
3v3, and they got a kill quickly picked up there. That means bot turret is going to be going down rather rapidly here. Ninjas in Pajamas looking pretty great overall. 20 minutes in. They're now knocking on inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, and the Yumus is almost back up now. He'll have that very, very shortly. Gonna go siege the second turret. Morden trying to come up and defend it. Meanwhile, Alex, he's gonna continue to push top and apply this pressure. He has the teleport available.
Yeah, so whenever he needs to join his team, he will do so. But until then, he's gonna start trying to knock down that tier 2 turret up there. Gamers 2 again is forced to pick up the scraps. You're seeing a 1-item AD carry, that Kog'Maw for Yuki still just on Blade of the Rune King. And just a long sword chilling there. Like, that's not a build that's going to break down a Jax right here. Whereas you're going to see the beginnings of a 3rd item here for Freeze.
See what he ends up buying for himself. Right now, he's just looking for the assassination potential. He could kill anybody on Gamers 2 right now by showing up next to them. Shyvana's not tanky yet. Morden, he's just got offensive stats, but Twitch's offensive capabilities are much higher right now.
Yeah, they are scary, to say the very least. You saw him in the almost 1v3. Rune King is back available. Rat-a-tat-tat up in about 10 seconds as well. He's even going to get the red buff on top of all this. So he is fearsome, as he is smelly. Going to be good for that guy. Now the ward clearing starts for NIP. Looks like they're changing. There we go.
I was like, man, he's just going at whatever ward's in that bush. They were right on top of each other, so couldn't see the pink.
But there we go. We
got
got
it
it now. So yeah, NIP going for the attempt right there. Co pops the ulti. Dude. Ooh, knockup's gonna land, but it's gonna be pretty safe for this Kog'Maw there. Exile, can he get in on any of these fights? Looks like not so far. There's Alex, and Morden's gonna be going down rapidly. 1-for-0 so far, and NIP has control over Baron.
Freeze uses ambush, but right on top of a ward. They saw him go stealth, and he wants this.
Looks for Dude. Big damage. Hook's going to come out, but it doesn't really matter too much. That's going to be maybe not the kill picked up. They disengage. Now Yuki's got to be a bit careful. Wow, a lot of heals come in. The jump over for Jay while Exhaust keeping Freeze safe. So just someone is traded, but yeah, Baron started.
Baron has been started. It's down to half HP, even without the AD carry there. Mostly Alex Itch just wailing on it, and they're going to get it for themselves off the back of Freeze, zoning off 2 members. Almost giving up his life, but gives up his flash instead.
Well done by these guys. 14,000 gold lead almost for Ninjas in Pajamas. These guys are super far ahead right here, 22 minutes in. Still a very quick clip in. And with Baron buff, are they going to buy first or are they going to start pushing?
Oh, it looks like they're going to go straight for the Dragon.
Dragon, all right.
Came up at 22.
None of the above.
11. Gets themselves more gold, and then back. See what they can do, group up after that. So they've inherited the NIP name, but none of their tendencies.
Not just, they're certainly grabbing all the gold on the map. Yeah.
I don't think they'll stall this game out. They have 15k gold lead.
Yeah.
At this point in the game, at 23 minutes. Just a dominating performance. Freeze will most likely try to pick somebody off again, and then they'll get an objective from that. It's basically a pick comp, but instantaneously on top of you.
Yeah, I really do like how NIP are playing this game right here, because even though, like, yes, they could go for inhib, but they went for Baron instead, I think that's still the right choice. That was the safest choice. They set up the ward control. As soon as someone checked, they just went for that kill, knowing it was going to be a secure kill because of their gold lead. Then once they force everyone back, they're like, great, we can use this the extra gold we get, plus the buff to say, okay, we can close it out from here. And so this is, I think, the push they go for.
Yeah. Against this composition, if you're Gamers 2, you need some type of early lead, whether it's a Dragon, and you need to get ward vision and keep it all over the map. Because this is a composition with a teleport from Alex Itch, an Evelynn, a Twisted Fate, and a Twitch. Basically, Twitch shows up next to you, starts attacking you, and then boom, Evelynn's there too, Twisted Fate is there too. They all just converge on you in a moment's notice. You have to have complete ward coverage for that.
And right now, it's just not something that Gamers 2 really has. They just don't have the money to buy all these wards. 3,700 gold on Dude.
Oh my lord.
Not a lot.
Exile has almost twice the gold of Ocelot.
Yeah, that's massive. Pretty much down the line, you're seeing 50% leads in a lot of
Exile has the
categories.
most gold in the game.
Yeah, he's
just been CSing. He's been showing up, getting the assist for himself.
He's gambling on fights, and knowing that's TF. He tends to win at gambles. So
yes, he does. Passive coming up big too.
Yes, absolutely. That's the case here. Ko's going to walk in. He's going to see Morden
hopefully
and
both three.
3-man ulti. The box comes comes down. There comes Voidal. The Naga's going to come in. Nice ulti on top of that one, and Dude will go down. So will Yuki. These guys just finding their way in. A double kill for Ko, making him 4-0-4. And, you know, back in the jungle he goes.
Yep. Meanwhile, in Alex land, smacking away at these minions, going for a split push again against JWoww, just keeping their tankiest member, the only person who could actually take about 2 shots from Freeze, occupied. Now they're going to get an inhibitor at 25 minutes in the game. They're baroned up. They're looking for more, though. They have this second wave just pushed up all the way on this inhibitor, and they're going to go for it.
NIP look good. They're going to go for their second inhibitor as well. It could be about 15 seconds after the first one went down. Freeze does pop Yomu. He's going to keep putting the damage out, though, on this one. And the second inhib does fall. So Ninjas in Pajamas making a lot of great plays, and now just the base is in shambles.
Yeah, I think a big part of this is from champion select. NIP, we talked about it. They basically locked in Jax, then it was Lulu and Lee Sin. Then they got Braum and Twitch.
Yeah.
Everything went in their favor from champion select from the first 3 picks they got.
They got a lot of great champs, and all those guys have worked exceptionally well for these guys. Now top lane tier 2 also going to fall in Ninjas in Pajamas as a group of players. They've made so many good moves. They've snowballed their lead every step of the way, and I haven't seen a single crippling mistake from these guys.
Yeah, that is really, really big right now because now they're sieging the very last inhibitor turret in the game for them. They have to go straight for this and just let the other waves push. It's very, very simple. They just have to have Freeze do auto attack damage to it, lay off of it. Alex doesn't care, and they're smacking down, and they might go for an engage afterwards. But no,
they don't even need to. They've got buildings to kill. Those things can't run away. You can't lantern the inhibitor back into the base. So
disregard champions, acquire inhibitor.
Acquire structures, and there we go. All 3 inhibs dead. Baron buff is off the team. Ninjas in Pajamas. They could take the time just to recall back and shop one last time. Freeze looking very aggressive.
He's on him.
And Dude is not going to abide by that. Down he goes. And now the jump in for Twisted Fate as well. Ulti pop, that's going to be Yuki cut out on this one. Morden off the back lines does find Exile, though. He's forced to run away from this one. Low health bars, but enough to keep himself alive anyway. Another kill comes in onto Yuki. 0-3-0 on the Kog'Maw. 0-5-0 on the Thresh. This bot lane of NIP have done so well in the game. And it's going to be both turrets going down. Perfect fantasy points there for NIP as a group of 5. And there we go. Down goes the Nexus. 27-minute game. Exile survives at the end. NIP looks scary.
27 minutes. Definitely not the NIP style. Completely different team. Freeze is the only person remaining from that original roster we saw back in spring, and now they've brought out Exile and Voidal, and they've come up big this game. They shut down Yuki and Dude, the deathless bottom lane, and they made Yuki use that Kog'Maw passive a couple times.
Yep, he got 3 of them out, I believe, in that one, and got some true damage out there, but I gotta say, incredibly impressive by NIP. It's kind of all I can say about this game. Gamers 2 just looked outmatched. Individually, player-wise, they were fine. There was, from the laning phase, a tiny gold lead to NIP, and that was the TF passive, basically. But otherwise, it was dead even. It was the fact that these guys found ganks, the Ko gank in the top lane, followed by the teleport down to the Dragon. Like, it was the teamwork that was very obviously better for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, despite them being a patchwork and a new team up against Gamers 2, that they're basically their selling point coming into this match was their teamwork and the fact that they've been with each other for a long time since the beginning of the Challenger series here. They looked a lot like a new team. They were very much in shambles, NIP just showing them their weaknesses. They went with a Protect the Kog'Maw comp because they put a lot onto Yuki and Dude's back.
Yeah.
But up against Freeze, who got a very early game lead as Twitch, you can't do that. Twitch is going to show up right next to Kog'Maw and destroy him, alongside Twisted Fate, if he doesn't blow him up initially, alongside Evelyn, who's probably there in the flanks, and a Jax TP. And then they got the Dragon off of that great play.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go back to that play.
I do too. It's what the game hinged on.
Because Ko went top, the first gank of the game, gets first blood for himself, and then you're thinking, okay, typical strategy. We talked about it before. You see the jungler top, time to go get Dragon. Basically, NIP reads Gamers 2 like a book and say, you guys are going to go do Dragon right now. I know what you're going to do. Go straight there, teleport, Twisted Fate ultimate, Destiny Gate, right on top of Morden. Get him out of there, get the Dragon for themselves, and get a 3K gold lead about 12 minutes, 16 minutes into the game, actually. It's crazy.
And the thing is, like, let's actually break down the elements of that, because I like breaking those things down a little bit further. And so,
break down for me.
If you want to repeat that success at home. So normally when you go for a dragon fight, right? Like, certain things have to actually work in your favor. You can't just be like, junglers there show up, because of course you can creep check is the term from games I used to play. You kind of creep check them at the dragon. You gank them at dragon, whatever term you want to use here. But the fact that the bot lane is holding equal, right? The fact that NIP's bot lane was fine. Like if their bot lane's injured, they're out. You can't 2v4 that. It is impossible. You will lose that battle, and it's not worth trying. But the fact that they show up as 4, Gamers 2 shows up as 4, and you're like, that's fine, we can 4v4 you, and we're all healthy, right? Jax took no damage during that fight. Twisted Fate was not pushed out of the lane either by Lulu. Like, those guys were fine. And then you still have Braum and Twitch able to just follow in from behind. That's perfectly safe and healthy because they weren't shut down. They weren't damaged, right? Gamers 2 didn't Dragon because they pushed people out of lane. They Dragon because they thought they just had a 4v3 when that wasn't the case. And that's a gigantic risk to not track a teleport cooldown, to not track the fact that they will just show up in from behind you. And so without getting any lane advantages, without forcing a recall, you don't really even still get to do that.
Yeah.
Like it's actually a little bit greedy. Like normally the reason ganks work is because all your lanes are already pushed. Like that's why people gank, is because there's this overextension somewhere. But if the only overextension is top lane, you don't get to do that anymore.
Yeah. It was kind of a feint. It's basically we're putting a lot of resources top. No, we're not.
Yeah.
Just kidding. We're all at Dragon. You've taken a lot of Dragon damage because it's 60 minutes into the game. You don't have any defensive stats on your Lee Sin.
Yeah.
It caught me off guard, too. I was like, okay, they're going to go for Dragon, no standard. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, there's
you were like,
teleports.
actually, haha.
It's like, Alex is full health, man. Like if
boy.
And I also want to tell on Alex here, right? So we talk about the fact that NIP is playing well strategically. I attribute a lot of this to Alex Ich. Just because he was kind of the like, I don't want to say makeshift, that's not the right kind of term, but like he was like basically the coach and analyst for the team, right? All these years of experience with Gambit Gaming or Moscow 5 or Empire, depending how far back you go, right? Hyper experienced player. You talked about it in pregame, where it's like he wanted to play top lane because he could bring his competitive experience to that lane and make a lot of good decisions. And the old Gambit that fans know and love is hyper aggressive. They take heavy risks because they know they're good and they know they'll make the right calls.
And they're innovative.
Yeah, and they're innovative. That game looked a bit Gambit-esque, like spring 2013 Gambit-esque, or old Moscow 5, where it's like they're going to come at you because they know what's going on, right? They're going to make plays that you maybe haven't seen very much before. Like, it's honestly rare to see you gank top lane, then also contest Dragon. That's not that frequent of an occurrence, but Alex, I think, leading the team, right, making a lot of these calls, even from the top lane, but teleporting down, making the plays with himself as well as his team, like, these guys have gotten the ball rolling really, really well.
Yeah, and they're all around in the house together.
Yes.
They have that analyst now, Clement, who was the former NIP analyst before, coming in, maybe laying down some secret strats for him. We'll have to see.
Why not?
But so far, they look really, really good. Alex was the only death of the game, though. Sacrifice.
It's okay.
Top laner's duty.
That's when you say worth it. One's okay.
Yeah, it was really worth it because a 27-minute game is worth it in anybody's book. You're just like, oh, that game ended pretty quickly. Let's go get a drink of water. Let's go suit up. Basically, do more of the same in this best of 3.
Yeah.
See if they can pull it out. Because, man, 27 minutes is well below the game average right now in terms of time for European Challenger Series.
Yeah, those are like in the mid-30s. So these guys are like 8 to 10 minutes like faster than the normal win right here. So certainly
in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Gamers 2 is not a team that you just roll over.
No.
They are a very competitive team. They've gone through 4 games, pretty much crushing until they got here.
Yeah.
And now NIP staring them in the face. With a new roster, you come into it, you're like, okay, maybe we'll be a little lax, but no.
But they're still awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair, I wanna correct your point, just to be silly about it. They're a team you roll over if you're that good.
Okay.
Right? Like, G2 are not pushovers, but if you're that good, maybe they are, right?
Okay.
It's like, we saw some great teams get destroyed at
nobody
World.
knew how good NIP was going to be coming into this.
Of course
You're like, okay, we have a lot of great named people in here. We
Sure.
have top 5 challenger players.
You expect them to be good,
And
but
then
you
you're
don't
like,
know it.
okay, we got Exile versus Ocelot. See how this shapes up. Well,
fine.
Most gold in the game for Exile. Yeah, pretty much done deal right there. Let's that game is in our match
13K
history.
to 7K in individual gold. Yeah, it's a bit of a lead for that guy.
That was crazy. Because Exile, he's a player that we haven't heard a lot from, and I have heard that he's very similar to Nuke Duck's style in terms of play. But right there, just showed he's a facilitator for his team. He's always going to show up. He's going to do consistent in lane. Beating Ocelot in lane is not an easy task.
No.
He's a very, very good player. He's known for having great Orianna shockwaves, being a great setup for his team. Don't know if they'll go back to that in game 2. Maybe have Ocelot on something that can carry a little more.
Yeah, I do have to think about what Gamers 2 does differently then when they want to kind of come at this one in a different way. Because, again, I think did snowball for Dragon Fight. I thought individually they held up. The specific thing I want to actually call out is actually JWoww. So he went 0-3 and won that game. But the entire game, he was keeping up with Alex. Like, as far as goal differences go, he was 8K to 10K, which is the least bad in terms of, like, compare. Like, they're the least difference, right? Like, Voidal, like, literally doubled Dude's gold, for example, 8K to 4K, right? But as far as disparities go, that was the smallest disparity. He was actually equal in CS, 189 to 216 by the end of the game. And it was actually, he was like +2 right before that last push. So, like, JWoww straight up held up in a matchup where his opponent's first picked.
Yeah.
And he's fighting Alex Zitch, who's, like, been in the professional scene for, like, 3 years now. So, like, JWoww's doing real good.
Oh, yeah.
You can key off that player. As long as you don't get caught out. The fact that Ko ganked him and took him away from the Dragon Fight was big. The fact that he couldn't show up for the battle. The fact that the gold lead snowballed everywhere else. But like, if you can capitalize on JWoww, or you can capitalize on the fact that Ocelot was holding equal, right? But you get away from those missed calls, and you capitalize on the guys who are doing well. I think there's a way in.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you have to find those weaknesses. You have to exploit them. And JWoww was even in levels too, which is a big thing because there was huge level disparity all throughout the lanes. We saw that Freeze was level 15, Yuki level 11. He just got his level 2 ultimate when the game ended.
Yes.
That's
right.
Crazy fast from NIP.
Yeah. I mean, you got some level 15 on the other side there, so you got to imagine that's going to be a rough one. So that's going to do it for us on this one. Of course, Game 2 is going to come up, so we're going to see if NIP can advance to the finals or if Gamers 2 can even the score. We'll find out after this quick break. Stick around. And down goes the top laner. Morden also going to fall. Dude, he's going to drop, having the KDA the duo lane. Now Yuki's going to fall very quickly as well. He's going to see Morden and 3-man ulti. The box comes down. There comes Voidal. The Naga's going to come in. Nice ulti on top of that one. And Dude will go down. So will Yuki. Hey everyone, welcome back to the European Challenger Series. It's time for the second game in the semifinal match between Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2. Of course, NIP does lead 1-0 after a 27-minute win.
Yeah, Gamers 2 bot lane, despite being deathless all throughout their first 4 games, they just couldn't hold up against the new bottom lane of Freeze and Voidal. Now, Voidal went 0-0-5 as Braum. They left it open for him. That's the first Braum we've seen all day today, and actually in competitive scene at all from Riot in 4.9.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looked real good. Honestly, Voidal was very strong. Freeze still looked good as well. So the new bot lane, a week old, still looks awesome. Again, the lanes themselves did hold up, but the fact that the team play was better for NIP, I think, was a gigantic point there. So now, poor Yuki and Dude, their KDAs dropped to 12 from 96. It pains me a little bit, but you know, when you die 8 times as a group, I understand.
Oh, yeah. Just knock that KDA down from almost being triple digits to barely being double. And Freeze and Voidal, previously, they were sitting at about around a 7, and now they're at a 9.4 KDA after that performance for themselves. They're trying to basically just say, get down to our level in KDA and we'll
Get
pass
back to the double digits.
They might be able to pass them in this game, depending on the performance, but Yuki and Dude might be able to knock them down a notch. We'll have to see how that goes, because I think Champ Select and what you get in Champ Select is very big between these two teams, because NIP just got way too many good things for them.
They did. They got a lot of great champs.
Way too many good things. They banned out the Kayle, and then they picked the Lulu for themselves on the side of Gamers 2. I'm not 100% sure about that, because they ended up getting their mid laner very early on.
Yeah,
Alex had already picked Jax, and just a lot of things here that could have gone better.
I agree with you really a lot here, where it's like, you know, you think about like first picks and counter picks. Like, I still think there's ways to counter pick solo lanes and whatnot, and I think first of all, I think mid lane has no S tier picks where it's like pick this and you win the game. Like old Soraka's gone. Right, like there's good Yasuo players out there. There's good Kayle players out there.
They ban a lot of those things. So like Kayle, Yasuo, LeBlanc, Caston, you just ban those away.
I mean, and they're good champs, but like I don't think there's like, in my opinion, there's no like auto lock mid laner compared to I think the other roles actually have like more obvious tier lists. Like if I see first pick Lulu, I'm like, okay, sure, whatever, right? I see first pick Jax, I'm like, gotta deal with this guy.
Yes.
And then on the other side of that one, when you're like, okay, well, they picked a Jax, like they first pick with no other top lane bans, and then you're gonna be like, great, we'll counter pick and go even against a Jax. Like, that's not a good.
You don't go
even
either. Versus Jax.
You better not, or you're gonna lose the game. So, I think those are two things that I hope to see fixed on Gamers 2's side. Is those solo lanes I think need to pull more weight when they get the opportunity to when they get like prime placement in Champ Select.
Like, what could have happened if they ended up going Braum with Lee Sin in their first one, or Braum with Twitch?
Yeah.
Like, now they leave a lot open, and Yuki is hovering over the Lucian right now. Twitch is not banned out, so that'll be picked up by Freeze if that is left open, and they can wait a long time to show that. And they put such a high priority on that Lulu is what it's looking like.
Ocelot really wants a champion, but really they haven't banned out Exile, so...
LeBlanc's still up right now, because they ended up going with the ban onto Aurelia instead.
Yeah. I'm surprised at first pick AD carry right now. So I know they banned Lucian away from Freeze, and to be fair, like, they still went equal in lane, right? So like, you know, they managed to keep Freeze and Voidal from dominating lane. Like maybe that's the expectation that you know, Gamers 2 strat is like, Ocelot and JL win us the game. Just go even against Freeze and Voidal.
Yes.
And to be fair, they did that. That's your goal though. It's really scary in general to me. But now Lulu does go over to NIP, so a high priority pick all the same. Braum still goes to Voidal here, and the rest of those picks are still available.
You have, in that situation, you have to pick Braum, because you can't let Braum be paired with Lucian because of Light Slinger passive.
Yeah.
So they basically baited him into the Braum here. Don't know what Gamers 2 had in mind, because otherwise they would have picked the Braum first and said, okay, you can get Lucian or Twitch, that's fine with us. We'll get the other one.
Yeah. I am surprised to see the first pick AD carry, though, with those two both available. I'm confused at Gamers 2 pick rate right here, but we'll see what else pays out for them. Right now, 24 seconds to go until the next champions come up. Of course, Lee Sin joins the ban list instead of being picked up by Gamers 2, so more to lose his favorite jungler, but at least they still keep away from Ko. Now, if Eve gets picked up, so it's again, Gamers 2 have these early picks of champs that NIP wasn't going to play in the first place, and I'm very intrigued by their pick and ban process.
It's a little concerning at this point. You don't need to pick the Shyvana up. That's most likely...
This one I do at least like.
It's most likely a top lane Lulu for Alex H. He loves Lulu in the top lane to bully people. The only thing in top lane that can deal with Lulu currently is Kayle, and that's banned out. It's the only thing out of the meta top lane champions that works. Ryze, not so much. Aurelia's out of there. It's big, and yeah, I think they're going to go with the LeBlanc here for Exile. He loves that type of champion. He's basically got the same champion pool as Nuke Duck minus the Fizz.
Right, so it's going to be there. Also, the jungle Jarvan going to come through for Ninjas and Pajamas. They saved their AD carry for the last pick. Interesting to see Jarvan here with Evelynn still available, but that's the play here.
Yeah, that's what he's going to go for. Elise, Lee Sin off the table. Doesn't want to pick Evelynn into Elise, because Elise's level 3 power is so good, and she will just counter jungle you all day long. And she doesn't take any damage from it. And Elise gets tanky, but she naturally, and you can't deal with her later as Evelynn. So when you pick J4, the fact that Elise gets tanky early on, but doesn't build a lot of resistances at first, you can chunk her down with your passive Martial Cadence.
Cool. Well, we're going to see that matchup play out here. We haven't seen a lot of Jarvan in the recent past. We see him occasionally, but...
Saw him about once or twice.
Yeah.
I think at 4.9, he's definitely the top 4. I think that since Kha'Zix got knocked down a little bit, J4 has taken his spot in the top 4. For a lot of reasons. Buffed his shield, cost less mana.
Yeah.
The fact that his Martial Cadence is now more front-end bursty.
Yeah, he's got really good trading in the jungle. You mentioned that one. I actually agree. It's a really good way of like, hey, Lee Sin, get out of my jungle.
Yes.
And that's going to work out. Well, Nidalee comes through, though. Interestingly enough, though, they're already fighting Engage with Jarvan and Lulu here in the lineup. So I think you've got to be really good at Nidalee if you want to make that one happen. So top Shyvana, Nidalee here for Ocelot. Now last pick for Ninjas and Pajamas. Why not Twitch? Worked last time.
Yeah, that's basically the go-to here. Lucian taken away. Freeze had an amazing performance on that. They're going to go with the tried and true bottom lane that they used last time. And NIP, once again, they seem to come up pretty big in Champion Select here. Gamers 2, his composition is basically try to bully Freeze in lane with Lucian. Don't know how well he can do it with Voidal at his side on Braum. But then you need Ocelot to just poke. But there's so much engage.
You know what? I actually like the Gamers 2 bot lane versus, like, as far as the matchup goes.
Yeah, the bottom lane is.
Because most of what Braum does actually nullified by the champions picked.
Yeah.
Lucian Q goes through him anyway. His ulti and W both gonna hit his face regardless. So it's like you're not getting extra value out of the Unbreakable. And then on top of that, like, I mean, again, hooks will still get blocked, but you can still flay the guy because Flay's gonna spawn from the back regardless. So you actually get around a lot of what Voidal would do by picking this roster of Gamers 2. So I think this is a nice initial setup. And then it's how well can you get to the backline? How well can you do with Ocelot?
Yeah.
Or how well can you do with Twitch? You've both got explosive backlines.
Yeah, and of course, he'll try to get onto Ocelot. Go ahead and Cataclysm, but Nidalee will jump straight over it with the pounce.
Potentially.
Then you also have the silence from LeBlanc currently still. So there's a lot here for NIP to use. And you can even just jump in there, use the Wild Growth on the Jarvan, and then polymorph whoever he's on. Like, there's a lot of options here for NIP to execute what they want in this game, whereas Gamers 2, they're pretty committed to just one strategy.
Yep.
They're committed to bully bottom lane. If that doesn't work out, then Ocelot is going to have to carry us with poke later.
Yeah.
Hopefully one of those sets them up for victory.
They got to hope real hard, though, because the thing about a poke team is it really depends on do your opponents have an answer to the team. So one thing I actually really liked was Gambit's game against Alliance, where they're fighting this sort of kitey disengaged team with like a Nivea Cog or whatever. But they've got a Nidalee, which means you've got a disengaged team fighting a poke comp, which is great for the poke comp. You're like,
yes, it is.
Great, run away from a spear is wonderful. And like Gambit played this slow, controlled, exactly, right? And Gambit played this slow, controlled, super smart game where there were no tools for Alliance to turn this game around. This side, though, also got his javelins, and well, NIP have engaged. They've got Jarvan, Braum, and Lulu to start fights out, so suddenly there is a pattern to get back in the game. Whereas that's why playing just Peel for Twitch isn't always the best. It's, well, we have ways in because you might play a disengaged team as well.
Yeah, a great thing with Twitch isn't protect the Twitch comp. It's more have other threats besides Twitch.
Group people together, lock them down, and then Twitch can go shoot them from afar.
Hey, Jarvan's great at that one.
Yes, he is.
But also at the same time, you're going to have Alex each top Lulu. You're going to have this LeBlanc that's going to come up big. And the fact that even if their main target is Freeze, Voidal's more than enough to just keep him safe with Unbreakable and give him extra resistances with his stand behind me.
Yeah, it's going to work really well. I'm actually very much liking it.
There's so many threats on NIP. Whereas Gamers 2, you take out Ocelot, you cripple the entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Voidal can also take some javelins. There's like a couple little individual things that can happen, but we're going to see how the early game playmaking goes. Thresh Lucian is a great dual lane. Elise is a phenomenally strong early game jungler. And of course, you always have the teleport playmaking. So Gamers 2,
like anything
do have
happen.
the tools. Yeah. We're painting a bleak scenario because NIP was so strong game 1, but
well,
there's
also
definitely
the
a
champion
chance.
select again.
It was great.
They had a great drafting phase. But of course, anything can happen, and we're going to have to see what happens here. The win conditions, there are some for Gamers 2, but can NIP shut them down?
See if they can find it right now. Gamers 2 taking the slow route to their blue buff. The delayed invade by Ninjas in Pajamas do buy them about 12 seconds out of Gamers 2's sort of jungle route there. Alex and co are going to share some experience there. They're going to look to... Are they counter-jungling or are they going to clear the full camp?
What they're ending up doing is they're splitting experience because it's a 2-on-1. Basically, we're 2-on-0 right now, and they're going for the 4v0 split push here because Yuki and Dew decided we got stomped last game, we're going to go top.
Yep.
Even with the favorable matchup for themselves.
Interesting situation, though. Gamers 2, I feel like they're less practiced. The common way right now at the top tier to play 2v0s is the jungler gets full experience of the buff monster, which guarantees level 2 after the first camp. This didn't happen for G2, so they're actually missing out on a level on their initial couple of clears, which means they're missing out on a spell as they go through their first couple of camps, slowing their clear speed. Yep. Whereas NIP have a bit more damage through. They're actually a full camp ahead right now of the clear speed against Gamers 2, which means it's just golden experience NIP have that G2 doesn't. They are both full clearing the jungle, though, because they expect to stay on this side of the map. Now, will Gamers 2 actually go for a turret push here? They're right here if they want it.
No.
And they want to freeze.
Meta's to freeze this. And they're going to go ahead and do that. And now there's just more roaming of the jungle by NIP, but NIP's jungle's gone.
Oh, look at this though by NIP. This is smart. They're leaving Twitch to solo down in the bottom lane, whereas the rest of NIP are actually going to group up and defend this top lane. So they're actually going to get more experience and gold than Gamers 2 will.
Yeah, and they're going to get it onto Freeze, who carried them last game pretty hard in the early.
There's TP from JWoww.
Yeah, so here's the thing is you force the teleport from your top laner, and all AD carries will beat top laners currently in a one-on-one situation before level 6.
The difficulty, though, and we saw this actually in the LCS, is how well can you gank. So we actually, I literally saw it was either a Twitch or a Kog'Maw just get ganked by a TF. As soon as he got level 6, he just showed up with the top laner. It's like, oh, well, you're dead. And there is actual risk here for the Twitch. If Elise shows up and she's looking right now,
there's more gank assistance from bruisers than there are AD carries.
Potentially. What we're going to see if the Cocoon can land. Sneaks in behind. Freeze does have stealth, so how well can he play this one? Starts the stealth. Damage comes through. Not going to land Cocoon.
Just ambushes away.
He's far away. No Cocoon lands here. So JWoww stays safe, but now that escape's down for a few seconds, and Freeze always has to be afraid of that.
Ooh, Ocelot getting some nice spears on the Exile. Pops the clone. 2 LeBlancs. What is this?
That's normal, though. We expect that. Ko gets through, jumps over the Dragon Pit, did get spotted by Tribrush Ward anyway, but he wants to counter jungle. Of course, they saw Morden at the bottom side on Elise, so gonna get a couple of camps here.
Fun thing, too, is that because the Jarvan's Martial Cadence is now front-end loaded, you can counter jungle a little faster, because before you wouldn't... You're not
you
gonna
get one proc anyway.
You get 1 proc, you're not going to get 2.
Cool. Yep, all little
just
things.
These little nuances that make a champion better.
Yeah. Sometimes you just realize something.
Or make them worse, because when we reduced the width of his EQ knockup combo, people kind of ditched him.
Yeah. It's harder to land. You get used to a certain size. It's it's definitely going to throw people off for a short time. I mean, how many fail flashes did you have when we reduced flash range, right?
People how many fail flashes do I still have?
Oh, that's true. I had one yesterday. I felt really bad about it.
Oh, Morden looking for something here, but look at that. He's going to get chained. And EQ.
He's okay, but Koa's around. Look at that. Damage comes through the flash. Engage, but Exile. Oh, he's got to be careful. Knight is on. That should be enough damage. That is first blood. Well done, Ninjas in Pajamas, forcing it. Just dealing all the damage, and it works out.
Oh, Exile still got Cocoon, but blew his Ignite. The heal came out from Ocelot to try and save Morden, but it was enough. And now they're going to go ahead and push this wave up as fast as they can. Go find something else for themselves after they back.
Oh, Ninjas in Pajamas already looking really good. The gank forced by Jarvan. It is a happy thing right here. And look at this. We've swapped back to fairly normal lanes at this point. You're seeing Freeze and Voidal back reunited in this bottom lane. Worked so well last time. And you can see JWoww's not having the best time of this.
Oh, not at all. And now there's a stun available for the Twitch. Alex Each is going to have to duel out Yuki, despite Lulu being a little different than typical top lane bruisers. Still struggles against AD carries at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you also don't tend to run armor seals on even top lane mages, unless you're fighting a Renekton kind of guy. Health per level is still the standard, so you do have the bully potential from Yuki here. And of course, you see triple Dorans for Alex. This does sometimes hurt your warding ability because you run out of item slots really fast. So we might see a lower contribution there from Alex as the time goes on. Right now, though, without boots, it's not a big problem, but we'll see.
Right now, his contribution to the team is just holding that top lane.
Yeah.
As long as you don't die, you're good to go.
But it does mean you won't have teleport until 10 minutes, which means there's the chance, actually, that Gamers 2 can just make a big play for Dragon.
Ko's sitting around waiting for this blue buff to come up. And it's not going to come up for actually a while now, because he actually started red on Elise.
Yeah, he got pushed around, so it's about 10 seconds delayed right here. They only started it about this time 5 minutes ago. So Ward's going to grab his own red. Gets that pretty successfully. There we go. Ko does start with his blue buff. Of course, he had ward coverage already. Yuki's going to check him, though. He's going to rely on a good smite. He gets it. And I don't think there's any real danger here for him.
That's right, because they delayed it by about 12 seconds, you're right. Because they started at their red.
Yep.
Ended up getting it. NIP took Gamers 2 red.
I'm really surprised that they counter jungled that because...
Mordenstein.
Yeah.
Walked straight by a pink ward.
Oh.
So did Dude.
Okay, well, they know about the numbers here. We do have Ko waiting around on the wings, but he'll walk on a ward as well as he waits for this.
But here comes Voidal from the side, too. They might try to flank them. Because as soon as Voidal gets there, they have potential for catch.
And Ocelot shows that he saw him, so they're going to force that away. But Voidal's going to go in.
Oh.
How about the rest? Here comes the 3-on-3. The rappel into the air. Can they make this all happen? Looks like the disengage right here. But Ko goes in for the ground slam and everything. And now can they find Dude? Now good damage comes through. Forced to flash the wall. Chains come out from Exile. Doesn't stay for this one, though, and looks like a disengage on all sides.
Trade back and forth there. The chain actually worked against Dude there because he pulled Voidal through the Cataclysm into it.
Yeah, that
so he was able to get the passive stacks on.
Oh, wow, that's pretty unfortunate for this one. Yuki, though, putting some good damage down on towards Alex Itch. You're seeing, again, difficult matchup. Force him to run away.
Yeah. Culling still available. Wild Growth still available.
Oh, my God.
Ooh.
He could
flash in for it?
There's Wild Growth still. And
yeah.
that's going to land really quickly. So, I mean, if there's bad reflexes, Alex is going to lose that fight. But he should survive. But it's still, I mean, you see how bad that is.
They want to get this blue, but Ocelot's off on the side, has the ward coverage to throw in and poke down Ko, poke down Exile, and possibly steal it. Oh, they sweep it out.
He's going to have to face tank the Javelin. Ko's got to walk on the other side of this.
If he face tanks it, though, it's too big.
All right, well, they got the blue buff, though.
Oh, he gets caught.
He's got to be a bit careful here. Maybe Elise comes in for this one as well. Big burst comes out, and Ko goes down. Nicely done, Gamers, too. Identifying that one. Alex Itch, though, still trying to survive Yuki, but a lot of damage comes through. It's 100 damage per auto attack. Culling comes in. He's landing all of the bolts. Oh, that was one shot away from killing Alex Itch.
He doesn't have teleport. He's going to have to walk back to this lane. Meanwhile, Gamers 2, they're going to get themselves a dragon here, and they've been using Ocelot to contest objectives, and the lane swap that they've been doing has been coming up big for them right now. Yuki comes back, completely bullies Alex out of the lane, and so they knew the teleport wasn't up as well. So they end up getting themselves a dragon and a gold lead by about 500.
So that's very impressive stuff right there, and Yuki's not even that far behind, being in this sort of strange 2-on-2 where he's fighting, you know, two good harassers as a melee champion, so that's pretty impressive. Ko, again, he's already level 6, he's just gonna clear his jungle, no big problems, but we do have Gamers 2 holding a 400 gold lead. They look so much better than this first game. They've made great choices there. Their counter jungle has been very effective, actually, right?
Yes.
They know who's around, they know what teleports are up, and they've played a much more calculated game.
Yeah, and the thing here, too, is they end up getting Ko when his escape was down. Jarvan, you want to use your E and Q on camps to clear them as fast as possible, but it's your escape. It's not like a Lee Sin where you don't always W inside of a camp. Sometimes you do use the Iron Will, but Jarvan, you use either your E or your Q.
Oh, big damage comes in. Exile's going to be careful, though. Ocelot wants to show for this one. Chain hits a minion. He's got to be careful. Passive popped as well. Pushed out of the lane. Oh! Ooh, that was close. But the turret's going to take a whole bunch of damage for this one, though. So Gamers 2, they're still being in the right place at the right time. Voidal shows to defend this one, but the turret's still going to keep taking damage, and it's outnumbered. It's a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, it's a 1-3-1 here from NIP, but it's a 4-1 from Gamers 2. They have a numbers advantage here. Alex Itch, he has the teleport. He's coming in onto it. They're going to engage it.
Going for the play, 4v4. The CC going in towards JWoww, but he just simply ults backwards to keep himself safe. Voidal takes some shots as they escape for that one. Shield keeps him in a decent spot as well, so that gets stopped, and Twitch is still getting free farm in the bot lane.
Yep, at 103 CS at 11 minutes. Yuki just a little bit further behind. They're going to get this turret for themselves, and they're going to even up, actually take a gold lead here, despite the dragon going in favor of Gamers 2.
So Freeze, uncontested in the bot lane, gets the turret to go down. Unfortunately, really, we haven't seen that same kind of situation for Yuki. Even despite the teleport out from Alex Itch, he's just not gotten a lot of pressure on that just yet. But maybe we'll see them move back towards it. Of course, the really big thing is the fact that you're seeing a minion lead kind of across the board now for Ninjas in Pajamas. Because of how much easier it is for Alex to hold in the lane. Despite getting bullied out, he still can CS. So there's a gold lead just across these, quote-unquote top laners.
Yeah, despite the CS, the 23 in favor of the Lulu. Lulu Kale do pretty well when they're in one-on-ones. Like I was saying, they aren't the typical bruiser. They can still CS. But the big thing here is a lot of the team of Gamers 2 is going to invest in Magic Resist for this reason.
A lot of damage on Onslaught. He's going to go down. Nice pickup right there. Ulti in for Voidal as well. Now Dude going to get stunned up. Big damage coming through, and that's going to be him going down. Excellently played. Ninjas in Pajamas find the pick.
I was going to say, they're investing in Magic Resistance, but they kind of need some armor.
Yep.
Because Freeze, he hasn't been in it all game, and he shows up and you're like, oh, you almost have Blade of the Ruined King completed, and rat-tat-tat. Here goes your team. Look at this. Ko's off on the side. This is his style.
Ooh, he's going to look for it. Knockup does land on a JWoww. In comes the follow-up as well. Exile's got to be careful. He's going to take a turret shot. Have to get away from that one, but the damage finally comes through. JWoww falls down to the Contaminate there of Twitch, and they can keep sieging Ninjas in Pajamas. When they choose to fight, it works so well.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Ko just dive behind turrets and just doesn't care?
Voidal cares.
Voidal should care. Don't know how much he does, though.
Well, he's going to make his way out, but Ko, will he get burned for this one? He's got to be very careful. Flashes, EQ, almost gets the Flay. Dude, he actually flayed the wrong direction, though. It was the end of Flay, so the beginning of Flay that caught Jarvan.
Gets over the wall anyway and gets himself out. Now a 2k gold advantage to NIP, and they took that red, starving them of buffs as much as they possibly can. Despite Gamers 2 looking in better form this game, still, there's too many threats on NIP.
Freeze have to back off this one. The fact that Gamers 2 comes back in to get some good damage down, but Freeze fearless there, goes to half HP, but turret's alive for now.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was talking about in Champion Select too, is that NIP, they can hinge on multiple members. If LeBlanc, if their Twitch does well, if Lulu does well, heck, if J4 does well, he actually can do really well in this meta. For Gamers 2, it's pretty much, okay, did Yuki shut down Freeze? Oh, gotta see, look at that.
Dude's taking a bunch of pain though. The wild growth is
so
on,
close.
Doesn't quite land the slow, so nothing else picks up there. And Gamers 2 do a great job of disengaging. Here comes the teleport in. JWoww, he's gonna find two members. Javelin does not quite land, but Ko has to be careful. Voidal helps defend the team as well, blocking some of the damage here on this one. Freeze also trying to do what he can, but they don't get any kills, so Gamers 2 again are able to push people around, start the sieges, and not get caught out.
Complete disengage there, trying to use the poke comp and just back up, and they'll get this turret for themselves as reward. But yeah, basically their only strategy was, can Yuki bully Freeze? Well, they lane swap it so that he can go ahead and CS by himself because he was shut down last time and didn't get to full potential. And can Ocelot poke? That's really what this comes down to. And Ocelot isn't coming up too big this game so far.
He's really not. So unfortunately,
he's doing all right.
He's hitting javelins.
Yes,
right. He's hitting javelins. Right. He got ganked, and he's part of the siege. So we'll see how much more that can pay off. Yuki is getting his farm in. He's 0-0-0, but he's the highest CS in the game. So maybe he can take over the game as well. I mean, he's part of that siege power, right? His Bloodthirster should be done. By the time he backs, it'll be done. Anytime he backs, he'll have it. 100%. He's got enough money for that item. So maybe he'll power up soon. Hook's gonna land into Alex, so this could be a good bit of damage. But dude's got to be careful. He rightly doesn't go in for the kill, knowing he's outnumbered on that one.
And Freeze off to a great start again. Very reminiscent of the last game. But he got solo farm, solo experience. Sitting at about 110. He's now 27 CS behind Yuki. But he's 2-0-1. He's going for the Assassination Twitch again. Now he's becoming more of a team player. Yuki's actually overtaken him in levels.
Well, he's doing a good job with that one. Level 10 now on this Lucian is a big deal. Voidal stays safe. And I want to see what the move is. Gamer 2, they are a siege composition. They are going to take some very obvious moves there and try to keep pushing their pressure. You're seeing good damage come through. Dude, though, has got to be in the wrong spot. The root's going to land. Exhaust there onto Freeze. Some good damage. Hook's going to land onto Exile. Gets into the box there. JWoww knocked up into the air. Still does not use Dragon Form. There he goes. Goes to disengage. Exile takes a lot of damage, but he stays safe. Ooh, the ulti hits from Voidal, and Morden's got to be careful. Nice culling. Nice javelins. Freeze running out of health. They're going to chase back in. Gamers 2 not afraid of this fight. Flash in. Lucian puts so much damage down. Freeze can't quite take enough damage to fall down, but this does give control to Gamers 2. They lose a champion, but they gain a turret.
So there's actually a big thing here with Braum, where if you're trying to disengage in Italy, he just holds the front as you retreat. And then he can get himself out too with Stand Behind Me. And now Ko, he's trying to look and contest this dragon. They have a lot of options here for NIP. But now, if Gamers 2 get this, because they got that extra turret, they're going to be able to have a gold lead. What can Ko say about it?
Well, they're on a short timer. Ko wants this one. EQs
Oh, he
the
tried
cross.
it.
That was a nice attempt. I liked that, though, but just couldn't quite get the damage down. But now Ko goes in for the fight anyway. He wants his battle because he got flanked, and unfortunately, that's not going to mean much for him. So a kill and a dragon go to Gamers 2, putting the game back to 800 for them.
Cheeky little attempt there to go over that side of the wall. You can do that with Zach, you can do that with J4 and get a smite. But Exile, he's going after Jude right now. Here's Freeze. He has Rat-Tat-Tat.
The flash in the Glitterlance, the damage comes through. Freeze picks up the kill. He is 4-0-1. NIP's game rests on him. This is the only person that's actually doing super well right now on the NIP lineup. Otherwise, the global gold is making their life so difficult.
Yeah, Exile is actually doing pretty well for himself too in the kill department. And
yeah,
like, but they have multiple threats still is the big thing. Like, wow, actually in gold, it's all Yuki right now for Gamers 2. So they've actually done a great job there. And Ocelot, because he's Nidalee, he just scales naturally off of whatever items he gets. It's just a huge power spike. Every time Nidalee backs, it's like, all right, got more AP, multiplicative off my spear range.
Yeah, that's so impressive as well to see that Gamers 2, you know, NIP are good at picking fights, right? They picked Engage, they got the Jarvan, they got the Braum, they got the Lulu. They're getting kills, but Gamers 2 are actually playing the objective game better. And this is such a good turnaround by them, that they looked so lost and so outplayed in game 1, but they're making such good choices here. And yeah, it's like, oh, it's a 4-0 Twitch, he must be massive. But no, there's so much global gold.
Yeah.
Yuki's been part of all those turret kills. He's gotten a bunch of money from those and from CSing. These AD carries are still both massive. The mid laners, despite 2-0-3 versus 0-1-1, both mid laners are really big. Gamers 2 have the gold right there on the right people.
Which is everyone.
Pretty much.
And Yuki. Everyone in Yuki. And now, hook on a Voidal, he got hit by a spear.
That is not good for him, but he gets Lulu ult. He's going to back out with Stand Behind Me as well. Puts a slow down. He stays safe. But does not think they wanted.
He's looking for an assassination. Still has Rat-Tat-Tat.
Daewoo's got an ulti away. He's going to do that. He stays safe, but it's still the spell burned. And the culling dealing massive damage. Freeze. Every time he goes for something, someone hits him back.
Yeah, and Yuki is now dealing with Freeze at this point in the game. Being that extra level up, that was a rank 2 culling.
Yeah.
Big part of the damage that came out. Now they're sieging the top lane, trying to get that last outer turret for themselves for NIP and put the pressure on again. But Yuki with the double buffs and all that gold in his inventory has something to say about this.
Well, let's see what they're going to get with this one then. Let's see.
At this point in the game last time, it was 8 minutes before NIP clutched victory, and they had a huge lead with Alex's split push.
Yeah.
Alex is becoming more of a team fighter right now, showing up and being with the team at the start instead of pushing against Shyvana.
At this
And
point,
now
yeah.
they're looking for a pick.
Uh-oh, Gamers 2. All right, well, ooh, he didn't see it. He didn't see Jarvan in that brush right there. It's still just Alex Ich. But Yuki's not really taking the bait. The lane's still pushing up, though, so it could very quickly be a good kind of fight there. Braum still coming across. Morden, I don't believe he saw anyone. That one does not quite get the knock-up. Yuki stays safe. Hook's also going to be dodged away. Everyone's playing that fight very well.
That was really cute.
Yeah,
Ko was trying to get him while he was in transit on the Thresh Express.
Look how well Gamers 2 are playing as well. You've got a 4-0 Twitch, constantly looking for these stealth ganks, and the last 2 or 3 times I've seen it stymied very successfully, where, you know, Ocelot backs away, hits a javelin to his face, runs away for that one.
Yeah, he had
JWoww burns an ulti, no big deal.
Exactly. They're getting the ward coverage with the pinks that they need in the spots that they need them, as well as the greens in the places that they know NIP are going to be coming in from. Because he was seen by that pink ward that's off in that bush that was not cleared by NIP at all, even after Freeze saw that.
So another question is, what's next for these guys, right? Because I gotta, you know, I'm kind of thinking about the way these comps work, and it's like, Ninjas and Pajamas, they are a 2-threat team. They have 2 major damage sources. LeBlanc is all burst and no sustain. Lulu is just gonna be a tank helper. And then it's just Freeze. It's just Twitch dealing damage. And he's still going for this early game Youmuu's build, where it will fall off super, super, super late when you need more dedicated damage throughout a fight. Gamers 2, they've got Lucian, they've got always useful javelins, and Shyvana is eventually going to do more than a Lulu will. 50 minutes into the game.
It's very standard here from them with the poke comp.
Yeah, and they've got the ways to make the poke work and the ways to disengage. Like, G2's lineup is well-rounded. They're playing this comp very, very well, and the clock is in their favor, actually, I think. NIP have tried to make these plays with the LeBlanc, with the Twitch. They found a couple, but it's since stopped.
I have to to see. Now they're going after Freeze right now. So, I mean, a late game Twitch is a late game Twitch.
Sure.
And then you have Braum to peel for him, so you can't really do damage to him for the most part.
Yeah.
You'll have to get to it. It's very difficult.
They don't need to get to him. It's a poke comp. Just walk away when he pops ulti, right? Throw javelins when NIP tries to fight. We've so far seen Gamers 2.
Like that?
Yeah. Just do that.
Just like that?
I mean,
thanks, Ocelot.
It's natural for cats to eat mice, so it's really not a surprise here that Ocelot is not only role-playing another feline, as his name suggests, but...
Let's get shish kebab him and then have Shyvana cook it.
Yep.
Man, look at that team synergy.
Roasted rat. That's yummy. Do spiders eat rats if they're big enough?
I would... oh. Don't make me think about big spiders. Come on, Freak. What are you doing to me?
And Pastry Time would know. Australia's got some...
Oh, they have some huge spiders there.
Oh, look at this one.
That's why Pastry Time's not around. Huge spiders have it.
The huge spiders blocked his visa.
Shelob, what are you doing?
Oh, man.
All right. But yeah, so this rat, he's going for the Yomus, but he's actually going for...
Look at that.
Some defensive power now. He buys Megatron Cloak because he's taking so much poke from Nidalee.
But you know what that does, though? Now look at the AD carry itemization. More damage from Yuki, but this top lane, you gotta be careful. JWoww takes a bunch of pain. Turret does go down. Well done by NEP to grab that one. They managed to finally get the waves out of their favor. Their entire team on this side of the map. And they're back to an 800 gold lead here. Dragon is back alive. Baron,
here comes Freeze from the side.
Here comes the attempt. He's going to go in, but he gets stunned up. He gets ruptured as well. A whole bunch happening. And one kill's already gone onto JWoww, who took a bunch of damage. Voidal just tanks the culling, doesn't really care, but the 1-for-0 happened on the hard engage.
And they got the top laner. He has teleport, so no matter what they do, if they go for Baron right now, it's very, very risky, because there could be a TP straight into it when he revives.
NIP sweep things out. There's actually a ward that spots them. Will go around on this side. Going to kill this one more ward here, keeping them in a decent spot, but still, they got to be careful. The health bars are low. They can't Baron. There's like no way, but they can't get some damage.
Trying to 2-chain there. Dragon looks like it'll be the next objective for them, but if they go to it right now, they do have lower HP bars than Gamers 2.
Voidal's at half, and there's actually zero ultimates up for Ninjas in Pajamas, whereas JWoww still has the Fury for a Dragon form. There's no rewards to teleport to yet, but you can drop a Lantern down. The Dragon is started anyway. This is risky for Ninjas in Pajamas. Voidal is low. Ko is still trying anyway. Wards over the wall, and actually Twitch is sectioned off. He actually can't rejoin his team. They have to back off.
Yeah, he's 60 CS down now under Yuki. Yuki's just been farming all game, and the CS is actually extremely low this game, considering it's a 24-minute game. The only person who's really even close to a good par is Dude, and right now, look at that. They're going after JWoww. He has teleport, he has his Dragon's Descent, and he also has a flash.
Well, he doesn't dodge the chains. He doesn't really dodge the Jarvan either. Has to ulti away. He's going to stay safe for this one, but the re-engage might happen. Problem is, Gamers 2 only have 3 members. If more of NIP turn this fight around, it's 3v5.
Yeah, there's actually nobody even close to them at that point. Freeze pops out. Might have given them a little bit of a numbers.
Yeah. If they kept chasing Ko and overextended, Freeze would have killed them.
Yeah, Freeze would have killed JWoww for sure.
Yeah.
And then maybe they could have delayed in time for Braum. But they forced JWoww back again. The guy with teleport who can still show up to this Dragon fight. Meanwhile, Alex back to his pushing game. It worked last game for NIP. Can it work this game? Now they're going to go after the Dragon and see what they can do.
He's just trying to, just track JWoww away for now. It can at least force someone to head to that top lane pretty soon. It frees up AlexEtch to actually make moves and not have to teleport for them. If you can just get the push, then go somewhere else. That's what he's doing right now. NIP actually still have...
He's going to go for blue.
Yeah, and actually, this is really impressive. Again, he can teleport back down. He's free to do this. He didn't walk by any wards on this way. And NIP know they still have ward control over Baron because they have wards that would watch people go to put wards down. So Gamers 2 are blind on that side of the map. And that's going to keep incurring risk to any moves on that side.
Yeah. He's going to go ahead, get this blue for himself, go top, clear it out, and possibly TP into the fight. We'll have to see.
Meanwhile, Gamers 2 are...
They see Alex top now.
Yeah, but Gamers 2 still isn't a hard engage comp. Like, no matter what, you give time for Alex to come in. Anyway, he actually goes on top of the team, and they're okay letting him do this. And they're going to go back in for Dragon, but now JWoww's on the other side of this fight, and they've got to be careful about how this fight starts. Slow lands on Yuki. JWoww in the front. He takes a lot of pain, though. You're right. You got to be careful with this one. Voidal on one side puts the knockup down, but big damage comes in from Yuki. Voidal still in the front line, gets the Lulu ult. He's taking even more damage. Twitch forced away in the back lines, getting what damage down he can. JWoww stays safe, but NIP here, the team forced away. Exile does not land the W, and look at that. Gamers 2 have wrested control over the Dragon area. Javelins again forcing NIP away.
It's all that poke and consistent damage the Gamers 2 has brought to the table versus this burst, and also the fact that Yuki got a lot more farm than Freeze. And I talked about it earlier, where that's one of their win conditions is can Lucian just stay ahead of the Twitch? He's making it a nightmare for him, and Ocelot can poke.
Well, it's working
completely out of the fight.
Working absolutely wonderfully. So I gotta hand it to Gamers 2 that this comp is working quite nicely. And realistically, they're not getting punished. The Jarvan engage, the Braum follow-up, the Lulu follow-up, that's not really hitting right now. Ninjas in Pajamas have not gotten into the back lines. The kills have been in these giant turret dives where Gamers 2 overstays. But the ones for Dragon, the sieges that Gamers 2 want, they're always positioned well. They always disengage properly. They're not getting caught out on. So unless NIP keeps forcing the issue...
It's kind of like what CLG currently does in NA LCS. They're playing the objective game. They look like they're down in kills, but
doesn't matter.
Even or up in gold because they're playing the map perfectly. There's still a turret for them to take of those tier 3. And Baron is actually being done right now by J4 and Twitch.
Ko's taking a lot of damage to this one. This is actually a very risky attempt here. I think they can get it, but I think they need more help. I'm not sure this Baron actually gets taken here.
They come in right now I don't start helping it.
Yeah, they need help. Yeah, they 100% need help.
They're going to go ahead, zone them, and go to it. This is where it looks like you just started it.
Someone heal Burn, and there comes Exile to take this up. Voidal's there as well. This should be enough, and there we go. Baron now will go to NIP.
Gamers 2 gets tipped off about it, but they get tipped off about it when it's already low. That's a big thing there. If you start it with 2 members that can tank it for a while, and then you come and reinforce at the right time, basically it almost looks like they did a 5-second Baron. It's like, how did they do that? Yeah. Oh, they were doing it the entire time.
Yeah, so very well earned by Ninjas in Pajamas. That buys them a huge respite here where they can regen against the Javelins. They've got the combat stats to go for an all-in here, and it's a really big deal. The one thing this doesn't give them, though, is actual tank stats, which is something that it seems they're lacking. Yuki's so big, he destroys Ko every fight. That is the only armor tank on the team, and Yuki's ahead of the curve here.
Yeah, absolutely. At 250 CS with the kill. Looking for more. He's going to go for, looks like it's going to be possibly Last Whisper next item. Try and just go through all that armor that he's built for himself. And like you said, ahead of the curve. So Ko, he's struggling right now. And Freeze, he went for that mid-game bursty build with the Yumu's, but nobody's getting caught out. They've seen it once. Hopefully they don't see it again. They're playing completely grouped up and against that.
And look how much Freeze is relying on his teammates for damage. He got an Alacrity enchantment as well to his boots. I think to dodge Javelins a little bit better. It also lets him cover more distance during stealth for picks. So it's very utility focused. Again, the Negatron cloak also
Also the fact he didn't get an attack speed item like PD or Shiv.
Yeah.
So he's lacking.
Well, he's trying ulti pop. Also forced away, losing a lot of health for this one. More CC coming down, and so far, it's pretty good for NIP. They dealt some damage, but now Ko is stuck under the turret, flayed backwards as well. He's got nowhere to go here. Gets some heals, gets some shield, but a lot of health lost.
A lot of health loss there from Ko. They have the Baron buff for some regen, but he's most likely forced back now, or he'll have to do a camp and shield himself and just get a little bit back from doing damage with his Elder Lizard. Because that was really well played by Gamers 2 to disengage, but Ocelot was immediately out of the fight and blew his flash and heal.
Yeah, so Status Summoner spells burn at the very least, which is a good thing for Ninjas in Pajamas. Next time they catch Ocelot, he might actually go down if Dude can't lantern him out there. And looks like Ninjas in Pajamas, though, they will take some time to heal Ko back up. He gets a no Magic Mantle and a ward.
I actually want to point this out, too. The synergy between Lucian and Nidalee. Lucian fixes the wave clear problem when you're being sieged. Because all the minions are lined up, you just Piercing Light, Light Slinger, and Ardent Blaze, and you're perfectly fine, the wave is gone. Or you can Culling. Whereas Nidalee, you want to stay out of Cougar form. You want to stay as far back as possible and just poke. So he's not the mid laner that's involved in the wave clear. He's got his bases covered.
He's doing a good job of this one, honestly. Gamers 2 have been pretty well reserved, though. Ninjas in Pajamas are right now trying to make this top lane fight work, the mid lane fight, I should say. And they're still trying with what they can, dodging javelins left and right, but the wards keep coming out for Gamers 2 to prevent all this. Thing is, though, NIP owns the jungle right here. These jungle fights, not easy for G2 to win, especially without wards, and so these guys are simply taking away all the buffs, sneaking in with Twitch and whatnot, and just looking for that occasional pick. And as soon as they get one, they can open up the map.
Oh, he's going to get the attack speed bonus. He's going to use the Yumu's to get the turret because he caught them while they were rotating. Granted, their bottom tier 2 is actually going to take a lot of damage here because there's a minion wave from Gamers 2 pushing there. We're going to have to see, because now Gamers 2 They have to defend this top lane, and we saw how sneaky Freeze could be. They're going for Ko.
Big damage on the Ko. They're going to keep him in this fight. He's got a flash rate from that one, and the Braum ulti comes by as well. Now the fight has begun, but Voidal just tanks all the damage, the entire culling without barely losing any health. Exiles, I think it's his clone. Yeah, waiting.
25 gold.
25 gold for Yuki. Not the, not as much as the normal kill would be, but they stay safe on that one. And you can see, right, Gamers 2 forced to play reactive to NIP, which was always how the fights were working for the red team, was when they chose to make the battles, they could get something out of it.
Yeah, and now they just have all these siege options for both teams. But it's mostly pick and rotation from NIP. They can push up mid and then rotate to a tier 2, but they have to push the waves out, and it's very telegraphed, because Alex Each has a lot of gold right now. He actually has a ton of gold. He's trying to become that threat, but it's Lulu, just more of a supportive role. And Freeze, he's going for Ocelot here. Can he do it? He had the blade.
Good bit of damage. That could be enough for the Cocoon. The heal won't come in time. Nicely picked up there. Exile with the Q from long range takes him down. Level 14. And Ninja's pajamas, the stealth, the twitch engages is actually what's turning this game.
Ninjas and the jammies are coming up right now. Look at that. Freeze getting the assassination that he's wanted all game long since buying the Blade of the Ruined King and the Yumus. He's like, now I can get more items. Whoa, he's on the other side of the hook.
Doesn't quite land. That was really close, though. He had to get behind him, and that would have been probably death for the guy.
Hashtag LeBlanc mechanics.
Hit behind the Thresh. Good choice. All right, he's going to stay safe then for now. And let's see.
Dragon's up. They might make a move for that here from NIP, or they might bait them into that area.
That's what you want.
The fact that they have a Nidalee, though, but Nidalee's just respawned, it's right to do it immediately instead of bait.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to stick around.
At this stage, you don't really bait dragons anyway. You pretty much just go for them hardcore because they die so fast. So, smart move NIP. 33 minutes that one goes down, and they're building a bigger and bigger lead. 4,500 gold for these guys. They've certainly played around the poke team quite well. The ability to never get caught out. And to be fair, there's not a lot of pick from Gamers 2. It's like Elise and Thresh can land those CCs and turn things around, but NIP have done a very great job of holding wards up the entire time. They haven't face-checked almost anything, at least nothing fatal. And they're managing to find these openings to just barely squeak in enough damage.
Yeah, and I was talking earlier about how they've been prioritizing magic resistance to the point that Morden goes straight for the entire locket. You know, it's the standard build on Elise for CDR, so you get the Cocoon cooldown. But at the same time, no armor to deal with Freeze. The only person is JWoww. So he's just going to have the time of his life if he gets on any of these other targets. Except for Yuki. Yuki can probably duel him right now. It'd actually be very close.
Yeah, something
very
unpredictable, for sure. But
those 80 carry showdowns we see so much of.
Yeah. Ooh, Alex, he steals the big golem.
Jacked
Nicely played. Well done. He had the time of his life for that one. Gets that kill picked up, and now Ko.
He got creep jacked.
He did. He did. It got stolen right from under his nose. Poor Shyvana. And now Ko is going to see, you know what? Maybe someone's going to come gank top lane. Waits around in the brush. You never know. He's playing a low percentage gank, but not much chance of failure, so it's okay. And right now they're giving this gold to Freeze. He's not bought anything in a long time. He didn't want to sell his Doran, so he's just waiting for enough money to finally now buy Last Whisper. That will be a nice power spike. He's already got the flat pen from the Yomus.
He's got more gold than Yuki now.
Yeah, he's finally by 30.
Yeah.
But it's enough. It counts.
It counts.
It counts.
I'm not wrong.
You are not wrong. No.
A lot of it's put into the Negatron cloak, though.
It's true. In terms of offensive combat stats, gold.
Yeah.
Until he spends that $1,000 right there in inventory. Freeze. We'll see how it goes out. But yep, there comes the recalls. Last Whisper is done. So Freeze will be very, very, very good at shredding squishy targets. His contaminate damage is going to be ludicrously high. And again, you talked about Morden not buying any armor. Actually, the Elise will lose a lot of health too, because you got Ruin King against someone who's getting more health than armor. So pretty much anyone that he hits is going to be under a lot of stress here.
Yeah, he was basically covering his options, because it's just a matter of time before they build armor that he wants to be ahead of the curve, so that the armor that you buy is less effective against him. That's really the only person you would buy armor to be against right now. It's just such a high magic damage comp. We're seeing it right there.
We're seeing it go off. Wood on the half HP, but there comes the engage. Ko wants Ocelot, who's forced to get away. Gets the Lantern, though. Keep himself safe. Nice ulti from Yuki as well. Morden very, very low as well, though. In NIP, they were just able to force their way into these fights, and it always forces Gamers 2 out.
Yeah, we still see that Ko has his Cataclysm. He almost has his Flash, too. And this blue buff, it might be the first blue buff to go to Gamers 2 for a while. They haven't gotten the last 2 or 3.
But finally, Ocelot gets control of his own jungle, at least a little bit, and the blue buff goes over to the Nidalee. And this could actually really hurt NIP's plans, where you finally got the infinite javelin spam. That could be just what these guys need. Exile goes for a bit of damage, does find summon a dude, but blue buff Nid, of course, can heal. He's maxed it out by this point. Traps can come down easily as well. And you're seeing the vision game now around Baron.
Yeah, they're just trying to play this out. Alex ends up backing. He's 2 levels up over JWoww right now. Completes the Lich Bane for himself, going for even more damage. Blind Hook doesn't hit Ko.
Ko knows that dude was around, but I mean, it's pretty much to be expected. Of course, that team's going to wait around there. But look at this. NIP going to start pushing up the mid lane. Someone will have to react to that. It's going to be JWoww for now.
And Thresh has just been the bane of NIP so far. They would have had a lot more catches if it wasn't for that Thresh. So it's a great pick there by Dude, and he plays that really well, not using the Lantern unless he has to.
Imagine if you got an assist for using the Lantern just by saving someone. It's like a negative kill assist and it like counts for gold somehow. He would have like 70 assists this game. The 100 KD would be back.
Alex, he's looking for steal. He's creep jack.
Nope. Does not quite land that in time. You actually should have QE'd, made them hit at the same time instead of trying to EQ that one. But still well done. And actually, the thing is, Yuki would know he was there because the other lizard was shooting at him. Like the little mini lift on the side. But, you know, either way, it goes over to the Lucian, so the jungle did go to Gamers 2 here. Dragon not yet up, fairly soon, I believe. And then Zimbacham is still trying to control Baron one more time. They got the first one earlier on in the game. And they're taking a very slow and controlled approach, knowing that one mistake, and if they give Gamers 2 a foothold, it's a never-ending siege.
Just got himself that turret. He's going to be able to push up even more right now. We're going to have to see these dueling JWoww. He's actually chunking JWoww down quite a bit.
Yeah. E auto attack with Lich Bane is a whole bunch of pain that JWoww can't really react to here. Alex is playing this fight exceptionally well.
Yeah,
JWoww, Lich Bane, he kills turrets.
JWoww just backs up because he needs to be able to be healthy for this fight. Gets himself a little more HP with the Giant's Belt. Bilgewater Cutlass also in the works. Now they're just going to shove top.
Both teams pushing. NIP goes top lane while actually Gamers 2 is forced to react to that. And instead of pushing mid, they've got to defend this one on the left-hand side of the map. Javelins come out, but here comes the damage. They could push this one down very, very quickly, but Ko's got to be careful. He pulled aggro, and Freeze actually has to back out. He doesn't get the damage down. Hook nearly lands. Exile shows up against Cocoon. This could be bad. Voidal shows up. Good damage comes through. There's the engage. Yuki's on the wrong side of this fight. He's trying to put what damage down he can. Javelins hit minions there, but there goes the engage. Voidal in the front lines taking what he can. JWoww forced to flash away, and the battle is still going on. Hook's going to catch up, and Voidal goes down. That is one kill picked up. Exile on the back line's also extremely low, and Morden stays safe. Ko takes a javelin, and Gamers 2 win that fight. And they got big health bars left.
So 1 for 0, but Freeze, he hasn't had enough just yet. Oh, skidding around.
Without ulti, he can't.
Yeah, he was way too close. He had Flash still available, but there's always the chance of a Cocoon.
Yeah, you can't do that one in that case, not with your support gone. And actually, Voidal hasn't gone for Mikhail's either, so there's actually no cleanse on the team at all for that kind of effect. Gamers 2 now setting up around Baron, and of course NIP missing all their ultimates. I mean, it's risky, but I could see Gamers 2 trying this.
They're going to go for it. There's enough range here. Ko doesn't have his Flash available. He has the Smite. Alex is off on the side, though. He's going to try to get vision of this.
Ko does have Smite. It will be a potential Smite war there. Javelin, the E comes out. He knows about this.
They're going to disengage long enough.
Uh-oh, big damage off of Alex, and now the standard has dropped down, but the re-engage do take some damage, but they get the kill onto Freeze. He goes down, and they re-engage for the fight. Exile forced back. Hook is going to pull in Jarvan a little bit, but not too terribly much. Gamers 2 only get 1 kill for their troubles, though. Looks like that's all they're going to get for this one, just backing out. This is probably the best NIP could have hoped for.
Yeah, they stop the Baron. They lose Freeze, though. Freeze still had Flash, still had heal available, and now they're going to go straight back to the Baron right now. And there really isn't much that NIP can do. They can attempt again, but that'll actually help. Oh, wow.
He was in the wrong spot there. Ocelot also does not have blue buff.
That's going to force them off immediately. They can't do it without their main tank.
Nope. It's a big wave bot as well that someone's got to recall and grab right here, which gives so much time for NIP to push every single lane out, wrest complete control over the Baron wards one more time, and set up for sort of round 2 on this one.
And now they can go for the Dragon, they can go for the Baron, get themselves these safe wards that they need. So many sweepers all across the map now.
Yeah, look how deep Voidal's able to ward. He has no help at all. There's no one around him, and he walks all the way past the Wraith camp, knowing that G2 all recalled back to pace. They're all on the wrong side of the map to stop him. So with 1 ward, he makes Baron safe, leaving the rest of his Sightstone charges and the rest of his team's effort can be spent towards the top side of the map, the western side of the map, to set up Baron.
They get themselves another Dragon right now. just even more gold over to NIP. At that 6K gold lead now. Another Lantern from Dude, saving his team. Another Thresh assist.
Another Thresh assist. It's unofficial. Doesn't count for anything, but we know.
Yeah.
Your teammates know as well. Dude, you're getting props for throwing lanterns. But now, it's time for NIP, right? 4 sweepers. 2 of them has been paid for as Oracle sweepers. Oracle's lenses, I should say. And they're actually, wow, starting up on Baron without complete ward coverage is the thing. They actually missed one of them. Dude does not quite get caught. The ulti lantern as well doesn't do too much, but now the play in Ko in the front lines, but Dio takes all his health bar. He goes down 1 for 0 so far. Twitch was able to deal damage to the backline. Voidal staying is safe to a summon or heal. The Javelin still coming out. Yuki doing a bit more damage, but just forcing the disengage. The 1 for 1 actually, Ko did fall down in that fight, and Gamers 2 have the health bar lead.
Ocelot
they look for
overextends.
Ocelot though. Big damage comes through, forced to flash away for that one. But now Alex puts the Glitter Lance down as well, keeping the team back.
Yeah, you have to keep them back right now because Gamers 2 have their jungler, whereas NIP does not. NIP don't think they're going to go for a Baron anytime soon. Way too risky at this point in the game.
Wow, these guys trading things so much back and forth. Ko, I'm surprised he went Hex Drinker there. I don't agree with him getting more damage there. Banshees, I mean, Spectre's Cows what he could afford right now, and that would have been more durability for that fight right there. And think about it, again, you are the main tank. You can't build damage. That's not okay, basically. Locket starting now for Void. He's got the Aegis already trying to help the team out. NIP still winning around trying to stop this one, but Gamers 2 wanting to push this down. Big damage, of course, from Yuki. 4 completed big AD items. The culling as well, putting some good damage down, and they're still trying for this one. Jungler has just now respawned, but there's no smite yet in range for NIP. G2 still trying. Alexich comes by. Freeze looking for the flank as well. This is going to be very, very close. Goes in for Yuki. Big damage. Baron's picked up, but there comes the fight. Alexich in the back lines cannot kill Yuki. He stays alive, actually, and Freeze forced away. Exhausted. JWoww chasing him down. The kill picked up by Morden. 2 for 0 plus Baron. Huge for Gamers 2.
Gamers 2 are coming up really big right now off the tankiness of JWoww. You can't deal with him. And also the fact that Freeze, he's basically been going even with Yuki. Yuki is such a huge, consistent damage threat that has an escape. If you catch Freeze, he's done for. They took complete advantage of the fact that they had caught Koa. They're going to turn this game around right now and make it basically even, but have more combat stats. They're going for this inhibitor turret.
They've still got 30 seconds of the response. It's a 5 versus 3. They can go for so much right here. Plus a cannon wave is there, which means they're going to get the inhibitor. They've got 25 seconds to go for the Nexus on top of that one. That could be the goal here for Gamers 2. They are still trying. 20 seconds till the respawns. There's the minion line. Turret number 1 goes down. They're going for turret number 2 now as well. JWoww takes a lot of damage. Ignite is on. He takes a shield though, and Ko re-engages the first turret. The second turret now also dead. JWoww forced away. He goes down. The 1 for 0. The respawn's coming right now, but they're hitting the Nexus. Gamers 2 trying to close the game out. They're going to do it. The series is now tied 1-1.
And they're still down in gold, down in kills because they played the map, the objective game, and the fact that they had Nidalee on Ocelot was huge.
Yes.
That was really big for them. That was their win condition, was can Lucian stay a little bit ahead of Twitch? Can we catch Twitch? Then we're good. Just siege, poke down, and those spears, Ocelot constantly landing them. And I was talking in the previous game about how he's playing a support type role. You need to go back to a carry champion like Nidalee because he did really well on that previously when he had 12 KDA in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and one thing I thought was really smart as well was you talk about people carrying an Ocelot, but also I thought the item build was the correct item build here for Yuki. You see a couple different builds for Lucian, one of which is the standard BT, Triforce, Last Whisper, and that's fine, but it's an early game power spike sort of thing where it's like you cap at like 25 minutes and it goes downhill from there because there's so few combat stats on Triforce. It's a power spike, but then it dips. He went for Bloodthirster into Shiv, into Last Whisper, into Infinity Edge. He's got better crit chance here, better combat stats, his persistent damage much higher. And you saw, right? You saw that, you talked about the win condition earlier on, but how much farm went onto that Lucian, onto Yuki. End of the game, he was 392 minions to 273 of Freeze. A 50% minion bump right there because he was given all this farm to carry the team fights. You saw him destroying Ko in team fights, destroying Voidal in team fights. He broke through that front line by himself, and it worked incredibly well. Gamers 2 had a well-rounded team with an obvious role, with like an obvious goal in mind. NIP could not get into them in fights.
Yeah, and Voidal, he didn't really have any defensive stats aside from HP. So as soon as Yuki just targeted him, I saw him get chunked down there. I saw a ton of HP just get knocked off of him with one Light Slinger passive, and I was like, okay, if your tankiest member is going to get chunked down like that, then you can't even contest this Baron. And Gamers 2 knew that. They took complete advantage of that. JWoww got caught off earlier, so they had to back up. Just these little picks. But they played the objective game because they had Nidalee and they had that advantage that Yuki had made for the team. So he came up really big this game, and they knew their win conditions, and they just pushed them.
Exactly. It's a lot
critical that you do that.
Exactly. Like, a lot of really smart things came together for Gamers 2 there. So, as a contrast point for the item build, right? Talking about how Lucian's going to scale, right? You talk about Twitch getting the early Negatron cloak. And it was just a Negatron cloak. He never upgraded a Cowl, never upgraded a QSS, just sat there with 700 gold wasted there to tank javelins. Yeah, but, his second item is Yomi's Ghostblade. Also, not a good team fighting item, but a good assassination item. He had no meaningful crit all game. Infinity Edge never came out there, right? No static shift for PD. Like, the persistent damage of Twitch was garbage that game, especially compared to Lucian there. Like, he just did no damage in fights, and you saw him fall off. They tried so hard to make catches. They nearly worked so many times, but there were only just one kill, maybe one turret falls, and they had to back right up again. Gamers 2 played so well around this power spike Twitch, around this power spike LeBlanc, never getting totally caught out. It was really impressive by Gamers 2 to play the gold leads, to play this, the item build leads, to play the map the right way. It was a very impressive game.
Yeah, and although NIP lost, they were up in gold, up in kills, and Exile went 6-0-5 on LeBlanc, but he didn't really blow anybody up later on because they built so much magic resistance because of the double AP threat of Lulu and LeBlanc, and the fact that they'd shut down Freeze pretty early from snowballing. And the fact that Freeze's item build didn't seem optimal in the late game. Like we said, all he had was a crit cloak to his name in terms of critical strike chance, whereas Yuki had a Shiv and an IE, and the fact that he has Light Slinger passive, he can get 2 crits, just incredible amounts of damage coming out from Lucian, comparatively to the Twitch, which wasn't doing a whole lot. Like, he was getting caught too, and he would try to flank from the side, thinking he was a little more powerful than he was, got cocooned. So Gamers 2, they did play it right from the start, though. They knew their win conditions. The thing here is that NIP had more possible win conditions. It didn't look like they focused on one.
Yeah, it was weird. Like, you can just go AD Jarvan and go for picks. Like, you could rush Hexdrinker if you wanted to. That'd be okay. Third item Hexdrinker, I completely disagree with. I don't actually ever see the reason to go third item Hexdrinker. I don't think there's a place for you to buy the item that late when your goal is to go a certain way. Again, second item, you go for hardcore dives, that's fine. Ninjas and Pajamas, they tried, and things like when they got that Baron picked up, like the first Baron,
that
I was like,
good.
I thought they were playing it so well. It's like because G2 is playing so passively, because they're playing just around the dragons and around occasional turret sieges, G2 is actually ceding map control a lot. They're saying, they're backing up, saying, okay, we'll play defensively. They're waiting for the end game, basically, right? Again, identifying item builds, identifying the champions, how they scale up, which we saw play out as well. G2 ceded map control a number of times in NIP. After the first Baron, I was like, cool, they could get a couple turrets off this, do it again. We, in fact, we saw like a sterling opportunity for that one for the second time around, but NIP just sort of started playing more slowly than they should have, right? They started, you talked about it actually a second ago, like kind of switching their priorities partway through, like kind of not focusing on one way to win the game, and they just sort of let G2 sort of regroup, play around another power spike when Nidalee completes another item, right? Deathcap Void Staff done by the end of the game, so gigantic javelins there. And they just got to play around that. NIP kind of eventually, by the end of the game, started playing into G2's hands.
Yeah, and G2, they played it really, really well. It's very hard to shot call from behind.
Yeah.
Because you have to play it correctly. And Ocelot came up huge for his team. Like, his damage dealt just from the spears and getting people off of objectives was amazing. He went 2-2-3, which doesn't reflect how well he did in that game for his team. Him and JWoww farming up, becoming completely tanky very early on. His first item was the Sunfire Cape, and then he started going for magic resistance off of that. He got a Bilgewater Cutlass eventually because he had a lot of money in the bank from trying to push against Alex Each.
Yeah.
But, man, just being that frontliner that they needed, and the fact that there was a frontliner lacking for NIP at the same time. I mean, basically in the end game, it becomes who can shred through the other guy's frontliner first. Oh, you have a real designated tank in JWoww.
And a real AD carry.
Yes.
Like, realistically, right? You got both things going on.
Well, the other one's an assassin pick.
Right.
Champion. Or the way he was playing it and building it.
Yeah.
So.
And the assassinations just, they unfortunately weren't found by NIP, and it's, again, a credit to G2 for not getting picked off so much. So, kind of looking at other things here, and actually just an extra sort of support point on the JWoww. There's one point, his item build, he had just like Giant's Belt, Chain Vest, Negatron Cloak. He was like, let me just add combat stats Like, I don't care what it combines to do. I just like need to just be the guy that doesn't die.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, that's going to work out. Like you build the things that give you durability, and you don't have to upgrade to Sunfire right away. You don't have to upgrade past Cutlass. And I like that he stops at Cutlass, by the way, identifying his role there in the team. So that worked exceptionally well. So thinking back, both games now, right? Thinking about the series, and we're going into Game 3. The climactic Game 3 is going to decide who advances to the finals here.
Goes to London.
Third place match. Exactly. Who goes to London. Scores more points to try to make it to the playoffs as well. You're like, okay, so both games have been won by strategically outplaying one another. Game 1, all snowballed off of Ko, making a smart gank top lane, AlexEdge TPing to the dragon fight, destroying that dragon fight, and what ends up being a 3-for-0 plus dragon, 3,000 gold lead, and they just clean up from there. It's like completely NIP's game, nothing happens anymore. Gamers 2 in this one pick a comp that outscales. They play against the assassins well and play passively enough to get away from them. 44 minutes comes around, stronger champions.
Yep.
And they play slow enough till that happens, so they identify it very properly. So now you come into Game 3 and you're like, if NIP is only winning because they're getting gigantic early game leads, do you all in on that and go super hard, go back to Evelyn, go back to the aggressive lane ganks, go back to turning things around, forcing dragon fights, making things happen, and just go crush? Or do you say, okay, shoot, let's not get out late gamed, right? Do you over respect the late game potential, or do you under respect their early game shot calling? And like, to me, it's like you have to make a choice, right? You have to go for a certain type of comp and play that comp out. And to me, it's like NIP are like the favorites, and they feel like they're the favorites, and the fans feel like they're the favorites. So you can't play to not lose. You can't play hyper pass and be like, well, the game will win because we're better. You have to go for something, but no matter what you go for, it's risky.
Yeah, it's definitely risky. And coming into this game, you have to think, what's our strategy? What do we ban? Aurelia was banned this time, and you might think, okay, we might have to substitute that one out for a Nidalee ban against Ocelot.
Yeah.
Just maybe. Maybe so we don't have to deal with that.
I really think you have to.
Because NIP, they looked coordinated in the first game, but they don't look coordinated against a Nidalee. That's a really big thing, because it's a completely different story at that point. You have to watch out for the traps when you go for objectives.
Yeah.
Then you have to watch out for the spears flying in. And Ocelot played that really well. He was off on the side when his whole team's over here, and he's like, oh, there's a spear right into your AD carry freeze. Get out of here, Twitch.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it might be that simple, just saying, you know what? If we remove the Nidalee, then life is okay. And
you
that
leave the Aurelia open, but it wasn't banned in the first game, so...
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? Like, he's gone for Shyvana both times, so yeah, it's a thought, definitely. Yeah. Maybe it is that easy, right? Like, maybe it was all resting on Ocelot, carrying the team together, right? Stopping the sieges, landing the javelins. The fact that Nidalee's so good at getting away from these types of ganks, you still have to respect the individual skill. Again, throughout these games, the laning phase has gone fairly equal. If you give them their carry champions that they can succeed in lane and then carry individually. So far JWoww's been held down by good matchups and smart play and good ganks. But if you give him something crazy and he goes off, it's like, well, you've got another threat you weren't ready to deal with before. And like, you maybe have to keep those bans and think really heavily about what you give them. It's a hard couple of things to think about. Like, it really is. I mean, we see NIP was already respecting Ocelot by the fact that they grabbed the Lulu really early on, try to steal it away. They've realized the number of early Lulu picks on both sides now. It's like Ocelot's clearly garnering some attention. I think you're right that Nidalee becomes an issue in Champ Select because he's pulling the mind share.
And another thing too is watching that game very closely is that NIP could have had a larger lead if it wasn't for Nidalee, because they would have been on the objectives. Well, at the same time that they were, because they were on the objectives.
Yeah.
At the right times, they just would have taken them faster.
Yeah.
With less hesitation. He said, like, let's start the dragon. Oh, wait. Nidalee's right there. Freeze just took a spear. Oh, we can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Things like that just kept happening to them.
Exactly.
So this kept him off of their game that they played in the first one.
Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up being the adaptation. We got to take another quick break, though, but when we return, it's going to be time for the decisive Game 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2. You don't want to miss it.
For this reason.
A lot of damage on Ocelot. He's going to go down. Nice pickup right there. Ulti in for Voidal as well. Now Dude going to get stunned up. Big damage coming through, and that's going to be him going down. There goes the engaged Voidal in the front line, taking what he can. JWoww forced to flash away, and the battle is still going on. Hook's going to catch up, and Voidal goes down. That is the ulti lantern as well. Doesn't do too much, but now the play in Ko in the front line. But Dude takes all his health bar. He goes down 1-for-0 so far. Twitch was able to deal damage to the backline. Voidal staying safe to a summoner heal. Big damage. Baron's picked up, but there comes the fight. AlexEdge in the backline cannot kill Yuki. He stays alive actually, and Freeze forced away, exhausted. JWoww chasing him down. The kill picked up by Immortan. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 2014 Summer European Challenger Series. It's time for the third and final game between Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2. So, crushing win for NIP in Game 1. G2, though, playing a very smart Game 2 to pull it back. I like how that's nice and tight
That's
right
why
there.
their name is Gamers 2.
They're always going to win Game 2. Not always, but so far they have in the
Yeah, they
summer
have.
split.
They have won Game 2 every time so far.
All right.
This is
Now
also
can
the
they go for
first.
three?
This is also the first Game 3 that we've seen.
Yeah.
Throughout the Challenger Series in this summer.
Yep.
So NIP, they end up losing the game despite being up in gold and up in kills. So it was a very swift and decisive move from a Baron fight, 2 kills, just going straight up the middle, getting multiple turrets for themselves and taking out the Nexus for Gamers 2. Great calls there, great team synergy, and great cohesion between their picks because they only had about 1 or 2 win conditions and they executed them perfectly.
Yeah.
I cannot emphasize that enough because at the start I was like, okay, this is what they have to do to win, and they kind of just did that.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, okay, that's how we're going to win this game. That's fine. Gamers 2 had much better map control off the back of the Nidalee and the fact that they had an AD carry that was basically tailored towards team fighting as opposed to picking people off.
Yeah. I'm like actually blanking on the mid lane pick right now from NIP because I didn't remember it being effective.
It was LeBlanc.
Right, yeah.
It was 5. He went 5-0 and 6.
Yeah, and that was
6-0 and 5.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
he got
high
picks.
kill participation too.
Yeah, kind of, because all the kills were like these little one-off kills that didn't end up meaning much, and that's actually the thing as I'm thinking back about the team comp. It's like, yeah, they had Jarvan and Lulu. They had ways to start fights. They didn't have ways to finish fights, and that's why I was so confused, like why it wasn't working.
Well, it's supposed to be freeze.
Well, yeah, it's the weird thing, right? It's like it's supposed to be freeze. Like, I mean, LeBlanc doesn't really fall up against frontline, but like Lulu doesn't do much damage, and yeah, you're right. Freeze can't be there to make that happen either, and so yeah, that's what it was. It was the wrong AD carry build. They didn't have any way to follow up on the fights, and that second condition of winning.
He consciously invested in the early game, and he only got 1 real pickoff onto Ocelot with the Blade of the Ruined King and Youmuu's. And then after that, it was kind of like, okay, this build is just falling off completely. Completely just made moot at that point.
And think about as well, like the fact that he cashed in, not farming to go make these roam plays, whereas Yuki was just farming. So going to Champ Select looks a lot like Game 1 there, except that Nidalee got added to the ban list there for Ninjas Pajamas. But once again, they first pick the Jax. Lee Sin once again goes over to Morden, but now Twitch does get picked up here for Yuki.
So they banned the Lucian out because it was first picked by Gamers 2 last time. Very conscious ban there, but that's going to force Freeze onto a different champion. So far, he's only played Lucian and Twitch. To mine, everything we've seen from him is just Lucian, Twitch.
Yeah.
Actually, just Twitch. And we only seen him play Twitch.
And this series, yeah.
And it's very, very, you have to kind of drop yourself down. Be like, okay, Gamers 2 just took our top 2 picks. We banned out Lucian. They took Twitch and Lee Sin. What are we going to play in the jungle? What are we going to play AD carry? Because they're going to have to go on a little less, a bottom tier for them.
We'll see what they go for right now. Looks like NIP going to take their time with their important AD carry and mid lane picks to tailor their team comp around what Gamers 2 has picked up right now. Actually, they switch. Oh, I thought they actually locked some things in. No, they're still waiting around. AD carry and support do get picked up. So actually, jungle and mid lane are left for last to tailor their comp. They're going to say, hey, we have supreme late game power with Cog and Jax. That's already been shown. Gamers 2 knows NIP's game plan.
Kog'Maw, Braum, pretty strong. You want to pair Braum with a hyper carry if you can. But at this point, Kog'Maw very vulnerable to Twitch. You're going to have to see. Because it's not going to be protect the Kog'Maw. It's going to be every man for himself knowing NIP's style.
You know what's awesome about Braum? He blocks spray and pray. He is really freaking good against Twitch. So right away, like some of the team fight power is going to be dropped off for G2. You can go straight at them, just drop up the shield, and like life gets really painful if you're a Yuki here. So that'll be one to watch for. Braum, better than normal when you're fighting a Twitch.
Better than normal. He's already really good.
I'm not going to say better than you expect, because everyone expects him to be good, but he's already better than normal in this matchup. Maybe Lee Sin kicking him back into the team. That'll be how they get it happen. Honestly, like Lee Sin is actually good against Braum.
Yeah.
He sets himself up to get kicked into the team. Great. You get free ones.
Stand behind me. Uh-oh.
Stand. Whoa! Wrong side. Wrong side. Well, seeming to go for some very similar matchups here, though. Morgana, I believe that's actually one of the sort of considered counter picks to Braum right here with everything available. That's what he's going to go for in this one.
Yeah.
Shyvana still to match up against Alex Ich in the top lane. Last time they fought, it went pretty equal, but I'm going to see if this one tips any differently. Ninjas in Pajamas still looking at a very similar team comp for themselves. Maybe the Evelynn coming through still, and Of course, hey, maybe they just pick up Twist of Fate again.
Yeah, big thing with Morgana, though, binding, if it hits Kog'Maw, root it for 3 seconds. It's going to be a lot of damage coming on that Kog'Maw. He's not going to be very tanky at all. He has nobody to back him up currently in this lineup. And, Orianna would be a little bit of a shield, a little bit of a boost. But here's the thing. Morgana does really well against Braum. You talked about it being the counter pick. I think it's the go-to counter pick against Braum because in 4.9 you can spell shield, and the final tick of his passive, the concussive blows, it'll just say spell shield. It's doesn't
it's
stun
some
you.
magic damage and a stun.
And very telegraphed because it's like, oh, that's the person who has the debuff on him. Spell shield him.
Yep.
Black shield it. He'll be fine.
Give him the Black Shield and life is safe for you. So Gamers 2 going to make their last choice now, seeing that it's Orianna mid lane. And I think NIP's comp is pretty well rounded, though very late game focused. They have the ability to make plays. So 40 minutes, they look great. First 20, they look all right. We'll see if they dip at any point in time. Gamers 2 saying, okay, here's the comp. Think about the ways they're going to go in on this one.
Well, what NIP's going to do is they're going to put the ball onto Ko, because we saw Ko last time flank with all of those really good Agathys embraces. Just coming in from the back, getting, I think he didn't hit like less than 3 people. There's one that got flashed.
Yeah.
That was really funny. So that one only hit 1, but in the team fights, he hit about 5 people, 3 people consistently. So Ko loves to flank. And if you pair that with an Orianna, that's your engage tool there. Is 2 mild engages made into a really big one.
And so it's going to be pretty happy right here. NIP do have ways to start fights and finish fights, and that'll make them a nice comp. And it is actually a 3-threat comp as well, which is nice. That if any one of them gets held down, someone else can pick up the slack. So Ninjas and Pajamas team looks pretty great. Gamers 2, though, pretty much 2-threat, but if Yuki builds the correct way, and so far he's been building to carry games, that could be enough for them. They have plenty of utility to back it up, on top of the fact that, Lulu and Morgana, great defensive team, great follow-up team as well if you get in there with Shyvana. So both these comps look pretty good, and overall they're well-rounded. It's like we can do a little bit of everything, and their damage is still going to be good late game in general.
Yeah, I like that Gamers 2 is bringing this to the table right now. They have the Twitch, they have the Lulu to pair with the Twitch, and then the Morgana. Can't really get to the Twitch when there's a black shield on him, and then he also has Wild Growth. It's very difficult. And a Wild Growth Twitch is basically, I'm just going to stand here and use rat-tat-tat. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
Yeah, basically, sunglasses come down from the sky, deal with it.
Yeah, I mean...
That's basically what happens with Lulu.
And Twitch's eyesight gets even worse. He already has a hard...
I hope he's playing Vandal Twitch.
Actually, to be fair, one of his quotes is, how do you see with all this light? You give him sunglasses, he gets stronger. He aims better at the very least, right? It's got it. Like, that's basically canon at this point.
Okay. That's why Vandal Twitch is so strong.
Yes, it's actually the best skin because he has sunglasses on, so he's a bit stronger as a champion. So
that reasoning, yeah.
There you go.
Anyway, let's get to some real reasoning here between Gamers 2. Real reasoning. He looks so hurt by that.
I am.
But yeah, so Gamers 2 versus NIP here. The game 3 coming into this, NIP looks so dominating in their wins, and in their losses, they still had more gold. So if NIP wins it, they won it at about the 27-minute mark previously. And when they lost, it was at the 44, when Gamers 2 ended up taking that one. NIP have a late game composition here. Gamers 2 have some options. Gonna have to see what Yuki does, because he carried their last game alongside Ocelot. If they can go ahead and just plant the seeds for that duo to just run away with the game, it's very possible things can get out of hand. But there's a lot of synergy here on NIP. You throw the ball onto Braum. You can throw it onto Evelyn, who's flanking. You throw it on Alex Each, who's going into the back line. There's a lot of options here.
Definitely are.
So NIP, they usually draft comps. They have a lot of options.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing. Whereas
Problem is how
Gamers
they
2
play around them.
Exactly. It's like, which one is the one they're going to go for?
Yeah.
Gamers 2, on the other hand, not so much.
Fairly single focus.
Yeah, they
very
go
much team fight team.
Exactly. They go for like, all right, this is what we're going to do. NIP, if they recognize it, they can do something about it. But, so close.
Doesn't see into the brush. Unfortunate there, but realistically...
You'll still see Morden. Haha.
Yep.
Worth.
That's more than enough for them.
Oh,
Actually,
no.
He doesn't see it yet.
He didn't.
The brush is in the way. It's okay.
Not only is it out of the bush.
Yeah.
It's off to the side of the bush.
So actually, this is very interesting. So Morden is starting on the safe side of the map. His dual lane is there. Ko is starting on the weak side of the map and isn't getting punished for it. NIP can get a 3-buff start if they identify this. Okay, so right now, basically, NIP realizes that the dual lane is not there in the bot lane. so that Voidal can very easily, and he's actually doing it right now, walking towards the blue buff. He can put a Trinket Ward down, and then jack Morden when he goes for it. NIP, if they play it right, get 3 buffs.
Yeah, they started really far up too. Voidal and Freeze did. They were way up in that lane, in that bush, waiting for somebody to go ahead and face check it. And that was really big because now they have all the information that they need. They go ahead and place that ward for themselves, and it won't expire by the time that they get there. So now they're going to be able to go for that 3 buff start that you were talking about.
Yeah, and it's not the biggest deficit. I remember at the beginning of Summer Split 2013, that Dignitas versus Cloud9. It's like way back. Dig Cloud9 a year ago. Dig gets a 4 buff start. Patoy Blitzcrank steals away Golem. They counter jungle the red buff. They get their own buffs.
And they won.
And C9 still wins because you know what happens? Nats just shows up top lane with 0 buffs. He's like level 2 and he's like, Spirit Fire, let's just push the turret down.
Yep.
And he's like, I don't really care. We're just not going to like deal with ganks in this game. And they do fine. So like you can play around bad buff starts, but it's basically a 5-minute window where your jungler beats their jungler. You're a level ahead. You're more gold ahead. You've got an extra buff on the guy, whether it's blue or red. In this case, he'll be up a blue buff.
Over Lee Sin, it's not completely crippling.
It's not. Exactly. It's not really crippling. In fact, Lee Sin can just cripple him back, pressing E twice. So, you know, not too bad.
Set you up for it.
I know. I appreciate that. So it's not the end of the world, but it is a nice little buff that's going to help NIP out in the early game. And realistically, when they're waiting to scale to late game with the Jackson and Kog'Maw, if you hamper Lee Sin a little bit, getting 1 extra, foot in the door.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And Ko showed that his Evelynn likes to gank early, likes to get his foot in the door, and then wedge it out.
Kick it open.
Be like, oh, look at
Another
that.
one.
What's in this can of worms? And be like, oh, it's an Evelynn ulti onto 5 people.
Yep.
But we'll have to see because Ko, he loves Lee Sin. He knows how to play against it. He played against Morden's Lee Sin in the first game, and he respected it. They respect each other a lot.
True, yeah.
Ko, this is the most hesitant I've seen him in a matchup, actually.
Yeah.
He's usually like, die behind your turret, disrespect you, kick you into my team. That's it. He'll like go down being like, whoa, Blaze of Glory! And he like dies and he's just like, yeah, that guy, he's over there now. I did my job. He's fine with that stuff.
It's true.
But now he's kind of playing like very skittish, not going for the aggressive counter jungle, which we saw him do previously. Like he was just all up in the enemy's grill before.
Yeah. It feels like a style of sort of very safe controlled aggression to where like the ganks they don't go for like lane ganks and like, well, if I'm counter jungled I get screwed up or I get counter ganked I get screwed up. It's more like I know that with my group of people
he's TPing to it.
Yeah, 2-on-2. Again, there's the Trinket Ward and there comes NIP. Of course, ROCCAT has nothing else to do on the map, so and as long as they put it in the brush, Morden does not have a ward to put down.
Oh, he's gonna get stunned.
Oh my gosh, so much damage coming through. Forced to flash away. I can't believe that actually just happened, but it is going to be the case. There's a smite, and Ko gets farther ahead than I thought he would. They burn a summoner spell, and they burn a lot of health off of Gamers too, so this is even better of a start for NIP.
Yeah, and now Ko, he is sitting pretty. He's going to go ahead and counter jungle this with Alex Siege. Alex has no teleport available, so he might not trek his way all the way back up to top just yet, and I'm surprised the Gamers too actually aren't fast pushing it. They're going to go ahead and ward it up, make sure that they just freeze it for Yuki.
I'm not sure actually why they even bother to Trinket Ward that blue buff down there, because realistically, I don't know if you're even going to see Eve walk. I mean, you might see Eve walk by the white camp in time, but she's still got the red buff to grab. She's still potentially going to make plays the bottom side. In fact, Dragon's likely a play right now for NIP as well.
They may not have known that she'd started at the blue. Like, there was a blue floating on her.
Yeah, so they have to know. Like, it's a guaranteed knowledge right there.
Noticed, though.
Here's the thing. Gamers 2's on the wrong side of the map as well. They know Morden goes top jungle because his bottom jungle's gone. They know the jungle's on the wrong side of the map.
Ooh, they're converging onto Exile right now. He's a little far up. If he gets hit by a binding, it could be devastating because they're wrapping around him.
Well, Exile should know.
Oh, there's 2 members of NIP in the backup.
Yep. Yeah, so we should know that everyone's going to come from the left side of the map right now.
Alex.
He stays towards the right. Ko is actually going to face check. This is not the right place to be, though. Big damage comes through. Has to burn his flash, but there's the jump over. The damage does come through. First blood goes to Ocelot. Now a double buff Lulu. NIP playing a little bit way too aggressive.
Still
now
chasing
Alex burns his flash, gets a shield. Exile's going to be careful now. Q's going to land from Lee Sin. They're not going to go for any more, but that was still awesome from G2.
It's the 4-man roam middle. That was really well played there. Dude with the dark binding coming up big there because Ko just face checked that bush.
That was so much disrespect by NIP.
Yeah.
They know Lee Sin has to go top jungle. They know Morgana's missing, and they still face check that brush. I am surprised they did a play like that. And now
going for the wards.
5 gold.
Just even more golds in the pocket.
5 more gold.
Gamers do. Ocelot now has double buffs, and that's going to make Exile's life really hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be rough for the man. So right now, dude, Gamers 2 have made some very smart plays now. And, you know, we said that Ko was playing a little skittish, a little afraid, a little respectful. Not in that case. Completely misjudged where the enemy team was and got heavily punished for it. Gamers 2 showing up mid the right way now. And Exile just forced to shove away the minions. Does have a minion lead for what it's worth. Ocelot has already recalled once and is forced to get back in the lane, but
which you
Exile
typically
showing no fear.
End up doing, though, because he got a 3-buff start. So he, like we said, he didn't respect it that time. So he was like, I'm more powerful than Morden would be at this point in the game. Oh, wait, there's Dude right there. Didn't keep tabs on the top lane. Well, I guess it would be the bottom lane duo. It's now in top lane.
Yeah.
You saw him roam down and make his way into those bushes. Would be the logical way to go. He didn't even follow Alex, because Alex was off on the left side, going a completely different route than Ko was.
Yeah, well, okay. We got to see what these guys do. 300 gold is actually only what separates these teams now. A 4-minute first blood worth about 600 gold, but half that's been made up in the laning phase anyway for Ninjas in Pajamas. We're going to see junglers actually sitting on very similar item builds for themselves. Shockingly, no mana potion for Morden, otherwise he would actually completely mirror it. I don't know why he wouldn't buy mana, but you know, I guess it's just his style here.
He didn't get a blue.
Darn. Missing all the blue colors in Lee Sin. It's okay, Ocelot has to make up for it. 2 blue items in that champion.
He's also got a blue buff.
Yep. Very matching. It's a set bonus.
Anyway, so so they're going for a converge now. They're going to try the same strategy, but try to reverse it here. NIP, they're off on the right side. It's warded there, whereas Gamers 2 is off on the left, just hanging out. Oh, they're going to wrap all the way around, but here comes Dude from the top lane.
Everyone sees everyone. They actually see Dude come down as well. He's been spotted on the way over.
Gamers 2 has really good ward coverage of this map, and they have a lot of wards in their inventory too. They're playing this correctly.
This is the right play.
Oh, the dragon.
Yes.
And now they all have to wrap around and go for it, because Lee Sin can't walk straight through the lane. Morden doesn't have his flash either. They're going to be checking this, and by the time he gets there, no, he's not even going to go for it. He's going to go for wolves, and they're going to get themselves a free dragon.
Wow. Well played right here. NIP going to grab that dragon very successfully for themselves. Gets picked up right there. Good smite by Ko. They did earn it based on where the lanes were in the first place. G2's going to check it and be like, yeah, it's gone, right? He's like, yeah, okay.
What ended up happening is that ward that's in that side bush can only see there. What ended up happening is NIP went up and to the right in that bush that Morden walked up to and put a ward in, right? He's like, oh, they're not here. Because it doesn't show them exiting that bush, because they went straight from that bush to dragon.
Yeah. Well, good play then by NIP overall, playing around the ward coverage, playing around everything, and it's good stuff. Now Morden going to start at this blue buff again. This side of the map is actually Gamers 2. The northwest edge is it really belongs to these guys, and they're actually doubling back for their own blue buff as soon as possible. You're seeing the immediate recall. It's going to be Morgana grabbing some items and trying to show back up, and the second blue buff is actually going to be, I think, an area of contest here for Gamers 2.
It must be great to be an AD carry right now. Just sitting around, throwing your stomach acid at people.
Yep. So wrong about blue buff. They actually just go back for their own red, looks like. Actually, well, they recalled their AD carry back already, but it's not going to be in time. NIP timed this buff. They go right for it as soon as possible. Exile. Ooh, actually, blue buff goes to Alex Ich there. He didn't get the W down.
JWoww, level 4, being converged on. It's a level 7.
He is on the wrong spot right there. Does not have flash, but the Lulu Wild growth does keep him alive. And actually, these guys want the fight. Ko gets bonded. This could be a great fight for G2. And in they go. Voidal in the front lines. He's doing what he can. Ko already falls. JWoww with a shield. He's going to trade back, though, 1-for-1. Dude forced away. He's 2 hits from a stun. That's a Q. The slow. Alex Ich will leap and an auto tackle do it. And there's a stun on Dude. Half HP. More Brish coming through the slow as well. And they're still chasing down. The slow from Twitch putting a bit down. Dude. 1 hit from dead. Now the leap and Alex Ich picks one up. 2-1 the fight for NIP.
And they end up getting the dragon earlier, so they now have an 800 gold lead. And that gives them some boosts in experience too. They had a couple members running around at about level 3 for Voidal. Gets himself level 4 off of that. And ooh, so close. Very close there.
Keeps him away though. So 9 minutes in, about an 800 to 900 gold lead as well. So NIP have made things happen despite giving away first blood on a mistaken gank in the mid lane, but now they're looking good. Yuki, he is on Twitch. He's trying to make the play.
Look for Exile. He has a Bilgewater.
Bilgewater Cloud is used. The W slow coming down as well. Good damage comes out, but Exile's got that shield. He's pretty safe. Ocelot only finds some damage through. That's all they go for.
Nice assassination attempt there by Yuki. Gonna have to keep tabs on his build, see what he ends up going with, and how he's gonna try to use that Twitch versus the Trinity Force that Freeze is building for himself. Ko actually was seen by the pink ward off on the right side.
Okay, so you still got to be careful. Really, all the above. So right now, it looks like top lane is going to be the move for NIP. They're sending a lot of guys around. They've still let Freeze sit there in the bot lane, largely alone. He shut up for a dragon fight, but like basically he's just alone, farming up as best he can, trying to get gigantic, if at all possible. NIP, a lot of effort sent top lane, but Gamers 2 read this and they're around. JWoww, ooh, doesn't actually check the brush and hit anyone with it, so nothing found there. Some defensive wards from Ko, or I guess they're like aggressive defensive wards. They look to see if there's a counter gank in the top lane, and he actually spots enough of G2 to not go for it.
Yep. And now down bottom, we just see Freeze once again. Freeze in the lane. He's going to be up against the support though now. And Voidal, man, such great map movement prediction.
Yeah.
Basically, these two teams have been playing chess against each other this whole series long.
Ooh, Binding doesn't land, but the cast does, and decent damage comes out from Yuki onto Freeze. He's got to back up a little bit here. And you're going to see this lane is pushed into the turret, does not allow the Freeze anymore. That is exactly what NIP wanted. Plus, they're matching now and heads up a 2-on-2 lane for the first time this game. We'll see how well they can pay off with this one. So they actually miss all the CS under the turret, all the casters under the turret, I should say. Small mistake there, but still 90 to 82 in minions. Ruin King close to done there for Yuki as well, about 1,000 gold away.
They're pinging onto Exile because he's less than half HP, converging on him with 3 members, but Ko is still around.
Something to be afraid of for sure.
It's not yet been spotted. Now Alex has teleport, still sitting in the top lane by himself, as Jax has that timer.
He's still freezing, but Ko takes a bunch of damage. They don't go all in for it, because Alex did show up afterwards, and of course Ko had ulti for the shield. But you're seeing NIP, they're trying to play a slow game. They're trying to play, okay, scale up. We'll take Dragon when it's available. We'll counter jungle when it's available, because we're smart players. We know they're not making dumb choices. But they're ultimately trying to freeze lanes. They're not pushing too fast. They're trying to wait for Jax and Cog to really come online. Take their time for that one. We'll see if Gamers 2 lets them.
We'll have to see the Kog'Maw in the late game with the Braum and the Jax, the Orianna. NIP have a lot of threats here, and we covered it earlier. And Gamers 2, can they get Yuki going? Looks like they might be able to off of this.
Little puts a ward down, but some damage comes through. He's going to back up to his teammate, and he stays safe. Binding does not land next to a minion. But that ward is going to go down, swept away by the pink of Morden. Going to make that team nice and happy. So now NIP have to be so afraid of the fact that Lisa can come in at any time, and he can't keep face-checking that brush.
Yeah, they know there's a pink in there, though.
Yeah.
But they can't face-check it just yet. Going to have to call down Colonel Ko.
Spotted. He gets spotted by the ward up there. No one pinged him out, though, so maybe they didn't see him just with their map awareness. But look at that. Okay, now they know he's there. Clear by that pink ward, no big deals.
I'm actually surprised he showed himself at that point. Because once Voidal had checked the bush, Voidal would have been the one attacking it. They could have baited something in. If there could have been a Sonic Wave resonating strike. I don't know if there was a need to show himself. He could have just stayed present off on the side.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. He does sweep away the pink ward on the other side, though, so 2 pinks just die here. They did finally realize about that one anyway. And NIP are looking pretty decent. They're getting the ward control that allows them to make these plays. Dragon has respawned now 13 minutes in. Ninjas and Pajamas still playing a slow game. Last time they did take the Dragon. See if they keep playing for it.
Yeah, Ko stalking Morden right now.
Trinket ward goes down to spot that one.
He saw nothing.
He didn't see Ko. Morden, he's trying to make the play. Pink ward goes down.
He's right next to him. It's just so close.
He's trying to sweep the ward away, but looks like Exile will be able to grab this pink very successfully.
Oh, he
jumps
went
over.
for it.
Here's the play. This is going to be good for Ko. Shotgun comes in, forcing the flash teleport. You can't kill a ward when you're teleporting to it, so this could be the attempt now. No slow's going to land right here, and Exile does get out, but that is a couple of summoner spells lost.
Yeah, he flashed the ultimate from Orianna and Evelynn. He actually used his Agony's Embrace there.
Oh, wow.
And it hit nobody.
Okay, so very good flash then for Morden to keep himself safe. That's good stuff with these guys. And it does mean a pink ward killed now, and actually, right now this means also NIP's on the wrong side of the map. No teleport for Alex Itch, so Gamers 2 just goes for it.
Yep, good teleport by JWoww. It's paying off twofold now. But of course, they've zoned off Yuki. He's about half HP. He has no mana to come in here. Freeze is a little bit healthier. Don't think they'll contest it, though, with the lack of ultimates.
There you go. Well picked up. Gamers 2 make that one happen, knowing they could only get a 4v5 at best, so NIP does back off. Gamers 2 put it back within 600 gold here. Very, very smart move, pulling the people down at the right time. But keep in mind, this whole time, Alex Itch has been farming. He's been pushing the top lane. He's got nearly a 30 minion kill lead, and we still don't have JWoww coming back top.
And big thing, too, is that they blew the ultimate from Exile, so he couldn't show up to the dragon fight and just turn it around on top of a Kog'Maw. instead.
Flash forced away. Twitch re-stealths, though. Of course, you can't really fight under an enemy turret, so if you will back off of this one, Yuki pushed him away, but that turret's down a half HP, and of course, Dragon did eventually get answered by that top turret, just to make sure you guys, you know, hear about that one, because it means NIP really haven't lost anything for that. In fact, they just kept gaining solo lane XP, so really, there's even less chance to get out of this one. But Offline, though, ults himself, but here comes Ko, flashes in to deal the damage. Exile shields himself, and the Glitter Lance misses. That would have dropped him down, so kill picked up by Ko. That was nice.
And Ko's looking back to himself right now, diving behind turrets, the last place you expect the jungler to come from. Just such an aggressive style. Because he could have seen Morden at all on his little trek up there, and it would have spelt disaster.
That worked very successfully. Alex tries to counter jungle the red buff, can't make it happen. Trigger ward down for Morden, but goes around, gets the smite. Good job by Morden, makes it happen. That was a well-played move.
Very difficult to get an objective away from Elise.
Yes, but it still means 3,000 gold is the lead now for Ninjas in Pajamas. They've made very good early game moves. The dragon fight, the dragon itself, and now 2 turrets picked up. Their duo lane actually winning by a lot right now. Triforce
all of their lanes are
already
winning
done for
in
free.
CS.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Their lanes are all actually winning in CS, but the main turret that went down was actually, you know, top lane was because the guy left the lane, and you know, that's pretty forgivable, and they got Dragon for it, so that's kind of a wash. But bot lane just got the turret kill head just straight up. They just showed up there, beat the lane up 1v1, and made that happen, right? Mid lane got turned by ganks and whatnot, that's forgivable as well, but bot lane won the 2v2. That one's big to me.
And the only deaths on the team are actually Ko as Evelyn, and Evelyn really just has to get 1 or 2 items and then just falls off anyway and becomes a team fighter.
But think about his 1 or 2 items, he went Cutlass.
Yeah.
Remember how last game NIP was all in for the early game?
That's a solo Q build.
Well, this is going to be a 2v3. Good jumps away, but Morden, can he land the Q? No.
Yeah, that's a very solo Q-esque build. People will typically go Hex Drinker, second item, but because he has the Cutlass, he's going to try to make more use out of his Ravage and the attack speed bonus he gets from that.
Yeah, he's very much about assassin in the back line. Ko wants to get back there, relying on Voidal and Exile really for durability here, which is a risk he's going to take. Last time he went, I think, too squishy on Jarvan by getting the Hex Drinker third, but you know, he's an aggressive player, a young player, not a lot of competitive experience. I still trust him. Like, I think it's a good build, but I just you see it rarely in competitive, and there's a chance that's too big of a risk here. We'll see if it pays off.
Definitely have to see what happens there. They're besieging this turret up. It's basically a nice, gentle breeze would knock it over. That or some stomach acid from Kog'Maw.
Yeah, just one of those. Removes the rest of that.
I saw this thread that was describing what every AD carry actually does. It's like, shoots light from their gun, shoots crossbow, vomits on you.
Vomits on you. That
vomits
would be
his stomach acid on you. That's what Kog'Maw does, though.
I would rather have that than, you know, poisonous bolts from a plague rat, to be fair.
I don't know.
I mean, like, you know a venomous crossbow bolt would probably just straight kill you. Stomach acid...
From something from the void.
I mean, maybe, right? I don't know what the void is, you know? Like, maybe just like a rat pukes on me and I'm like, well, I mean, it's kind of gross. Like, I've had a dog that threw up before and, like, I had to shovel it up and put it in the garbage and, you know, I didn't die from it. Crossbow's a little more lethal, in my opinion.
Yes, crossbow is probably much more lethal in terms of, like, the percentage of chance that it would kill you.
Yes.
Even if it's not a venomous crossbow, it's still gonna hurt you a lot. Probably resulting in death.
Yes. That's why I'm very afraid of Twitch in real life. So, okay. This game's been pretty interesting. So far, I gotta say, NIP look a lot more like they did in Game 1. They made very smart early game moves. To be fair, they made some good early moves in Game 2 as well. But I think they've got more of a leg to stand on. The fact they're going Jax, Cog, Ori, and have an early game lead spells a lot of good things for NIP.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they banned out the Nidalee, adjusted their strategy, because they weren't going to pick it, considering the champion pool that Exile has. It's really far down there. Don't know how practiced he is on that. Yeah. Whereas Ocelot, that's his go-to baby after Lulu, it's open. And he went back and forth. He's like, I wanted the Nidalee in Game 2. Game 3, drew a ban because NIP realized that's what was keeping them down. Now they're just dealing with a Twitch, and that's really the biggest threat on the team.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're going Blade of the Ruined King on Evelyn means he's just going to go straight after that Twitch in the back line, see what he can do about him.
Yeah, and so there's 2 things here then to point out about those things. So one is NIP are not making the same mistake as last time. So Game 2, Gamers 2 did a really good job of just funneling farm on a Yuki, hard carried the game on Lucian, did a great job of that one, and just destroyed people in team fights. And honestly, NIP kind of let them do that. They spent a lot of their time elsewhere. This game around, you've got Kog'Maw with a lot more farm right? Right now, Freeze is doing better than Yuki in the heads up. And as long as your AD carry is ahead of their AD carry, you're generally going to do pretty well in fights. On top of that one, as you mentioned, the Evelynn build is very, very assassin focused.
Yeah.
Now that can get punished in teamfights. If there's enough peel, Evelynn just dies. Like Twitch just like kills you with his ultimate while killing the rest of your team as well, and you get nothing done. That is a risk when you don't have defensive stats. That shield doesn't matter very much because you have no armor to back it up. That could happen to Evelynn. Not a guarantee, could happen though. Or if NIP gets these assassination plays and Ko just destroys Yuki on his own, then great, it pays off.
Oh, that would definitely pay off.
Absolutely, but you've got to see which one of those happens.
Yeah, and also they're kind of leaving Freeze to his own devices here because they have so many threats. It's kind of like, all right, we're all going to go, and hopefully they don't focus you or you're out of position. Because if Freeze mispositions one time, it's going to be very deadly for him because you don't have a frontliner at all who's going to be soaking damage from the Twitch on you.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to watch out for that too. Watch Freeze positioning throughout this. And it's really big here. I want to break this down just for a second. It's game 3 right now.
Yeah.
Winner goes to London. Loser stays home.
Yeah.
And plays from home in the in the third, fourth place match.
Yeah.
But going to London is a huge opportunity. You get to play for that first place prize, and you get a lot more points for yourself, basically securing your spot.
Yeah.
And winner of this secures their spot in the second series. That's a big emphasis too.
That is really big because I mean, think about the overall structure of the Challenger Series, right? And I know you know it, so I'll probably talk to the camera for this one instead. You guys at home, think about some of the teams. If you guys have been following Challenger scene very heavily, if you fall to that third, fourth place match and you lose that third, fourth place match, as you mentioned, right, you're not auto qualified for the summer split 2, the second half of that whole thing, right? Your second chance at points, and realistically, you've got to get top 6 in points to qualify for the playoffs. So top 6, right? Pretty much automatically the top 3 from the second Challenger Series are going to be in there, and usually the top 3 from this one as well, from Summer 1. And you've got a couple of guys in there who like maybe got 4th place both times. If you get 4th place the first time, you pretty much have to re-qualify through ranked 5s, through the round of 20, round of 10 play-ins, then probably also make it to the semifinals again.
What happened with Tick, Trick, and Duck?
Exactly. That was the team he was going to talk about. Tick, Trick, and Duck got 4th place in the first time, didn't re-qualify, missed playoffs by like 2 points, right? Whereas you had a team like now Lublin Shore got 3rd place the first time around, re-qualified, got enough points, made it to the playoffs, and at least got that. Okay, they didn't get to the promo tournament, but like 3rd place and 4th place, very, very big difference, right? And when you're against teams this good, right? You got Lublin Shore, H2K winning the other side of this one, of course, NIP and Gamers 2 also going 1-1. None of those teams are pushovers.
Yes.
They are all difficult to beat. If you get fallen to 4th place and then you get unlucky or you get a bad quarterfinal opponent second time around, like you're not going to playoffs, you're not going to the LCS promotion tournament.
Yeah. That's a huge factor here. Winner goes to London, auto-qualify. Loser has to play another match to see if they requalify for the second Summer Series or if they go back to the ladder. The Gamers 2, both teams are 1 game away from that. This is the game that's going to decide that here between these 2 teams. Now we're back into it. I see Alex in the bottom lane just continuing to push. He's going to bring some attention from JWoww, who doesn't have TP, where Alex does.
Yep. It's an important distinction. It's soon, though, so Gamers 2 can play around that pretty successfully.
They'll both be up in time for Dragon, which is about around the 20-minute mark here.
Yeah.
Now Ko. Man, just stalking around the jungle.
Yeah, NIP have definitely been a sort of stockish team, really. They seem really, really focused on getting individual picks and snowballing off that.
I do want to point out that because of the way that the early game was going and the lane swaps, people have different level disparities right now. The mid lane, we see Exile is level 12. To AD carries level 10, support's level 8. Usually you see the AD carry would be somewhere around level 9 with the support being right there too, or very close to it.
Yeah.
And the mid laner, they've just been soaking more experience into it. Actually, most people should be behind this or closer to what the mid laner is.
Yeah, mid and top top laners are behind exactly what
for sure.
you expect them to be. That's exactly the point here. So it does mean that Alex Sitch is missing his rank 2 ultimate.
Top end supports are a little behind.
Yes.
AD carries and,
there we go.
And mid laners are ahead. That's the point I want to make.
Okay. No, that's a very accurate point, though. It's the one we're going to look for here. Exile and Freeze are... Oh, and he stops Ocelot's back, which is actually pretty big then. He's going to have to stay for 1 more wave. Which actually...
And a wave, too.
Yeah, so he misses out on, his turret taking that one out. Yuki's going to help defend this mid lane because it's kind of the wave where you're like, if we punish Ocelot, he wants it back. He's got money in his pocket, so he's actually got less items than he wants, right? 1,100 gold right there. Exile, similar situation, actually. There's the recall. Twitch will hold mid for this one.
Blue's up. Both teams know it. This NIP's blue once again.
And Oslet again can't back on this one. Shockwave comes in and there's the stomach acid. Turret goes down. NIP actually get a lot of damage down. They kind of use that turret as bait, but that blue buff is still dying right now on the right-hand side of the screen. You're going to see it is going down and picked up there. Ooh.
By
the blue team, Eve.
Who got it?
Ko got it.
Ko? What?
Ko got it. I didn't even see him smite. It wasn't even smite.
No, it wasn't smite. He just walked up and smacked it.
Well done there. Morden and Ocelot could not grab that for themselves, so a blue buff steal. Dragon soon. NIP look good. Now they have not gotten to recall Exile back. He's about 200 gold short of a...
Ooh, Exile does so much damage right now.
We're going to find Dude, who does not flash shield in time, so he is still slowed. Has to flash away, pops the ulti. He's going to stay safe on this one. Ko flashes in for Morden, though. Still has the damage coming down. Kickback required. That is multiple ultis down right now. Exhaust also burning on Alex Edge. Voidal shows up. He's slow on a Yuki. More stomach acid comes down. Actually, one more shot for the stun. Yuki gets the Lulu ulti to stay alive, but NIP burned the health bars down and Dragon's up now.
Very well played by NIP there. I was talking about how strong the mid laner and AD carry are, and they abused it right there. Exile's damage chunks Morden down, puts them on the retreat, and then the junglers just go after the really weak supports at this point in the game. And now they're going to go straight for this dragon. It's up right in time.
Very well played, NIP. Get that fight in the jungle. The blue buff steal helping out with that one as well. And now life looks pretty good if you're the blue team. 5,000 gold lead. Yep. Alex Edge stole the red buff as well. Just this aggressive play off on the wings, knowing that G2 was stuck on the opposite side of the map. So the entire important part of the jungle has gone to NIP in the last 2 minutes.
Gonna have those nice buffs spinning around them, gonna give them that extra gold. And Ko, he's gonna need it if he's going after the Blade of the Ruined King for the full build, or if he's just gonna sit on Bilgewater.
We'll see 850 gold right now. We're going to see right now he could back for double dagger, he could back for some kind of durability boots, or maybe go towards the Randuins that I would expect to see out of this champion. But we'll have to wait and see. Voidal recalling himself back on this one. He's going to go towards some MR for himself. I'm guessing Aegis.
Yeah, he went Aegis last game.
Oh, he undid it. He's going something else. He goes to upgrade the sweeper instead.
Okay, it's actually a really good call. He's going for the vision game here. He actually buys multiple pink wards for himself, just in case one expires, so he doesn't have to back between them.
Yeah, you can carry multiple, so put one down if the first one goes away. Freeze still farming up. He's going towards pretty standard build. Blade of the Ruined King, second on Kog'Maw's working out. Trinity Force is there, of course.
He spotted him. The jig is up, gamers too.
They're going to be pretty hard with this one. Voidal sort of reconnected in real time. They're going to stay safe for this one. NIP doing what they can. 22-30 in the game. Of course, they're on the same house, so
yeah,
you'd expect when one goes, the rest of them go. But don't worry, they're fine. The game is still going on right here. 5,000 gold. Actually, more than that. 5,500 gold. Ninjas of Pajamas still growing this lead. Once again, down the line, every single roll, 1 through 5, has more CS than the opposition. They're up 3 turrets. They're up the dragons as well. Ninjas of Pajamas look very great this game, and they outscale, so life right now is difficult if you're G2. These guys have not found a way into the fights, and they can't just say, well, Twitch will do it.
Yeah, they're setting up for the Baron as well. Voidal, he got the Oracle's Lens for himself. He had multiple pink wards. He just put one down. And now he's waiting for more. And there's this flank from Dude and Alex.
Wow, he is in the wrong spot right there. Alex gets the kill thanks to Ko's help with that one. A shield. Gets an assist on top of that one. Why the heck not? 23 minutes in, and NIP look awesome. Now they go to the top lane here. They're going to hit this one very successfully. A turret's going to go down, making that number 4-0 here. Ninjas of Pajamas only making great choices this game.
Yeah, and the supports and top laners were very far down in levels. It's a level 8 Morgana roaming around against people who are 5 levels up on it. It's a ridiculous amount of pain you take just from the base stats of them. And the fact that you're a support and you don't even build that much durability, you get creamed in seconds. And that's what NIP's doing. They're just going straight for that Morgana. He's 0-2 so far.
Wonderful stuff then by NIP to force all these things. It's not like it's easy to kill a Morgana. He's got Black Shield. He's supposed to be in the back lines, but Dude warding his own jungle alone and gets caught out for it because of the aggressive play of NIP. Their lanes all pushing the wards deep in enemy territory. And you're seeing Dude, once again, trying to wrest control over these wards. He's doing something here, but there's really a lot more work ahead of him.
It's what he's got to do for the team, and we do see that Ko goes for what looks like might be a Randuin's or Sunfire Cape coming out here in the very near future.
Randuin's much more likely.
Yeah, Randuin's is much more likely. It's not the old Evelyn. You sit on people with the Sunfire Cape.
5 of them.
Good old days.
Oh, man.
And then you can do it with Garen, too. But
yay.
Right, now we have Bilgewater Cutlass's Yuki sitting around. has Black Shield on himself. Looked like he wanted something, but he doesn't go for it. And this is really just NIP starting to run away with the game. They can take a lot of the different objectives. They have Alex split pushing right now. Their mid laner is really strong in a team fight scenario. If you try to contest an objective as Gamers 2, you're going to take a shockwave. Look at that, they're just going to go after this blue again. Possibly flank them. There's the ball.
Oh, he's going to land onto 3 people, and Gamers 2's got to be
again.
real careful with this one. The slow's coming out, and it's just the disengage, but now you got to be careful if you're Ocelot. You're also forced away. Shockwave flashed away. Nicely done. Successful right there, but blue buff right now very much looks like it's going to be controlled by NIP. Ocelot's got to be even more careful. The ult himself to stay alive.
Stun.
Voidal is there. Exile goes in. Can he get the damage? Yes, he can. Opt the stun from Voidal's passive. Another kill picked up now 5-2, and look at this now. Yuki's got to be careful.
He's a little out of position.
Has to flash away from Morden. Now Ko and JWoww is in this one. Exile's gonna go down. These guys willing to fight. Yuki stays alive. Ko, he is squishy, remember, but now Alex Ich goes in. He's been exhausted though. They're gonna find Yuki. The kill picked up there by Freeze, and this fight is just going back and forth. Now the jump in, they pick up another one onto Dio. Now only 2 alive, and JWoww's got nowhere to go. That is another kill picked up. Freeze goes massive in this battle. Now 2-0-4.
And a 3-0-2 on Alex Ich, joining the fight at the right time from that overextension of Gamers 2. It looked like the fight was going to go in their favor. They turn it around, and they're going to get a turret for it after that.
Absolutely massive. Ninjas and Pajamas go +1 kills in the battle. They get another turret on top of that one, so that makes it an 8,000 gold lead. Massive lead for these guys.
Returning to the scene of the crime, Freeze is going to take the blue that they originally fought over. There's actually, going back to that blue fight too, it was a really good binding to try and stop the engagement. They're going after Freeze. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. If they can catch Freeze, it almost guarantees them.
Well, Ko's trying to show up. Freeze was juking the Q, and he does it, but Mord's going to land the slow here. Another Void Ooze successfully placed this time. Puts it the correct direction. Nicely done, and does force a disengage here. And here's the backup.
Escapes on a path of his own vomit.
Yep.
Yeah, the nice stun there from the flash on Exile. Just picks up the kill there. Passive. We're going to see they overextend the fight. JWoww comes in. Voidal actually flashes this perfectly. Stands, jumps, gets out of there. Then Alex comes in onto that nice little minion, goes straight after the biggest threat on the team, takes him out, and that's your job as these hyper carries, is to just kill the one other threat on the other team.
Kill in front of you with Squishy Rat, that's even better. So it looks like in this case, Stomach Acid did beat Crossbow Bolts, and Ninjas and Pajamas take the Dragon down as well. Yeah, sure. But now it's more than a 9,000 gold lead. This number keeps getting bigger, and NIP, this looks so much like Game 1 now.
Yeah, it's looking very reminiscent of it. Of course, it's not over in 27 minutes. Not going to be over for a little while longer either. They're all sitting in this bush here. Gamers 2, Morden, we see Ocelot there as well. Ward's up. Oh, sees that there's Pink Ward, but it's not worth his time just yet. It's better to siege at this moment.
And they give up some of the farm at the top lane there. NIP actually would kind of rather push than sit in the lanes for a little bit while longer and make these sorts of plays. They sweep away the wards. Baron, of course, is still a potential objective, but they don't have the ward coverage for it just yet. They would kill it fast, but double Ruin King. Randuitz is going to be the build for Ko there, and also Alex still making his way up there. Actually buys early Lacrity Boots on himself as well, so he's really caring about mobility.
And he wants to get onto Yuki. He wants to be able to get to that back line and just stun up the Twitch and finish him off. We saw he was able to do that successfully in that last fight. The question is, can he do it again? Because that is their key to victory, is just taking out Yuki. He was such a problem in the last game for them. And in this game, he's not as much of a problem because we see Freeze is ahead. But he's still Twitch, and he's building the attack speed Twitch. So he's still really good in fights, and the durability has not been stacked on for NIP just yet. It's really Ko with the Randuins.
And is right now, so we'll see how good these engages go. So Ko has got some tank stats, and actually he's holding parity pretty much with Yuki because of how far down Gamers 2 are held. It's a 2-item AD carry versus Randuins in the aggro's Baron. All right, Voidal comes to help. It's gonna be all right. But Ko is holding parity right now, so realistically the Cutlass doesn't actually detour him that badly, and it's going to be okay. Basically, NIP have weathered the storm of that slightly risky item build, and it works just fine for these guys. 1-3-3, Ko has some deaths. Ko is actually going to find JWoww right here, stop the recall, and the team is coming to help as well. We're going to see if he forces the ulti out. Ruin King used, and JWoww's going to be safe.
Used his Bilgewater Cutlass at the same time, and now they're going to start taking over the jungle again if they can. Last blue went to them. Looks like the red's not going to be the same story. Look at that. JWoww actually hasn't gone all the way back if he walks up to spamming Q. Nope.
I'm not going to get that one, so going to stay safe here, but stay in the brush and maybe wait for someone else to show up in this one right now.
Alex still pushing bottom, so they have to have JWoww deal with this.
And he's got about 40 seconds to go until teleport comes back up, actually. So they're going to actually want to wait a little bit. If they force the battle and JWoww shows, that's bad news right here. Alex is doing some good damage to the turret. Voidal.
Yuki, he's stealth. Oh.
Yuki does not find a way in this fight just yet, but
There he
Code
goes.
does. Shotgun's going to land on a 1. Yuki's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up to Yude. Now also knocked up. That is a second kill grabbed very quickly there. Nice flank by Ko. Good kick by Mortar, but I don't know if there's enough for them to get away from this one. There's a safeguard. The damage still coming through. Ko trying to make it happen. Nice dissonance to keep the team hasty. They will at least push the minion waves in.
I was talking about how they can submarine the ball in there, and instead they just run it straight at one person. That's the only person they need to take out on the team. That's the only necessity that they have to take off the field. And now they're going to go ahead and siege this turret up. Alex is rotating towards that top lane in the mid right now. Ocelot just getting chunked down.
Big damage going through. That is a very scary Kog'Maw. You got to be sure on that one. But Gamers too. And I like this though. NIP, they're playing it still very, very smart. It's this measured aggression that they had in the first game, where they're going for pretty low risk, high reward plays like this one.
Boom. Puts him on the other side, completely destroyed. And that's the only person they had to take off the field. The other two off on the side, Ocelot not even in range to wild growth it.
And now Dude again going to get caught out as well. He's got to try to stay alive. Looks like he will do that just barely, but Alex, he wants the kill anyway in the middle of the enemy team. A little aggressive there, but the shockwave hits a bunch of people, and Yuki goes down. The Dragon Form trying to run away, but more damage comes out. Alex can't quite find another, but Freeze sure will. The ulti from long range makes it 2 kills in this fight, 12-4.
Exile's such a great pickup. Even in their loss, he was 6-0-5 on LeBlanc with only missing out on 1 kill in terms of participation. He's coming up big for the team, despite being the new guy here. We're going to watch that again. See, they start off, he uses the counter-strike, and he just goes really hard onto Dude. Doesn't go after Yuki just yet. He's not even on the field. He's off on the side. Wild Growth is in. Watch this. This is fantastic. 4-man shockwave there. JWoww didn't get flown backwards into the distance because of the turret. But, oh my lord. They come up huge there. And with the nice ultimate there to pick it up for himself. Yeah, Freeze.
So Baron has gone down as a result of all of this. So Ninjas in Pajamas look all kinds of awesome. 14,000 gold lead. Pretty big lead for these guys right here. And honestly, it's 32 minutes. Pretty standard game time here, but they're so far ahead at this point. Pink Wards trying to defend the jungle of Gamers 2, but it's not nearly enough at this point. A dedicated siege would win the game. They're still sending Alex a split push in the bot lane. He still has teleport up if he wants to rejoin his team. Exile's got the easy wave flare going on. Voidal's there to help defend. And here we go.
And then we have a 2-item Jax hitting the field. We also see that Freeze has himself a QSS. So even if he gets bound, he's fine. Just completely out of there because Voidal's going to be a scumbag, not even going to buy him the kills.
That's okay. He's the front line there. He's going to buy a lock.
He needs to go ahead and get his team some magic resistance. It's actually the right choice.
That's just fine. Ocelot still got a little bit of ways to go till the Void Staff comes in, so not a huge damage threat just yet. Mortis still really working on his first big tank item, actually, so does not have Randuin's or a Banshee's Veil. He's got to be afraid. Alex Stitch, as you mentioned, plenty big, though. He's pushing the bottom lane. Ko already pushed top. The rest of NIP grouping towards mid. Ko actually now slinking around to the side as well to make sure everything's nice and safe.
And now we see Alex just pushing the bottom still. 3-0-3, 2 items over JWoww right now. He's actually bringing a lot of pressure to him. Level 17. 3 levels up on the solo laners of Gamers 2. They're going to go mid and try to push this advantage that they have, not only in levels, but also in items.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good for these guys overall. So,
barely tickles him now.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. I mean, you've got Baron buff regen, even if it did deal damage, that's not really anything that matters. Alex is still calling attention down to the bot lane. He is just so far ahead of JWoww, it's not even funny. There's no way you can really defend this properly there. Alex can walk right past him, hit the turret if he wants to. Once the minion wave gets in there, Freeze now getting damage down on this one. He's got to be very careful. He's got QSS, but that won't stop him from getting kicked backwards. He's got to be careful. That gets a lot of shields to keep himself safe, but there's the engage from Ko. There's Voidal in as well. A lot of damage coming out there. Morgana ulti only hits 1, and the kill is picked up there by Exile. Into the base they go. You've got Jax taking the turret down. It's a 1-for-0. The turret going just away from this one forward and kicking someone back, but there's just no real damage coming through anymore. Yuki does not have really anything that's going to touch Jax, and there's the inhibitor down.
Yeah, they put a ton on Yuki's shoulders, and he just hasn't delivered this game. He didn't get the type of lead that he had last game, and now with the wave pushing top, Alex going straight for it, picks it up for himself, and now they're converging onto it. It's a 4-on-5.
You gotta be a bit careful in this one because Ko's putting out a good amount of damage. Voidal there to defend the team as well. He's staying nice and safe, and now that's 2 inhibitors down. Once again, NIP take the time to back off. 1 minute till Baron. There's a minion wave bot lane, but they're not interested in that.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and go back, spend all of this money that they've gotten for themselves. Dragon just came up, and they're able to go ahead and rotate towards that if they want it.
We'll see what they go for here, because right now, going back to base.
Man,
they're ready to close this out.
2 inhibitors off of the Baron. A lot of gold swung in their favor, just even more. And now, Gamers 2 definitely on their back foot. And their back foot's pretty much planted to the ground. It's what's going to happen now. They have to make a final stand because you can't stall the late game against a Jax, Orianna, Hogmoth.
There's really not a way in for Gamers 2 at this point.
They're very low in levels. Like, that might be the thing. If they can just get those levels for themselves and Yuki gets huge and they get a good team fight, maybe it'll work out for them if they pick off Freeze.
Oh, they try to make the play for Yuki, but he stealths away. He's going to be safe. But you know what? NIP can just show up with their group of champions regardless. Shove out bot and go for it. Orianna's going to be joining the team very, very soon. He's been pinged as being near the mid lane, but honestly, the bot lane siege is the easy choice now for Ninjas in Pajamas.
I like Alex's just TPs, all series long.
Yeah.
His teleports have been really good.
He's definitely really acclimated to top lane quite successfully. Held up in 1v1 matchups. Definitely played well in lane swap as well. He's done a good job in team fights.
Oh, wow. Freeze just chunking Ocelot down from an enormous range with the Bioarcane Barrage. The ball placements could be key here for that Shockwave.
Look how measured NIP are being right now. The Baron buff's gone.
It's like the old NIP style. Pick them apart.
Yeah, but they've done a good job of that one. Look at this. Ko is actually flanking around the mid lane. He's ready to engage on the turret and just dive this with the gold lead, with the tanks in the front line, with all the armor and the shields coming in from Exile.
He's getting ready to go. They might slap a ball on him as soon as he gets in range for it. If they push up.
Look at that. Freeze just pushes Dude off the fight. This is the turret.
Yep, they're going right now. It's the turret or the deaths.
JWoww's going to do what he can. Ulti's going to only hit 1, but who cares in that one? JWoww on the front line. Nice knockup comes out from Braum. There's nothing for them to do, really. Freeze is destroying his health bar. He's going to go down. Turret falls as well. 2 kills picked up so far. NIP pushing everyone away from this fight like it's their base. And now they go on to the next is Voidal. A lot of shields. Oh, he's going to die. Unfortunate there. Voidal gives away a kill, but who cares? NIP in 37.5 minutes going to make it 2-1. And advance into the finals of Summer Series 1.
And they're going to go to London as well. And just uproot the NIP house, take themselves to England.
A little bit southwest of them, and make it a good performance. So honestly, NIP look great. G2 looked pretty good as well, but just not quite a match for the Ninjas there. You saw them put together game plans. The individual skill was awesome. The shot calling from Alex. It's the individual play of Alex. It's new to the top lane. Still worked awesome.
Yeah, and I was very impressed by his teleports, his communication. I assume that he has a large voice inside of the team so that he's able to call it out and position people to be around his teleport, which is very key. It's a very communicative summoner spell. You have to be able to tell people, I'm using it here, I'm using it now, or I'm using it whenever, or when it's up, when it's down.
Yeah.
You have to basically just put your whole team in the know on that. You have to be like, this is when it's in, this is when it's not.
Yeah, it's a really important situation to put yourself in here. So NIP have secured themselves some more points. They've also secured themselves a spot into Summer Series 2, which pretty much all but guarantees them a spot in the postseason as well. We actually saw in Spring Series, Cloud9 Eclipse took first place the first time around and then actually lost in the round of 8, and that was enough for still a good seed into the postseason themselves. So I think we're gonna definitely see more of NIP throughout. Actually, we're guaranteed. To be fair, we're guaranteed to see at least 2 more sets from them in the Challenger Series, and their playoff spot all but secure as well, without something pretty massive happening against them and like a completely weird bracket going up against them. So,
and another thing too is that they wrestled themselves another chance to keep this roster together and to keep it going without having to requalify through the ladder. So they can focus on scrimming, they can focus on just the challenger scene in general, have their analysts break down teams for them, and see what they need to do as they work on their synergy. I do like the pickup of Exile and Voidal. They've come up really big in this matchup that was not easy for them.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be easy either. The first game really impressed me how quickly they closed it out and how coordinated they looked despite only having about a week or two with each other.
Yeah.
They're going to be very powerful in the future.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they do in their final matchup against either Lublin Shore or H2K. It will be a good matchup. But guys, after today's matchup, here's how the bracket shapes up. With their win, Ninjas and Pajamas will pack their bags for the Summer Series 1 finals in London on June 21st.
Their opponents will be decided tomorrow when Lublin Shore takes on H2K Gaming in our other semifinal matchup.
So before we do that, there's more EU LCS action on the way tomorrow. ROCCAT will take on Super Hot Crew to start the day off, then Gambit and Millennium square off.
After that, Fnatic takes on Alliance, and then the Copenhagen Wolves take on SK Gaming. It all starts at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. There you go, Voidal in the front line, he's doing what he can. Ko already falls JWoww with a shield. He's going to trade back the 1-for-1. He is squishy, remember, but now Alex Itch goes in. He's been exhausted, though. They're going to find Yuki, the kill picked up there by Freeze, and this fight is just going back and forth. Now the jump in, they pick up another one onto Dio. Now only 2 alive, and JWoww's got nowhere to go. That is another kill picked up. Freeze goes massive in this battle. He can just not find a way in this fight just yet, but Ko does. Shotgun's going to land on a 1. Yuki's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up Dio. Now also knocked out. That is a second kill grabbed very quickly there. Nice flank by Ko. JWoww's going to do what he can. Ulti's going to only hit 1, but who cares from that one? JWoww on the front line. Nice knockup comes out from Braum. And there's nothing for them to do really. Freeze is destroying his health bar. He's going to go down. Turret falls as well. 2 kills picked up so far. NIP pushing everyone away from this fight like it's their base.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at the jewels, man. I'm sharp. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.